to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. Stay cool out there today. It's hot, hot, hot here in Houston. Seth Payne, how you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm going to take this split on the race for the silver boot and focus on the positives from the weekend, including the win yesterday where Yainer Diaz and Isaac Paredes just bailed the Astros out of another lackluster offensive performance.
Dude, it was so funny. I didn't get to see much of the game yesterday, just was busy doing some things, and so when I was getting ready for the show last night, obviously I saw Isaac Paredes home run. Classic Isaac, just finding a spot in the left field corner to tuck the ball into there. Classic pull hitter. But it was funny. I'm like, okay. And Amy and I were listening to the game as we were driving. When I went and looked at the box score, I'm like, oh, the only guys that scored in this game were the guys that got on base. They got 4 hits, and those are the 4 guys that ended up scoring the runs in the game. They got a solo home run from Yainer Diaz, and then Jake and I forget who else, Cam Smith, each got a couple of base knocks. And then Paredes drives everybody in with a 3-run homer. I'm like, yeah, so if you got on base for the Astros yesterday via a hit, you scored a run. I will tell you that now.
Cam ended up having 4 hits in this series. And, he's had a hit in at least 5 of his last 6 games, at least 1 hit in 5 of each of his last 6 games. So signs of growth there.
Yep.
There was, it was weird. It was, the Astros offense.
Opportunistic.
They had as many base runners as there were people at Jeep Weekend in Bolivar this weekend.
Yeah.
Where, they cracked down on Jeep Week, Sean.
Did they crack down on it? Because
they cracked down on Jeep Weekend. They had. It sounds like basically if you showed up to Jeep Weekend, you were arrested.
That's what I was going to say.
275 arrests, and the beaches are empty.
It's funny you say that. I was just in. I do a live sports report with Frito and Katie, who do the morning show on 100.3 The Bull, and I was just in there recording it with them, and they've got the news on in there, and the Jeep Weekend in Bolivar was the topic that happened to be on the news at the time, and they had it was like a tale of the tape. It'd be like if you and I were watching Sports Center and they had a bunch of stats on the screen.
Yeah.
And I just looked at the two of them. I said, I think they just put this same graphic up every year and just change the numbers for whatever the actual traffic violation down like the left side of the screen, like a left side of the screen ticker almost. Almost 300 total arrests. Good job, Bolivar. Way to be efficient. If you were out there, you got arrested. That's efficiency right there.
The pictures, honestly, if they're not showing stock footage, all the pictures I saw this weekend, it was pretty much empty.
Yeah.
We'll have to go to our man on the street, Jackie Goss. Our man on the beach,
he's
Jackie
listening.
Goss.
Yeah.
Who has a place in. Does he still own that mobile home park in Bolivar?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't know if he wants that out there publicly.
I haven't kept track of his business.
That he does own one, yeah. I wonder if that was a hit for him this weekend. In a bad way.
So I would say, all things considering how deep into yesterday's game it looked like they were going to lose 3 out of 4, and you're on the road, I'll take the split. I'll take the, especially when you have 2 games where the bats. You had 2 games where the bats were virtually silent in the first and third game of this series.
Yeah, and look, Lance McCullers in that game, I think we had talked before that game exactly, okay, what happens to Lance after this game? What kind of a performance does he need for them to continue on? And I would say it's weird, like, as emphatically as possible in a lackluster showing. That was real growth.
He's over
the first. Right. Yeah. I mean, we're still trying to figure out what Colton Gordon's doing.
Yeah.
Hayden Wesneski, turns out he's got a Tommy John coming up, and you're still in the stretch of this 17-game series where Lance will probably get one more start, and or possibly might get another start.
Yeah.
So I think that was promising. I think that. I mean, he threw some 4-seam fastballs, which I believe he hasn't thrown a single one of those in a game since 2018 or so.
Right.
So he's very much just trying to find out who he is as a pitcher. And if it hadn't been for he might have gone 5 innings if it hadn't been for him and Jeremy Pena kind of botching the throw to second, where, as Chandler Rome put it, it looked like Lance's sinker to Jeremy Pena, but then Pena also, you expect him to still catch it at least. And that ends up, instead of being the end of the inning, he goes 17 more pitches after that. So him, theoretically being in position to go 5 innings compared to him not being able to get out of the first inning, that was promising.
No, Lance having high pitch counts is nothing new. But you're right. Like if they make that play,
he's inefficient when he's in his prime. He's inefficient.
Led the league in walks a couple of few years back. Like this is him throwing 85 pitches in 4 innings. I could see that happening 2 months from now also. So that's not a major red flag. Other than this team needs its starters to go deeper into games than 4 innings right now.
And for Lance's sake too, I think he's a guy, obviously injuries have been kind of a thing for him. If he could reinvent himself as a more efficient pitcher, that would be pretty cool. Yeah. Just because I don't want him ever running his pitch count up that high.
No, right. And I saw the same article you did by Chandler. Like these are things like as Lance gets back and acclimated to Major League Baseball again, his finishing moves will get better. The punch-out pitches will get better. He'll end innings earlier. You're right. You're absolutely – well, look, anything – if you got 2 outs, it's a step in the signed up for 4 innings, especially 4 innings with no earned runs given up. I would have easily signed up for that before that game on Friday night.
The most harrowing part of that game for me emotionally was when his pitch comm wasn't working.
Yeah.
And you're realizing, this is only the 3rd time he's ever had to deal with a pitch clock. And he's up there, nodding and shaking and everything, which that's where I was worried it might go haywire there just because his process was going to be potentially so screwed up. But it was a lot of soft contact. Same with Framber yesterday. I mean, Framber gives up 3 runs. But in the 4th inning, it was a lot of relatively soft contact into gaps, and nothing that made you panic or anything. But he was opposite a pitcher who was throwing a no-hitter through 7 innings.
Yeah, and you got 7 out of him yesterday, so that was good. I mean, they're right back at it this week. They've got the Tampa Bay Rays. They're right back at it tonight.
Sean, I know you had a Roku issue, so you couldn't watch the broadcast, or at least it was inconvenient for you.
Yeah.
So it was the combined booth. They had Dave Raymond, former Astros announcer.
I like Dave,
but now currently the TV announcer for the Rangers, with Blum and Julia as the sideline reporter. And I thought it was pretty good, except I didn't like that Raymond was not mentioning the no-hitter. He was kind of alluding to the no-hitter, and I just wanted Blum to – I just wanted him to just throw a hand grenade into the booth and just start talking nonstop about the no-hitter.
Would have been good, except that I know that Blum broadcast. You know what I mean?
Right,
they do that thing where they don't mention. I get what you're saying. Like that, he would have been benefiting our team. I will tell you right now. We were listening to Amy and I were driving around while the no-hitter was going on by Leiter. It was Leiter who was throwing the no-hitter for the Rangers, and Robert Ford would not stop talking about no-hitters. He was bringing up the history of no-hitters with the Rangers. He was going deep on Kenny Rogers' perfect game back in 1994. He and Sparky would not stop talking about the no-hitters. I love it.
That's good. It's one of those, it's classic things. There's a lot of times you do with mythology. It's like, well, I don't really believe in this thing, but just in case, I'm just gonna go for it and talk about the no-hitter.
Espada got booted from the game yesterday. I didn't get to see that. He was arguing balls and strikes, huh?
He was arguing about these umps the entire series were miserable, and it didn't help that Thursday night they were talking about how that particular crew was the best graded in all of baseball.
Oh,
and he sucked.
Yeah,
he sucked. But then yesterday, the strike zone was basically somewhere around the lower shin of the batter early in the game.
Yeah.
And it was hurting both teams' offenses, and yet it was very much helping out Framber. Framber got a couple of very generous strike calls low in the zone or low and out of the zone.
Yeah.
So Espada comes out and does his version of a flip out on the ump, or at least he got ejected and then came out and did his version of a flip out. And Dave Raymond brought it up. I think a lot of Astros fans were thinking the same thing. Kind of like, hey, maybe earlier in the series, but right now This is not helping Fromber.
Yeah.
And there were a couple. I was going to go and look at the StatCast and see how much the strike zone tightened up after that. It felt to me, as a biased Astros fan, that Fromber was getting a much tighter strike zone at the bottom of the strike zone. There were a couple of pitches that were right on the edge that I feel like would have been strikes earlier on that were not. And I was not. It's just, I felt like it was a mistimed freak out.
The ump was like, "Hey, you wanted this, Espada. This is what you were arguing for. A tighter strike zone. Here you go. Now your guy's going to get it." So the other big news for the Astros, so they split with the Rangers. They're tied with the Rangers in the standings. They're 2.5 back of Seattle this morning. They're headed to Tampa Bay, the Astros are. Hayden Wesneski is going to get Tommy John surgery. This is the fourth pitcher for the Astros in the last 2 years. Luis Garcia and Jose Urquidy 2 years ago. Christian Javier, of course, in the middle of last season. And these all come that's the big thing, Seth. These all feel like they've come down at some point like in May and June when you've been planning on having these guys coming into the season as part of your rotation, and now you're out over your skis because, like, okay, we were counting on Wesneski being our fourth or fifth starter. Javier was a guy who'd thrown part of a no-hitter in the World Series. Garcia and Urquidy, guys who won double-digit games for you the year before. That, to me, is it's not just that you're losing these guys for 12 to 14 months with Tommy John. These are injuries that are happening in season, way as other pitchers have been injured as well with non-Tommy John. So we're still waiting for this bone of Spencer Arrigetti's to heal in his right hand still, you know?
He's got a smaller cast on now.
Okay. So it's just like the hand and the wrist,
cast,
maybe?
but it's a smaller cast.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's...
No, I can't. I'm just waiting for the report of a splint. He's upgraded to a splint.
Soon just a Band-Aid. Yeah.
Here's the power rating of pitchers that you can hope to come back at some point soon.
Oh, okay.
Christian Javier, he threw 15 pitches off the mound on May 9th. Okay. He's going to be built up slowly, still expected back mid-2025.
Yeah.
Arrigetti. So those two guys, I think, are in a clump of like, okay, sometime in the next couple months or so.
Yeah.
Garcia, originally the report in early April was he was going to be shut down completely for a month. So I haven't seen any word of him doing baseball type stuff or anything. So I have no idea with Luis Garcia.
Yep.
And then JP France, whatever he is, whatever his existence is on this earth, I have no clue other than late 2025 is the expected potential return date.
I had completely forgot about JP France, which is crazy. He won double-digit games for them a couple of years ago. So I had forgotten about him. Javier and Arrigetti, I agree with where you put them in the power rankings. Very different for me in terms of what I'm counting on. Like, none of these Tommy John guys I'm counting on. None of them. Like,
Kiss, marry, kill. Arrigetti, Javier, Garcia. What do you do?
Arrigetti, Javier, Garcia. I hate to say this. I marry Arrigetti just because his injury is one that's very cookie cutter. That bone's going to heal. He's going to pitch. Kiss Javier. Because it may or may not work out. You know, it's Tommy John surgery. You don't know. But if it does work out, right
at the right time,
threw a no-hitter in the World Series. Sorry, Luis Garcia. Like, you have a big setback like that? Sorry.
Yeah, it's triage. You're just like, oh, okay, I got to make decisions here. Sorry, I got to kill it. You have to lay over on the side while we give everybody else medical
It's not
attention.
kiss, marry. It's not kiss, marry, marry. It's kiss, marry, kill, all right?
That's why the game's so difficult.
It's tough. It's tough because I love Luis Garcia. I love rocking the baby. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We'll circle back to the Astros in headlines, talk more about what this Hayden Wesneski, Tommy John surgery means. It's the beginning of the week. There's no better way to brighten up the beginning of your week than some Will Anderson Jr. Will Anderson Jr. over the weekend, last week, had his little charity thing that he did. And sat down with quite a bit of media, more of the audio trickling out, playing for D'Amico. And I'm curious to hear Will Anderson's take on this new look offensive line for the Texans. Can he get you fired up for this offensive line for the Texans? We will have that for you coming up next.
There's plenty of optimism around the Texans' schedule this season, especially if you ask Figgy.
I got them at 12-5.
All right. Okay. All right.
I might be drinking a little.
What's the Yoke Cup? What's the Yoke Cup over there?
I know. Some Texans Kool-Aid.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I'm Rob Brown, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network, the New England Patriots. Patriots had their guy in Mike Vrabel as head coach and added all-pro wide receiver Stephon Diggs to help out Drake May, who was an icon his rookie year with one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. The public is loving a bounce-back year for the New England Patriots. Patriots over 8.5 wins is the third most bet total at BetMGM. I'm Rob Brown. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/.
Have you ever had an aha moment, that feeling when you finally try something new and wonder why you waited so long? Here is your aha moment. 20% of car loans are now 84 months. That's 7 years of high payments and likely ending up upside down when you go to trade in. D&M Auto Leasing can help you skip the long terms with smarter, lower payments. Join more than 50,000 happy customers on the road today. 713-290-1000 or go online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my friends at the Men's T Clinic. You guys know I go there for my testosterone replacement therapy, but that's just one thing on the menu at the Men's T Clinic. If you're looking to reach all your goals this season, feel your best self, and looking for a customized solution to feeling a whole lot better, they've got solutions at the Men's T Clinic for weight loss, hair vitality, and a whole lot more. There's 5 locations here in the Houston area. Find the one nearest you and set that first appointment here in the new year. It's menstclinic.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Never know how.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast from my good friend Dr. Ben Salento with Texas Sinus and Snoring. And you guys know my story. Many, many years ago, I was a really bad snorer. I had horrible sleep apnea as well. And I'm very thankful that I met up with Dr. Ben Salento back in 2018 because he fixed my sleep, fixed my snoring. I sleep a whole lot better now, and I live a much healthier lifestyle. When you don't get good sleep, nothing else matters. Sleep is the gateway to everything else. And the great thing about Dr. Ben Salento, he's got a comprehensive array of solutions to fix sleep apnea. Everything from mouth guards, nasal successful Inspire sleep apnea implant, a revolutionary solution to clear your airway at night. He is the foremost authority on this procedure in the state of Texas. He's done hundreds of them. Go meet with him today to learn more about it, or at least make the appointment today. Give him a call, 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313. Or visit him online at drbensalento.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
West Point Lincoln is the place to go to get your next luxury vehicle. They're part of Ford Motor Company, who assembles more U.S. vehicles and employs more U.S. hourly auto workers than any other automaker. Make it West Point Lincoln for your next ride. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood, or online at westpointsales.com.
I'm Emma Grade, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Em Agreed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Em Agreed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Partly cloudy today with wind and a high of 90.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Will Anderson was on various outlets last week talking about the Houston Texans. This one is from Football Night in America, their daily show on the NBC Sports Network that they have. It's Tony Dungy and somebody else.
Rodney Harrison.
Is it Rodney Harrison? Okay, yeah. They were talking to Will last week, and they asked him about what's it like playing for DeMeco Ryans.
I thank God all the time for the situation that he dropped me in, man. There's no other coach that I'd rather play for than him. I think he set a really great example of what he wanted this team to be, and he gave us a foundation to lean back on when, either when things are not going our way or when things are going our way, like the swarm mentality and the swarm, foundation that he's built in, the Houston Texans has really been special. But he's a player's coach. He gets it. He understands it, man. And he gets out there. He runs with us. He works out with us, man. And he's enthusiastic about when we make plays. He's jumping up and down with us. And I can tell he wants to put those shoulder pads back on and get out there with us again, man. But it's so easy to play for him because I understand his mindset of what he wants this team to be and the vision that he has for us and how much, better he wants us to be and how much he sees us, get into that level.
It's been that way from day one with Will. I remember when he got drafted here back in 2023, and he was doing the interviews right after he got drafted there in Kansas City, I think. And he's like, that was the first visit I took. This is where I wanted to go. I didn't want to go anywhere else. And DeMeco was a lot of that, obviously. But it was at a time where for Texan fans, they'd not heard a player say that in a long, long time.
Right, right.
At a time, I'm like, you do?
Yeah. I don't think we heard a single guy say, I came here because of David Culley.
Right.
I'll tell you what, there were no free agents who were like, I found out they hired David Culley, and I called my agent up, and I said, get me to Houston.
Get me to Houston, yes. Yeah, so that was, that's good to see that 2 years in, that relationship still has the same zest to it.
I had a moment this weekend. It was when Aaron Wilson asked Will Anderson last week about like, hey, you see all these guys getting extensions. Do you think about your future here, et cetera, et cetera? And we played the audio of the response from that. Will just gave a good Will Anderson response. Yeah. But there was a part where I started thinking like, all right, all the rah-rah happiness about guys getting contract extensions and everything is all cool and everything, but like let's take the next step. Okay?
Yeah.
When Will Anderson gets his contract, I also want it to be after, wow, man, the defense was really, really promising and good in a lot of ways last year, but they really took a huge step in 2025.
Yeah.
Wow. C.J. Stroud, he's entering a year where he might get an extension afterwards. Boy, they did everything that you'd want to see out of that guy. I don't want it to be some situation where nationally people are talking about it the way they've been talking about Brock Purdy or Tua Tagovailoa or something.
Right.
I want it to be like the Lamar Jackson situation, but I want it to be like where, yeah, okay, obviously this guy deserves a contract.
He deserves a contract, and the team is moving in the right direction as well.
Yes.
I think that's the thing, and we'll talk about this in just a little bit, but I was going back through the odds this weekend that we went through. They put the spreads out on all the Texans games for 2025, and I don't want to get too far off base because we can get to that. They're clearly viewed by the gambling community and probably the power ranking community at large as a notch below where they were viewed coming into last season. And that can't be the case next year.
And you can't get offended by it. I mean, sure, by all means, go ahead and get offended by it if you want.
Right.
But looking at it objectively, that was an underperforming offense, and they lost two of the best players on that underperforming offense, Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs. You replace them with rookies. And it's just looking at it objectively, you can't really look at that offense and say, and they lost Laramie Tunsil too. Yeah. Well, that's all right. They replaced the offensive lineman with a bunch of just blue-collar type guys, and they also they traded for Christian Kirk. There you go, off to the races.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's appropriate. I genuinely feel that like Nick Caley, even if he's a mediocre offensive coordinator, might end up being an upgrade over Bobby Slowick, and that's going to make a big difference. It just if they have a credible rushing attack that can actually set up play action, etc., then they should be a much better offense this year. Even without being a great offense, I think they'll be a more competitive team.
Here's Will Anderson. Speaking of the offensive line, here's Will Anderson. Now this is on the NFL Network. On the new look offensive line for the Texans.
I'm very excited, man. Those guys are a great group of guys, man. They love ball. They love attacking the day. And I'm just happy to, see the camaraderie on that side, man. I know they're going to do everything the right way, man. They love ball. And I can't wait if we get in the huddle before the game and either Titus or me or Tim, one of us going to give the pregame speech, and we just get everybody hyped, man. And it just starts up front with the trenches. And, it starts in practice, competing and having fun going against each other.
Okay. A lot in there about
speech of Titus versus Will Anderson, power rank.
I'll go
top 5 positions. Will Anderson.
I'll go Will. Yeah, I'll go Will on the. Maybe Titus is. Do we know Titus? I guess a real good orator before games. Is he the guy that gets?
He might be. I don't know.
Up?
I can't remember seeing any. I'll have to go back and I'll have to binge some of those cinematic pieces that the Texans social media
really good
puts
stuff.
out.
Yeah. Will I've seen doing it. Jimmy Ward when he's healthy out there doing it. I'm guessing C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to be a big pregame, yelling at everybody and hyping everybody up guy. Yeah.
Rodney Harrison asked Will some tough questions on Football Night in America. It wasn't just like a fluff interview. And one of the questions he asked him was about, hey, this offensive line, they lose 3 guys. What are you guys thinking in the locker room or whatever? And Will did a pretty good job of answering that and just saying, hey, whoever's out there, go, whatever. And then Rodney Harrison just went in hard on the Texans' defensive tackles.
Wow.
He's like, those guys were really the weakness on your defensive line. And then he said, and they went out and just, and I'm like, well, Sheldon Rankin's from the outside, really, and then they re-signed other guys.
Yeah.
But I thought Will gave a good answer in response to that question.
Yeah, I have all the confidence in the world. I don't think it's any weak spots in our D-line, man. I think we're all alpha dogs. I think we all get out there and attack and cause havoc and disrupt. And we got my guy Sheldon Rankins back. He was a great mentor for me my rookie year. I'm excited to be back with him. And we got Big Foley back. Yep. He was a big piece. We call him the big dog. And Tim Settle, Tommy, Kurt, all those guys. And, I think our biggest thing is when we all play together, we all play as one sound, we can be one of the top defensive lines in the league, and we just have to keep, doing that and keep doing it consistently.
He said Kurt. Did he not? I hadn't caught that the first time. He said Tommy, Kurt, all those guys.
Oh, Kurt Heinisch, right?
Yeah. So
did Mario Edwards get a mention from him there? I didn't hear Mario Edwards' name.
I was trying to. Yeah, I felt bad that he was going through the various guys. Anyway, I think that the big thing is that if you look at it from 35,000 feet, you're not going to have all pros all over the place. No. And I think D'Amico would love to have a huge 3-down defensive tackle that can stuff the run and also be a great pass rusher. But you're just not always going to have that. And it's not like that's the limiting factor in whether or not you can be a genuinely elite defense this year. Because by and large, the defensive line gets it done as a group and as a unit. I'm really more focused on the linebackers more than anything. Like Henry To'oTo'o has made some nice improvements improvements. Shire are great in pass coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And Christian Harris wasn't great in pass coverage even when he made that huge leap 2 years ago in the second half of the season. And they struggle versus tight ends. I think that it's really a matter of, okay, how much does Henry To'oTo'o progress, and or is Christian Harris 100% healthy?
Yep.
And that's more of a concern point for me right now than anywhere else on the defense.
The texters, there's a texter noticing the same thing I did with Will's offensive line answer. A lot about how much they love ball, and the texter says they love ball as opposed to the guys last year, as opposed to being good at ball. Now, I think that's probably a reference to Laramie Tunsil, I would guess.
Yeah.
And that's what and I don't think that's where Will was going, but that's what it felt like if you still acutely are agitated by how underperforming the offensive line was last year. And, Will talked about how much the guys in that room right now love to get out there and play ball and practice and all those things. And Laramie just it didn't feel like practice was always his deal. That's not his favorite hobby. Practicing football. So
No. He was a pro.
Yeah.
He was didn't do anything extra.
Vet. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Will is gushing about how Danielle Hunter never stops working during practice.
Right.
They got some downtime. He's working hand drills and whatnot. Yeah.
I was going through this weekend. I was going through trying to find which Texans games am I going to bet on here, and I've got my bet the farm favorite that the spreads are all out on these games. You can find a spread on any NFL game now that the schedule is out. But just kind of in going through the schedule and kind of how Vegas views the Texans right now, Seth, unit that drives these lines. If the betting community decided Vegas was way off on a line, trust me, Vegas would move the line. I had thought the toughest stretch for the Texans was at 11 through 14, where they got the Chiefs and the Bills in that package there in primetime. I didn't realize the Texans right now are underdogs in 4 straight games in the early part of the season. They're underdogs in Baltimore. Then they have a bye. Then they're in Seattle. They're a small underdog on Monday Night Football. Then they're underdogs at home back-to-back weeks to the Niners and the Denver Broncos, and which dovetailed into the other thing. I'm going, man, if you count the home field advantage as 3 points, so take out the home field advantage for whoever's at home, the Texans are not last year at this time, there was the question, are they as good as the Bills? Are they as good as the Chiefs? The spread on the Chiefs game this time a year ago was 3.5 in Kansas City. Like, they were viewed as a team that was on a neutral field, maybe a half point worse than the Chiefs. Now on a neutral field, they're viewed as a half point worse than the Rams, the Chargers, 1.5 worse than Tampa Bay. On a neutral field, they're viewed as more than a field goal underdog, 4.5 points to San Francisco and Denver. They're being talked about way more with the teams that are 10 through 16 than any conversation that they're a top 10 team right now.
No, and this is 100% because nobody respects the offense, and they shouldn't respect the offense until they prove otherwise. So all of that, all of the preseason predictions from outside of Houston, Vegas, whatever they're saying about them, it all 100% makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Where they cut a break in that first 5-game stretch before the bye week, and the Ravens are the only team there that was a top 10 defense by EPA, expected points added.
Yeah.
The Titans were a better defense than the statistics would suggest, but that's the 4th game. So they go through the Rams, really good defensive line, but they weren't a great defense last year. Then the Bucs, then the Jags. So then they hit 2 potentially really good defenses in games 4 and 5, but they've got at least a 3-game break-in period where, at least according to last year's results, it's not a gauntlet of tough defenses or anything.
That's good. Along those lines, my bet the farm pick for 2025 is one of the games you just mentioned. And I will mention that my bet the farm pick at this time last year was the game at New England in Week 6, and they covered that by a healthy margin.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, I'm going with a bad football team with a rookie quarterback. You remember last year, that New England game, that was actually Drake May's first career start. Cam Ward, I think, will have played a few games already, but Texans minus 5.5 against the Titans at home in Week 4 feels like stealing to me. Cam Ward's first taste of NRG Stadium as an opposing quarterback, that was a hard place for opposing quarterbacks to play. Ironically, one of the only ones that played decent was the guy Cam Ward is replacing in Will Levis. They won't, but that's another reason why I'm taking the Texans in that game, because I think they'll be hyper-focused. They're not losing to the Titans 2 years in a row at home. So that's my bet the farm pick. Minus 5.5. I think you get that under a touchdown right now. rookie in his first month as a rookie still, playing at NRG Stadium for the first time. You have a look on your face like you're not going to bet the farm, which is okay.
I'm having flashbacks to Vince Young in 2006, which that Texans defense was not nearly as good as this Texans defense could potentially be.
Yeah.
But Vince Young on his way to a Rookie of the Year performance. That was in week 14 of that season.
The overtime game? He scored?
Overtime win, 19 for 29, 218 yards, 0 touchdowns and 1 interception. But with some big scrambles in that game too. So, but I'm just the memory of Vince Young in his rookie year still haunts me.
I think a big thing there would be week 4 versus week 14. Like, it's still early. And I know you said maybe there can be an ambush factor early with rookies. It can go either way.
But the Texans defense in NRG Stadium is turning into a real issue as long as you're not Lamar Jackson. If you're a quarterback going into NRG Stadium whose name isn't Lamar Jackson, then you should be a little bit nervous going in there.
As long as it's not a holiday, like that was Christmas Day. That's as long as it's not a holiday.
Is it Christmas Day, and are you in fact Lamar Jackson?
Right.
If you can't answer yes to those questions, then watch out.
And no. So take that, Titans.
The first 3 quarters, it's going to be hell for you until you win the game for them in the fourth quarter, Jared Goff.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We'll get to headlines. A lot of Astros stuff to get to. We've got the conference finals. They're set in the NBA. We'll talk about that. Huge deal in the NFL as well, a quarterback deal. And we got to start keeping a huge quarterback deal in this town probably in the next year or so. So we'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But this is a really good time to
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. And the Astros split their 4-game set with the Rangers this weekend. Could have been worse, man. They were getting no hit into the 5th or 6th inning yesterday, and eventually 7th inning. Okay, so they had a no going into the 7th, and then they cracked the code with against Leiter of the Rangers, and Yainer. God, I almost called him Yandy myself. Yainer Diaz with a solo home run, and then Isaac Paredes with a 3-run homer, and the Astros fish it out of the fire. They win 4-3 yesterday. Framber Valdez really solid once again. One bad inning, gave up the 3 runs in the 1 inning. But the other 6 innings he pitched were spectacular. He was really
were.
Good. Yeah.
And it was a lot of soft contact and just hits into the gap in that 4th inning. So as annoying as it was, because Dave Raymond, who was a combined booth, the play-by-play announcer for the Rangers, asked Blum about Framber's tendency to melt down. He didn't say it quite like that, but Blum had to explain to him, no, it's
he's
cool
calmed
now.
down. Yeah,
it's no longer an issue.
It's all under control.
As he nervously looked side to side.
I know. It's fine. All right, it's all fine.
That was only the 4th victory the Astros have had after trailing in the 6th inning, which probably matches the feel or eyeball test or the gut test, whatever it might be.
I feel like they've all been within the last 10 days. They've had some really clutch wins lately.
They're actually really good when tied after the 6th inning.
Oh, okay.
They've been very good when tied after the 6th inning, but when trailing after the 6th inning. And I think the biggest thing, honestly, for me is that from this series is that, okay, I can work with this version of Lance as long as he keeps improving.
Yeah.
As long as he keeps stacking on improvements and he starts to figure out his pitch selection a little bit more, get the control reeled back in. Because even on some of his bad pitches, I'm still impressed with the movement on those bad pitches.
Yeah.
If anything, Lance at his peak and his prime had an incredible curveball, and he could put some spin on it. So just rein it in a little bit, and we might have something.
He's going to be part of this rotation. Just right now it's non-negotiable. He's going to be part of it because Spencer Arrighetti's still hurt. They just found out yesterday that Hayden Wesneski is going to be getting Tommy John surgery. We had somebody point out on the text page a little bit early, and for those of you, if you're just waking up and hearing that news, yes, yet another Astros pitcher midway through the season having to get Tommy John surgery. He joins Christian Javier from last year, Jose Urquidy, and Luis Garcia from 2 years ago. Urquidy, of course, not part of this organization anymore. So he's the 4th one in the last couple of years to require this. Somebody pointed out on the text page, accurately, that Jake Bloss, the former Astros farmhand who went to Toronto in the Kikuchi trade last year, he just found out last week that he needs Tommy John surgery. So they were kind of like, that's almost one where you got to put that one on the Astros organization. And I'm like, all right, well, if you're going to do that, then Wesneski gets put on the Cubs organization. Because, he's only been an Astro for 2 months. So it is a strict at the coincidence. And I don't keep track of Tommy John surgeries across baseball, Seth, to know if this is at all normal. But this feels just freakish and weird.
It's been a bad stretch, and the stats are kind of all over the place. So I don't want to cite the stats. Me and with statistics when I look them up on short service. It's more than average. Yeah. It's more than average right now.
It's got to be. Yeah. All right. So that's your Astros news. NBA playoffs. OKC just runs Denver off the floor. Boy, you and I were so excited for a Game 7 on a Sunday afternoon. And OKC ends up just blowing the doors off of Denver in that game. Denver had an 11-point lead in the first quarter, but then OKC, they were up by 14, 16 at the half, up by 20 in the third quarter. So the conference finals are set. It's going to be Indiana and the Knicks. We'll talk more about this in Acknowledge Me. I've got a couple basketball-related acknowledgments. And then Minnesota and OKC. Just the nostalgia in me, Seth, likes the uniforms of the Pacers and the Knicks playing each other because those two franchises have had some classic playoff series against each other back in the day, the Red Deal, Reggie Miller, Patrick Ewing days. I mean, it's some iconic playoff series. I think my big takeaway here as a Rockets fan, I'm still trying to figure out what the takeaway, what are we to glean here from these teams being the ones that made it all the way to the Western Conference Finals. 3 of the 4 teams, their major stars were guys that that feel a little Jalen Green-like. And what I mean by that is there are a lot of Rocket fans that want to trade Jalen Green for whoever right now. For a big name. Started his career in Dallas and left in free agency and has become a megastar in New York. Tyrese Halliburton is the star for the Pacers. He was traded to Indiana in the Sabonis trade and now has become a megastar. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is probably the most famous example, and I'm not saying Jalen Green's going to get to that level. He's going to win the MVP this year. But he and about a jillion first-round picks got sent to OKC for Paul George. So you're talking at least a couple of these guys, 2 or 3 of these guys were either, I don't want to say given up on by their teams, but they were viewed as expendable, and now they are the faces of teams in the conference finals. Minnesota, the face of their franchise is Anthony Edwards. He was a first overall pick. But it's just interesting that the 4 faces of these conference finals, 3 of them are guys who are young players on their second teams right now. Brunson, Halliburton, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, all the scenarios that keep getting floated out, and the big one this weekend that was being tossed around was some package that would include Şengün for Giannis.
Yeah.
And people obviously have their feelings about that one. I feel like a lot of these reports about these potential trade packages right now, when you dig into the articles, are still just speculation and theoreticals and whatnot. I think that the Rockets team is definitely much more emotionally not emotionally attached. They just genuinely believe in those young 22-year-olds way more than the NBA media at large. So I'm growing increasingly skeptical. I feel like I don't think Şengün's untouchable, but I think they're much more reluctant to part with him than people are speculating.
They're not a leaky organization to the Rockets.
Right.
They're a lot like the Texans that way. There's not a lot that they put out there. So I'm curious. I saw the same report you did about the Rockets are open to moving Şengün in this trade. I'm like, all right, well, I do wonder where that's coming from. All right, big contract in the NFL, Seth. This is one you and I have spent quite a bit of time speculating and talking about. Brock Purdy gets 5 years, $265. $181 million guaranteed from the San Francisco 49ers. So he gets average annual value. This is easiest, the most consumable way to calculate this thing. $53 million a year. So not quite at the Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love level. He's at the Tua level. Dak is on his own planet right now because the Cowboys botched that whole thing. But so Dak's at $60 million. Dak's the only one at $60 million right now. 55 is the next, and then Brock Purdy is at 53 with Tua Tagovailoa.
I think, I don't know, I might, depending on how the actual guarantees work out and everything, it might be a better deal than Jordan Love's, but just that category of Jordan Love / Tua Tagovailoa, to a certain degree, Jared Goff and how they handled his contract of deals that were done in 2024. Yeah, it's in that bucket of not premier, top of the market, more than anybody else has ever made, et cetera, et cetera. Makes me feel better about, I feel like the Jaguars really stretch buzz still, that they really should have been able to. It's not going to break the organization. It's a lot of money regardless, but Trevor Lawrence got way more credit for that one stretch he had 3 years ago at the end of the season than any other thing he's done.
I think you nailed it. He's getting more credit for being a number 1 overall pick that's not horrible than he is for anything that he's accomplished in his career so far. He's the worst. He, as of right now, is the worst contract out of that $53+ million group. His is worse than Dak's. Dak at least was an MVP runner-up a couple years ago. Won a couple of playoff games. Trevor Lawrence won 1 playoff game, and he has been the quarterback for a team that in 2 of his 4 seasons has been picking in the top 5 in the draft.
Brock Purdy's contract, in terms of practical guarantee, which is how much money you make in the first few years of the contract, where they're not going to get cut because it's dumb.
Yeah.
That it is better than Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa's, but it's with 1 year of inflation and all that, it's about the same bucket.
Got a no trade clause. How about that? No trade
Good
clause
job, Deshaun Watson. Set that precedent, baby.
Rockaroo. Yeah. All right. So there you go. Those are your headlines for today. All right. I had not heard this trade from back in 2013 that never came to pass with the Astros. Can you imagine the Astros over the last 10 years without Jose Altuve. This is pretty wild. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20, and that's all coming up next.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This was wild. I had not heard this before, so I apologize if we're bringing audio on here that just reveals something to me that everybody already knew. Did you know, Seth, that back in 2013 there was almost a Jose Altuve to the Kansas City Royals trade? I had no idea about this.
Yeah, I wrote several blog posts about it.
Okay, that'd be a no then.
It's something that I totally 100% knew that you didn't.
I'm just making sure.
I'm frankly shocked that you're even admitting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that'd be a no. This was Dayton Moore, who was the general manager of the Kansas City Royals for a good long time, from 2006 to 2021. Then he got bumped upstairs, and then he got fired. He was on Eric Hosmer's podcast. Eric Hosmer, former All-Star first baseman, played on that Royals championship team back in 2015, and then went to the Padres. Had a nice career. He ended up being a big leaguer for a good decade plus. Not Jose Altuve's career, obviously, but back in 2013, Jeff Dayton Moore with an offer. Here was Dayton Moore telling this story on Eric Hosmer's podcast.
Think about a trade. We were in Houston in 13, and I got a call from Jeff Luhnow. I was sitting at the Starbucks coffee, and he said, I got a deal for you. I said, okay. He said, I'll trade you Altuve for Eric Hosmer. That's one, yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's real.
Oh. You're an idiot.
I said, nope. Nope.
That was Hosmer saying, you're an idiot for not making the trade. Now, just keep this in mind. In 2013, Hosmer had already finished, I think, top 3 for Rookie of the Year a couple years before that. Like, he was an ascending player.
Yeah.
Altuve was too, but he was on a team that was routinely losing 105 to 110 games a year, and he'd not yet won a batting title. He was just a promising, good, feel-good story.
He was the shoe-in. Every team needs to send an all-star,
Yes.
so we'll send Altuve because he's our best player.
That's right.
I could totally get, honestly, I would exonerate both sides on this one if the trade had, I'll exonerate them for not accepting the trade proposal, but also Luhnow for exploring it, perhaps, just because this would have been a year before J.D. Martinez was released, and then would go on to be a completely different player than he ever was with the Astros.
Yeah.
Like Luhnow was very open about like botching that, or at least not, really giving J.D. Martinez a chance. He didn't listen to the managers or the coaches at the time who said, "Hey, I think he actually has flipped the switch on this." That if you look at it before Altuve, it was, he's a guy that was very promising in a lot of ways, but also was just way outside the bell curve on what a Major League Baseball player looks like.
Yeah.
And it would have sucked it if it had happened. It just, I don't, you can't go back and do the butterfly effect and think, okay, what would they have done? It would have been far too early to have Hosmer on the team.
Yeah.
That's the part that perhaps maybe that's where it doesn't make sense. Like, you're in a position where you're trying to load up for the future, and the future wouldn't really come to fruition until 2015.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying I would have excused it, but it felt... I never would have forgiven him.
No.
I would have, even if the Astros still won the World Series and everything, I would have said that Luhnow needs to be fired after the 2017 World Series.
It is a weird butterfly effect thing. Like, that trade the rumored trade would have taken place before Altuve became a truly great player. He's a good player. He won 3 of the next 4 batting titles following this in 2014, 2015. And I believe 2017. 3 of those 4 years in there, he won the batting title. And even at that point, we didn't have any idea he turned into a guy with 25 to 30 home run power either. Like, there was no way to see that Jose Altuve was going to turn into what he became. And then be part of the teams that he's been part of. Like, imagining a Houston sports landscape without Jose Altuve is a very most popular athlete in the history of this city. And I'm like, that's not hyperbole. Like, he is arguably the most popular athlete in the history of the city.
You know what? Okay, here's the butterfly effect, at least the first one that sprung to mind, is that it probably would have meant no Yuli Gurriel,
Definitely
Yuli,
yeah.
Because you wouldn't have signed a first baseman if, let's say, Hosmer just stayed with the Astros and played first base for them through whenever. They definitely wouldn't have signed Yuli Gurriel because that was an aggressive signing. They went. That was being really aggressive for a player who at that time Major League Baseball didn't really know how to scout Cuban baseball players.
Yeah.
And the Astros were at the forefront of all that. So no Yuli in my life. Yeah, Altuve is one thing, but no Yuli in my life.
That would suck.
That's a hard no for me.
That's a tough putt, man, no doubt. I actually, looking at the other side of this thing too, since Kansas City won the World Series in 2015, if I'm a Royals fan, I'm okay with this. I'm okay that you didn't say yes, even knowing what Jose Altuve became. Like it's so rare to win a World Series. Only one team. There's 30 teams. Only one can win it every year. Hell, the Astros had by far the best team in the American League for nearly a decade. They only won 2 World Series in that time. It's hard to win a World Series. If you make that trade, Altuve for Hosmer, there's no guarantee that the world plays out the same way having made that trade. You know what I mean? Like there's no like I know that with Hosmer, if I'm a Royals fan, it's unquestionable that Altuve wound up having the better career by far. Hosmer, good player, made one All-Star team. His entire Altuve, Hall of Famer. You would have been probably a better team with Jose Altuve, but there's no guarantee that you win the 2015 World Series. That you won a World, especially in a market like Kansas City, where it's tough just to even compete, and they hadn't won a World Series in 30 years before that. 1985 was the last time. I am okay with Dayton Moore not making that trade just based on the fact that, hey, we won a World Series with Hosmer. I'll take it. I'll take it. And who knows if Altuve stays in Kansas City if you trade for him. Maybe he leaves and goes somewhere else. But that was just a wild thing to read. Boy, what a spitball. Hey, I'll trade you Hosmer for Altuve. The one thing Dayton Moore said, he's like, I don't like trading major leaguers for major leaguers. He likes it when the minor league guys are involved in the deal. He likes doing prospect deals. which is where the Astros should have been at that point. Yes.
In their development.
Yeah.
That is an odd. That's more than anything. If you take Altuve out of it, that's still the odd part of it. Like, why at that point would you be so aggressive in trading away a guy that look at him like a prospect almost, but a guy that's young, very promising, upside, cheap as hell? Why in 2013 would you do that? If only maybe that, I think it was might have been after the first game of 2014. Was it 2013 or 14? Luno had a tweet where he basically said this team's going to be really good much sooner than people think it will be, or something. Maybe he was a little bit too ambitious for when they were going to turn the corner.
I don't remember, but I think, Seth, if to answer your question, why getting rid of Altuve? Again, to that point, he guy who's going to hit 341 the next year.
Right.
It's a version of what you were just talking about with JD Martinez. They just didn't see the vision for him that he was going to become what he became. Hosmer was already a really good player for the Royals. I think if they had made that trade that day, the Astros, based on what the performance had been so far by both of those guys, and the fact that Altuve doesn't grade out if you look at him as a guy who's going to turn into what he turned into.
His OPS
probably
plus,
win that deal in the opinion of people that day.
In 2013, he ended up that was one of his lesser seasons as a pro. Yeah. He had a 283 batting average with a 678 OPS. The 283 is nice, but he was not. Remember, he didn't have that power early in his career.
That's right. Yeah.
That was something that was all of a sudden one year he showed up and holy crap, he's hitting for power.
2016.
This is the very next year, actually. Yeah.
2016, he hit 24 home runs. He hit double-digit home runs for the first time in 2015. Well, to your point, in 2013, he wasn't even the all-star representative for the Astros that year. It was Jason Castro.
In 2013, he had a below-average OPS plus. He had an 89 OPS plus, and it was, other than the COVID year, he was never anywhere close to that. He was just very much by OPS plus a way above average player the rest of the time, other than COVID.
Yeah.
So I was just
trades you don't make.
Yeah, and you know what? Also, Sean, who knows if Jose Altuve ends up being Jose Altuve outside of Houston?
I think that's a good point for anybody. You can't just take whatever their career was and say they'd have been the exact same guy if he was known for ecosystem, if he's
the thing about Luno, and when he's thinking about that in 2013, and Altuve hits 283, which is that's good and everything, but the next year he comes out and he wins the batting title
341
in 2014. Yeah,
225 hits.
That's a little. Whoof,
ooh, man. Yeah. Won an MVP in 2017. So that was wild. I'm glad that didn't happen. The other baseball trade thing, just to bring it into current day from this weekend, and this might be this probably would be the most depressing thing as a fan of a team, is when you draft number 1 overall, you clearly draft the best player in that draft. You draft somebody who might be the best at what they do in the sport right now. Paul Skeens is in the conversation for best pitcher in baseball in his second year. He's that good for the Pirates. This was Jeff Passan on the Pat McAfee show last week saying that the Pirates should be looking into trading Paul Skeens in his second year in the big leagues.
The Pirates, including 2025, have 5 years of club control before he reaches free agency. If they believe that they have absolutely no chance of signing him, then they should trade him. And you can make the argument that they should trade him now. I'm not going to, because I think the Pirates, with some of the players that they have coming up, they would have a chance to win if they were to go out and actually bring in some offensive players and sign some free agents. But the truth is, there are teams that already are going to ask about Paul. And I don't anticipate that he's going to be moved, but there's a real argument to be made that the best thing for the Pittsburgh Pirates would be to move Paul Skeens when he has his most value.
Every year.
It's a depressing reality.
I get it.
Yes, you can hear McAfee's from Pittsburgh, so you can hear him. He can hear his frustration in the background there.
This Pirates fans are special. The ones that are still hanging in there, man, they're a resilient bunch.
Dude.
Because it is. They should be relegated. They just have no hope for the future.
No hope.
Even
man.
when they have something nice, it turns to crap.
Well, and here's the thing too. That might be the biggest gap between quality of franchise and quality of their ballpark. Their ballpark is beautiful. Like, if I were a player and they could pay the money, that's a beautiful place to play baseball every night. It's awesome. It's an incredible ballpark, but there's 5,000 people in there every night. Good seats available everywhere in that ballpark. And
the only thing they have buzzworthy, really, it's a double whammy, is that Skeens' girlfriend is Livy Dunn.
Mm-hmm.
So they would lose both the Skeens and Livy Dunn, right?
Yeah.
Is that not his girlfriend?
It's his girlfriend. It absolutely is. They went both to LSU.
So Pittsburgh, that's got all of they can at least hang their hat on some type of relevance above and beyond baseball. All that goes out the window.
Dude, that is rock bottom. Like, when your team is being talked about, the best way to go about things, the best way to do it is to maybe flip the number 1 overall pick less than 2 years into having him on your team.
Yeah.
Anytime you get depressed, Houstonians, I don't think I've ever been there before.
We you know what though, we should, if the Astros got him, then all of a sudden we'd be influencer girlfriend hub.
Oh my God.
Because
Alex
Berrios' girlfriend Alex Earl
Yeah.
is huge influencer, and then Livy Dunn would be in town back on the Gulf Coast.
Oh my God, this might be a good thing for Houston. We got to get
it
Dana
done,
Brown.
Astros.
Yeah,
get it done.
Get it
I
done.
need relevance with all of these people that I've never heard of before, except that are apparently huge deals.
Send them
that Sketch Kid or something. I don't know. Whatever his deal is. Yeah. We've got Astros, Livy Dunn, Texans, Alex Earl, and Sketch.
Sketchster. All right, we'll get to Acknowledge Me in just a couple of minutes here. Payne and Pendergast with you. The people weighing in on the Altuve thing. More proof of how much luck you need for a dynasty to happen. Sometimes other teams save you from bad moves. That is 100% thing. I get for every championship team, there are probably 5 deals. For every good deal they made, there was probably 5 deals that was on the table that they could have made that they didn't, and they're glad that they didn't make those deals.
Trading Altuve for a really good baseball player at the time would be one thing. Just letting J.D. Martinez walk was probably, I feel like those two, in terms of karma or whatever, those two kind of balance each other out.
Sure.
Because it was totally understandable with J.D. Martinez. But J.D. Martinez that offseason had made these changes in his swing that ended up yielding great results because Luno didn't really want. Luno was already emotionally moved on from him, so JD Martinez really didn't get any at bats in spring training or anything.
Yeah,
and they let him go, and then he goes on to be just a very, very good player for a long time.
Yeah.
Those two balance out.
Okay. No walk-off home run against Aroldis Chapman. I cannot imagine a world where that's the case. That's a text message. Yeah, man, you don't get those Jose Altuve moments if he's Kansas City Royal, for sure. Luno probably texted Dayton Moore a thank you the next year. Maybe. I mean, it was a year later that Altuve all of a sudden went from being a good young player to a batting champion. So, yeah.
Yeah, 2013, I have to try to take myself back to then where he was he's just this lovable young guy remember he was clean-shaven a lot of the time back then? And, boy, you love these scrappy. If this team's going to suck, at least you've got scrappy kids like this doing everything they can. But in some ways it was an emblem of like, all right.
That was a bad team. Go look at the – Go to Baseball Reference, or don't if it's going to depress you.
Go to your emotional reservoir.
Yeah, go look at some of the lineups for those teams they were trotting out there in 2013. Oh, they lost 111 games. 111 games they lost that year.
That was the one thing that the people that were you're talking about bandwagons and such. The people that had to be educated that Dave Raymond was once a booth guy for the Astros was larger than I thought it would be. There were a lot of people being educated on yesterday's broadcast where Dave Raymond got in the booth with Jeff Blum.
Yep.
Whole lot of people crushing like this guy. What does he know about Houston? Why is he trading it? Why is he insulting Jeff Blum? And people had to gently explain, like, well, he was actually he was in the booth with Milo a bunch. Back in the day.
He and Brett Dolan split time with Milo back in the day. Yeah, that was
because nobody was listening back then,
dude.
or watching.
Yeah, it was literally text message. I was in Jacksonville this weekend and saw the Duval County sign and immediately thought of you guys and the Duval recording and the magnificent Gladstone's douchebaggery. It had me dying laughing. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that the sign for Duval County made you think of us, and then you were dying laughing. That's
Liam
nice.
Coe, that's a solid 1-2 combo of a head coach who's already got a really notable and hilarious soundbite, and then a GM who's got multiple versions of it. But that everybody, I feel bad for people in Jacksonville because they're 100% all in on both those guys, I think, and it's got real potential to blow completely up in their faces.
Yeah, especially like you're one coach removed from being all in on Urban Meyer, like it was.
Yeah, Urban Meyer, a lot to get excited about with his talk of discipline and competition and all of that other stuff.
Yep.
Did they bring it? They had Tim Tebow in camp, right?
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah. Because he was competing.
Yeah. Somewhere on this rundown, I've got unless I've deleted it, I keep a lot of things at the bottom of the rundown. Got it right here. Yeah. Oh, dude, I have a long list of Urban Meyer's escapades that I never deleted. It's at the bottom of our rundown. We might need a whole show for this.
I told you the story, right, about the teammate I had in Jacksonville back in the day who was going out with a really awesome young woman. She was really cool. Very, very pretty, too. But I was sitting in the cold tub with this kid. I don't want to say his name. This offensive lineman. And he was talking about his girlfriend, who I liked. She was really cool. And he was explaining to me the situation, which was her younger brother was like a really good football player, but he wasn't quite so sure about. He seemed to be getting a lot of buzz, but he had been homeschooled, and that meanwhile my friend had to go in and have weekly meetings with this girl's father about his faith because he was a missionary and with in the clergy or whatever his role was. And I was like, dude, man, this sounds weird. This all sounds weird, man. I don't know about this. Because, my friend was kind of like fresh out of college, wasn't quite sure. I was like, I don't know, man, this sounds weird. Lo and behold, turns out that this is Tim Tebow's sister that he's dating. Before anybody really knew who Tim Tebow was.
Oh, jeez.
And I think he's still married to her. I don't know. They ended up getting married to her and everything.
Okay.
After me telling him to bail on it before I knew anything about the entire situation. Yeah. She was awesome, though.
Was she?
Tebow's sister was awesome, yeah. That was and I felt bad about telling him he had to bail on it. That was before I really got to know her. Yeah. And then after I hung out with him a couple times, I was like, oh, she's cool as hell.
Yeah.
You can't assert this, man, but she's really she's a keeper.
That's probably fun for him too. Like, how much older was she than old Timmy?
I think quite a few years. Yeah, because she was
right?
already working. She was actually, I think, working for the Jaguars at the time while Tebow was still in high school.
Yeah, like you were like
so
Tebow
it was way before any of that stuff.
Tebow was a freshman at Florida in 2006.
Like, but a lot about Tebow's story, if you don't know what he became, sounds a little weird. Like classic, like the worst stereotypes of homeschool kid and everything.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, man. And the father's making you meet with him once a week to talk about your faith and all this. It sounded like he was being pulled into a cult.
Okay, so that was
he kind of was.
Okay, so Tebow's dad is the person in the story. Okay.
Yeah, the father.
Wow. Okay. Man, there you go. And yet Tebow went and played for Urban Meyer. You know, like
the two bastions of everything that's right and good in America.
Played for Urban Meyer and with Aaron Hernandez. Yeah.
Yes. He counseled Aaron Hernandez,
Crazy.
helped him out with all of his these demons that he had.
Boy, this list of Urban things is just too long for this segment. Remember when he didn't start Trevor Lawrence in training camp that year? He said quarterback was going to be a competitive situation.
I'm cool with that. Why? What's wrong with that?
That was okay. Sorry, no, that was
Trevor.
Trevor.
That with C.J. Stroud.
That was Trevor's rookie year. No, I'm sorry. I thought it was Trevor's second year that he did that. I got the years mixed up. I forgot that they both came in together. Boy, what a recipe for success. Forgot players' names. Doesn't know what they're doing. Didn't know what players were doing. Doesn't fly home with the team after a Week 4 loss. That's when he went up to.
But I kind of side with Urban on that one.
Yeah.
Some kickers deserve a kicking. That's the question you ask in that. None of the Jacksonville media members asked, well, did he deserve a kicking? You know, and I feel like he did. It wasn't like he hauled off and pulled a ditty on him or something. I think he just gave him like a nudge with his foot, and the kicker acted like he flopped NBA style.
Got fined for OTAs being too physical. This is a good one. Then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. Remember when he berated his assistant coaches and had them defend their resumes to him? Like, what have you ever done? Like, you hired these guys. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was a little bit of a. There's some Tom Coughlin in him there too. Did Coughlin hire him, or was Coughlin gone? Coughlin was gone by then, because Coughlin was the president. Remember the team?
Yeah. Coughlin. I think Coughlin was gone by then.
Yeah,
I think Coughlin was gone. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Let's do Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend, noteworthy things happening in the world of sports. We do it every Monday at about this time. We will say a name, and then our producer, Ben Gary, will hit the Roman Reigns.
Acknowledge me.
We will acknowledge them for whatever the case may be. We'll start off with Isaac Paredes.
Acknowledge me.
Second game-winning home run in a week on Sunday. Of course, he had the walk-off earlier in the week at home. And then that was a big one last night, man. They've come up with some gutsy wins lately for a team that is highly inept offensively still. They've had some gutsy wins over the last week and a half, man. And Isaac Paredes with a home run, classic Isaac Paredes home run, pulled down the left field line, top being a home run to where Dave Raymond was wondering, did he catch it? Did he? Nope, he didn't catch it. So barely snuck inside the foul pole and over the left field fence, but last I checked, that counts the same as a 500-foot home run in the box score. Paredes, Seth, I was thinking this weekend, we're probably due for a Circle of Trust pretty soon. We're coming up on 50 games into the season. And I don't know who's going to be in it and who's not going to be in it. I know as of right now, if we were to do one, Isaac Paredes would be in the Circle of Trust for me now.
Last 28 days, he's got an 894 OPS.
Yes,
which for this team that has not hit for power as a group much at all.
Yeah,
he's become exactly what you're hoping for.
He's basically peak Jordan compared to the rest of this team. 894 is good for anybody, but for this team, it's amazing. And he's been excellent defensively too. He's been excellent defensively for this team. So, wanted to acknowledge that. He's had some big hits the last couple of weeks for the Astros. So, Isaac Paredes, you've been acknowledged. The Oklahoma City Thunder. Acknowledging them, not because I like them, nor am I rooting for them to win the NBA championship, but I'm acknowledging them for at least taking the relevance of the regular season in the NBA off of life support. We were on the verge, if Denver had won that Game 7, of having the only 3 teams in the NBA to go over 60 wins all get knocked out of the playoffs by the end of the second round.
Yeah.
The Celtics, you can blame it partially on losing Jason Tatum, I suppose. But they were still messing around with the Knicks, even with Tatum healthy in that series. Cleveland got out in Oklahoma City. Had to go to a Game 7 to get it done, but they got it done in a big way. They won by more than 30 points against the Nuggets in Game 7.
You know, the other little gift that keeps on giving, too, is that it firmly thrusts Jokic into an offseason full of, how good is he really debates, and how good is Jokic versus other all-time big men and what have you. A lot of fuel to the fire there. So good job. That's you're gonna sustain ESPN broadcasting and content creation for at least 2 months on that.
Well, they're a team that needs to hire a coach and hire a GM, too. Like, they were going through the entire postseason with interims in both of those spots, Not that the GM matters in the postseason, but it matters now in the offseason, for sure.
Somebody asked Jokic whether Adelman should keep his job, and Jokic basically said, that's above my pay grade. That's tough situation to be in. It is above his pay grade, but I don't know. That's one. If you try to just give lip service, like say the right thing, it might come off looking even worse. Yeah. If you say, yeah, sure, he seems like a capable coach. Yes, that would be great if we kept him. Not a passionate plea to keep him, though.
No, it doesn't sound like it at all. Yeah, I didn't see that clip. All right. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese.
Acknowledge me!
I'm going to acknowledge them because this is how you get eyeballs on the WNBA. This was a little dust-up that took place in the Indiana and Chicago game over the weekend. Caitlin Clark with a hard foul on Angel Reese.
Strong on a three. And look out, Caitlin Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up afterwards, has something to say as Clark walks away. We know there are always increased eyeballs, energy, and attention around the matchups between Reese and Clark, and Angel Reese is still going after Caitlin Clark in the aftermath.
This is good, man. This is how you the one thing people have been saying, Seth, about these NBA playoffs is that it feels a lot more like the olden days when teams are getting in each other's faces and they're playing physical. People seem to like this, of all ages.
I'm wondering about that just because it does also seem to have attracted this incident especially has attracted the non-basketball fan into the fray. Yeah. So how many of those people are here to stay? Because the people that don't even understand the concept of a flop are irate and livid that somehow Caitlin Clark would throw her to the ground like that. And not even acknowledging that at the very least, if you're a basketball person, you're saying, all right, well, there was a flop there. Or the fact that Caitlin Clark got mostly ball on that hard foul to prevent an easy path 2 points. And also ignoring the fact that Angel Reese gave a good two-handed shove to the Indiana player in front of her to get the rebound. Yeah. I think it is good. Look, grudge matches are always good for basketball, no matter what. This particular incident, it feels like 90% of people commenting about it don't have a single clue about basketball itself.
That's fair. I thought, me personally, I was not proportional to the level of the foul. I thought it was just
100% not.
Yeah, she went
not
flailing.
Even close.
Yeah. So I felt that. I also, it looked like Angel Reese was ready to haul off and punch Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark fouled her and then just kind of turned around and walked away, literally walked down to the other end of the court. Yeah. But if you go back and watch that, now there's a still shot. If you can pause anything and make it look like in your mind it would have played out a certain way. But I thought this too, like Angel Reese had kind of like bowed up her fist and looked like she was ready to swing or do something. And an Indiana player kind of stepped in and kind of hooked her elbow to prevent her from doing it. So that would have been interesting if it got even more physical after the actual foul. But I thought, look, it's about the reaction and impressions and things like that. Like I thought, Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese, as a sports fan, I'll watch those games. Just on the off chance that we might see something like what we saw. I like the conflict. I'm a WWE guy. What do you want? All right, back to the NBA. Brian Windhorst.
Acknowledge me.
I'm acknowledging him for surviving an onslaught outside Madison Square Garden on Friday. This was Brian Windhorst as he was wrapping up his ESPN duties. What looked to be a digital stream feed that he was on. He was wrapping up his duties after the Knicks finished off the Celtics in Game 6 on Friday. This is the first time we've been on the air since then to talk about that game. They destroyed the Celtics. They ran them off the floor. They're on to the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks are. So this is Brian Windhorst wrapping up his digital streaming duties for
Producers who came here to the Garden tonight and are going out to humanity. I'm just walking to my hotel. I'll be fine. Thank you to Bontemps as well. We'll talk to you in a couple days.
Okay, he said, I'll be fine. I'm just walking to my hotel. And then this.
A few moments later.
How do you feel about Boston losing? I don't give a f***. Knicks is sick. Me. Suck all that now. Suck all that now. What do you got to say?
Okay, that's a Knicks fan right up in Brian Windhorst.
Right up in his
Brian
face,
Windhorst
yeah.
is literally walking with like his satchel over his shoulder, walking back to his hotel, and yes, right up in his face, screaming, asking him a question, and going, he did like The Rock, it doesn't matter what you think about this. Some of the footage.
He handled it pretty well, and I feel like he
did.
Windhorst, he almost as if to say, the look in his eye was like, dude, I went through high school looking like this. You think I haven't dealt with bullies far greater than and scarier than you?
Right.
And he also got a little bit of the treatment of now Brian Windhorst knows what it's like to be some of these women reporters that have to try to do stand-ups in front of fan bases, and they get harassed constantly and annoyed. Windhorst got a little fantasy camp in that regard.
Have you seen some of the footage of these Knicks fans outside Madison Square Garden?
Scary.
It's scary, man. It is. It's like the White Walkers coming through the wall. Like they're throwing bags of ice. And there's a guy wearing a Tyrese Halliburton jersey just walking down the street, and these Knicks fans, like hundreds of them, walk up on the guy, and they're throwing bags of ice at the guy.
Did you see the kid up in Times Square, like a big digital billboard or whatever?
No.
It was kind of scary looking, and then I saw later he was doing like a selfie video from it, and that looked even worse.
Yeah.
It was. I can't imagine. Hopefully there's no serious injuries there.
I hope not. But they put us in a position where we're rooting for the Indiana Pacers in the conference finals. I just can't. Like these Knicks fans. There's a follower of mine on Twitter put it best. He said Knicks fans are Boston fans on bath salts.
Oh yeah, well it's more pent up with the Knicks fans.
That's true too. Yeah,
Boston fans are going to Boston, but they've had so much success in the last couple decades in all their sports that it's still. They can still be a little blasé about some stuff, where this is a whole lot of pent-up. Like, these guys have been bowing up their chests for decades with no reason for it.
Yep.
Now they have an actual reason to bow up or puff up their chests.
They're favored.
And it's going to get ugly, man.
They're favored in this series. They got home court because Cleveland and Boston both knocked out. Knicks are next up on the board as a 3 seed. Tony Kemp.
Acknowledge me.
Love Tony Kemp. He's retiring after 9 seasons in MLB. Beloved member of the 2017 Astro World Series champions, all-around good dude. Shortest DH in postseason history, 5'6". When hit, makes him sound like some sort of like circus act. Like, hey, it's 5'6" DH, shortest in postseason history. That's how banged up the Astros were in 2018. Remember, that was a season they got knocked out, I think, in the ALCS in 5 games. Hinch had to use Kemp as a DH in 2018. He would have Kemp on the triple threat with me and Rich and Ted. He was great. He was a phenomenal interview. If he wants to get into broadcasting, he should dip his toe in the water. I don't know if that means he'll make a great broadcaster, but he's very knowledgeable, very articulate, good energy, easy to like. MLB. I think the MLB network is the best of the league-based networks, I think they'd be wise to give him a tryout, Tony.
Oh, you're right. No, I think he was they would be the ones that are most would use him the best. It seems like they have a bunch of guys on MLB network that are just really good at explaining the game, nice personalities, all of that stuff. Whereas some of the other league networks, it's just like they want to get the biggest name with the biggest personality, or sometimes the NFL. I don't know what the NFL Network strategy is. He'd be really good at that, and he was. As you know, anytime they talked about him in Oakland, you'd just see and read all these little tidbits about how beloved he was in Oakland. Yeah,
they love him. Good clubhouse guy. So Tony Kemp, we acknowledge you. Last one.
Not that he can do anything in Oakland anymore, but they're just amongst the fans, the A's fans at
There's
least.
people there that like
That's
him.
a shame. You know what? Tony Kemp's the kind of guy that, especially if he were to he's got 2 places where he might have an inside shot at getting a team role. Either with Space City or something. Yeah. But they go to Vegas, and those Vegas fans don't have that emotional attachment, and he's not an all-time A's grade or anything like that. So it's really maybe he ends up in with the
Do the A's fans, though, travel like the Raider fans do? Like, I feel like the Raiders are in Vegas, but they've got the exact same fan base. You know, like
right. No, I don't think I would doubt it. It's not going to be that same dynamic.
I don't know. Garrett, the web guy's, I'm sure, listening. He's a huge A's fan.
It's going to be more like Tennessee and the Titans, the way they're not as worried about whatever happened in Houston back in the day.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's any sort of semblance of that. Hulk Hogan.
They don't travel well to their home games.
No, that's true.
They're going to travel to away to games
point.
in Las Vegas.
That's the best point you made in that argument right there. So they don't travel to their home games. All right, Hulk Hogan.
Acknowledge me.
Looking to revive. There we go. Turn that up. This is what a real. Not that loud, Ben. Wow.
He likes Hulk Hogan.
Looking to revive the Hooters brand, Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan, who's had good success with his beer. He's got a brand called Real American Brands. He's got Hulk Hogan's Real American Beer. He's done pretty well with that. Seth, is looking to revive the Hooters brand, which, as we know, they've been shuttering restaurants left and right. But he feels like Hulk Hogan that there's nothing more American than Hooters out there.
Is he actually officially teamed up with them, or did he just say something about it?
That's a good question.
They're coming out of bankruptcy.
Yeah.
See, I read the article and I misread it. I thought Real American Beer was made by Hooters or something.
Nope.
And that they were doing the kind of the Sports Illustrated and Playboy route where, all right, we're not doing our core business very well anymore, so let's just at least start licensing a bunch of stuff since the Hooters for Real American Beer or something.
Yeah, he wants to acquire the Hooters intellectual property as part of a mission to take over existing brands that represent what America is all about. Freedom, grit, and good times. And bring them back to relevance. He said this. The folks at Real American said, Hooters, so this isn't Hogan, this is people with his brand. Hooters is more than just wings and nostalgia. It's part of the American story. We see enormous potential to modernize the brand without losing its bold identity. Under our umbrella, Hooters will return to the spotlight as a symbol of unfiltered Americana, fun, fearless, and proudly American.
It's going to end up being Hooters will not be a restaurant so much as it's like they're going to have Hooters parties and put their names on products and stuff in Hulk's view of it.
And Hulk Hogan's face will be front and center. Yeah, they talk about it in here, like things like gaming.
Yeah.
You know, like it'll be, adjacent type stuff. Digital content, consumer products, gaming, and more in hopes of engaging with younger crowds.
Why don't we need to get into the licensing business, Sean?
Payne
and Pendergast.
That is the sweet
hotel.
nectar, man.
Yeah. Lots of couches.
Yeah.
Lots of, lots of people doing your physical labor for you for the Pendergast side of things. And It's
so true. It's so true. We'll have the best help at the hotel ever.
The concierge can help you remember people's names for my side of it.
There you go. Yeah. What
concierges? I'm always jealous of those, the people it's an important person, and they've got an assistant by their side before people come up to talk to them. They're like, "This is Jennifer from accounting.
Yeah.
This is Steve. He's the ambassador from Zimbabwe. Steve, the ambassador from Zimbabwe." That would be me without the assistant.
Right.
The ambassador from Zimbabwe comes up. I'm like, Steve. No, not even close.
No, not even close. It gives you some 6-syllable name. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was Acknowledge Me. We do that each and every week. Which Texans home game is the hottest ticket right now? I looked this up over the weekend. We figured out where we're going for our road trip, me and Amy. But which Texans ticket? This was a little surprising to me that this is far and away the hottest ticket according to the ticket apps. We will get to that coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento. Should acknowledge him. He fixed my sleep. You know how hard it is to fix that?
flag. Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, I went and got the full exchange between Michael Strahan and Bill Belichick regarding Belichick's girlfriend that included not just the last 40 seconds of the interview, but the 30 seconds before that. Does our opinion on it change? I was a little upset with Strahan that it felt like a throwaway question at the end, but maybe my opinion changes when we play this. We'll do that at the top of the hour. I was surprised. I was spending a lot of time on the ticket apps this weekend, Seth, because Amy and I were scoping out tickets for our road trip we're taking during the Texans bye week. And the Houston sports teams all naturally pop up on my ticket apps because of geo-tracking and whatnot. And wonder what the prices are for Texans tickets. I just remember 2-3 years ago before C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans got here, like, okay, so half the schedule you can get in for about $15 if you want to, if you really want to be inside the stadium. And the prices have gone up, obviously, on Texans tickets. It's a hotter ticket now. Some games are hotter than others. I was very surprised to see that far and away the hottest ticket based on the get-in price for the game. So the minimum you got to pay to get a seat in NRG Stadium is for the San Francisco 49ers game in Week 8. $237 is the minimum you've got to pay to get into that 49ers game in Week 8 right now.
Feels like I've seen that before when the 49ers come to town. I think they're
it doesn't happen very often.
Well, as you pointed out, too, the 49ers fans are actually a lot scarier than the Raiders fans back in the day when they were in Oakland. Even though Oakland does better at dressing up in costumes, or they did, and throwing batteries. But by and large, the stabbings you would hear about tended to be at 49ers.
Yeah,
games.
Legit criminal stuff. Yeah.
So there's a passion there that you don't expect necessarily out of Northern California, and yet they also for all of California's economic woes, there's still a lot of super rich people in San Francisco.
That's true.
So I think their fan base is probably they've got a lot of people that don't mind traveling a weekend here or there.
What would you have guessed would have been the hottest ticket on the Texans schedule?
Probably
Okay.
so, and that's a pretty easy trip from Denver.
Yeah.
So I was surprised that the Broncos was so much lower than the 49ers.
Yeah, it's about $100 less the get-in price for that one. The Bills, I would have guessed Bills. I was expecting Bills Thursday Night Football because I want to say the Bills game last year because they played them at home last year too.
Yeah,
I want to say that was a super hot ticket. And to your point, Bills fans do travel as well. Like they travel.
Bills fans, they travel really well to those Houston games too. Because a lot of times I'll have family come down and visit for those games, so I'll sit up in the suite and I get a pretty good view of just a better view of how many Bills fans there are there. And but they also I think for Bills fans they might enjoy traveling down to an area of the country where opposing fans aren't treated quite so violently.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the Northeast, you're an opposing fan. Man, you're putting your family's life in peril.
Yep.
Where in Houston, it's way more. Really, anywhere outside the Northeast, it's just way more relaxed.
Yeah, way more friendly. So Niners $237, Bills are second at $190 get-in price. Broncos third, $139, and then the Buccaneers the home opener, $113 for the home opener against the Buccaneers. The other interesting thing here is that the division games, as you can imagine, are all way down the list because A, you play them every year, so there's not a novelty to it, and B, none of those teams are very good right now. The Cardinals are below everybody, though, man. Nobody wants to see old Kyler Murray play. $71 to go see them play the Cardinals. That's less than the Titans.
Is there much trouble, they're remembering that the A's aren't in Oakland anymore?
Yeah.
And every now and then I'll have a St. Louis Rams slip in. The Cardinals still have never felt to me like they're almost like a team without a city. I just don't. And they've been there for how many years now? 40?
Oh, yeah. No, since I was in college, like late 80s.
Yeah. I have never 100% in my brain or in my heart embraced the fact that the Cardinals are in Arizona.
That's good. I don't think Arizona has either, so don't feel bad.
Yeah.
The one that I have the hardest time with is still the Chargers. I still want to say San Diego every time I see Chargers. The LA
Chargers that's been a tough one, especially because it was just a hike right up the road.
Yeah,
that it feels whatever goes into your brain and figuring that. The thing that bothers me about the Colts and it's good for Texans fans that it doesn't drive ticket prices up, but the fact that the AFC South it also includes like a couple of really small cities in Indianapolis and Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I mean, the Houston GDP is probably greater than the entire state of Indiana.
Maybe.
Obviously, it's not great. It might be higher than the state of Tennessee as well.
Yeah.
So, like, Nashville isn't a big city either.
Yep.
Houston's the only major city in it, and I guess maybe that protects us a little bit, at least when it comes to ticket prices.
Maybe. Text message, Niner fans travel well. There's a good amount of them in Houston. Another text message, a lot of California transplants out here these days, ! So, there you go. It's, Niners, $237 if you want to go. Amy and I, we made our trip. We are doing the Rams-Ravens game on Sunday, and we are doing the Bears-Commanders game on Monday. Yes.
That's going to talk about ticket prices.
It is done.
I'm guessing you're going to get in, I bet, for $1,000 minimum between the two of you, right? And that's if you're buying the cheap seats. Those are some high-profile games.
They are.
And especially Washington. I know Washington back in the day was one of the most expensive tickets out there. Back before people had just abandoned them and given up on them.
Baltimore, I looked up Baltimore. Baltimore will be able to get in, not great seats, we'll be able to get in for a couple hundred apiece. Washington, we have angles we're working on Washington.
Work those angles, Sean.
We'll be okay. We'll be okay on Washington. We'll be fine. But that'll be fun. Two NFL games in a 24-hour period there, so that'll be good. Kudos to the texters who, when I put the games out there last week that we were pondering, the text page was the first entity to say, hey, you should do both. You should do Baltimore and Washington. And we are. Flight's not too bad either, so there you go. All right, I promised it. We've got the full excerpt of Belichick talking about his girlfriend with Michael Strahan. And a question, if you're divorced, would you allow your ex access to your bank accounts? There's one prominent person in the sports world who says, absolutely I do. I'm very curious about people's takes on this. We will get to that in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll circle back to the Astros, too. Split with the Rangers over the weekend, but the bigger news is in the pitching staff. We'll get to all that in the 8 o'clock hour.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. So, Bill Belichick did his interview on Friday on Good Morning America with Michael Strahan. We played one little snippet of it at the end of the show because that's what was popping up on our timeline, where Strahan asked about the entire exchange on the Jordan Hudson part of it. My takeaway on Friday was it was the very last question that Strahan asked, and essentially he was just more or less checking to see if Belichick was happy more than anything else. And Belichick kind of said, I'm not going to talk about my personal relationships. However, as the internet will do, they only pulled out the part that feels the most sensational at the end, where Belichick just kind of ducks the question and whatnot, and it's a throwaway at the end. Here was the complete exchange with Strahan. This is him bringing up Jordan Hudson. So let's see if we feel any differently about this answer in this exchange here. This is important stuff. Michael Strahan and Bill Belichick on his girlfriend.
I know that a lot has been made also in the professional life, but also of your personal life, because it's spilled over into your professional life in a lot of ways, and a lot has been made about your relationship with Jordan Hudson. It's been getting a lot of attention. She isn't here this morning, but what do you think about all the attention that your relationship has been getting?
Yeah, well, she's been terrific, through the whole process, and she's been very helpful to me. She does the business things that don't relate to North Carolina that come up in my life, so I can concentrate on football, and that's really what I want to do. I acknowledged her in the book. She was very helpful on that with the tribute pages, and also giving a perspective of the book from kind of a business side. Sometimes I get a little football technical, and so she did a good job of keeping me on balance there.
So what did Jordan mean to you?
Well, we have a good personal relationship, and I'm not talking about personal relationships, Michael. You know that.
Okay, I know that, Coach. But I'm saying, are you happy?
Yeah.
You look happy.
Yeah.
I never thought only happy people do yoga, Coach. Only happy people do yoga. Well, I know a lot's been made about all of this, and I just hope that the focus gets back on you and if you're happy, we're all happy for you.
I appreciate it, Michael.
And I wish you well at UNC. Good luck this year coaching, and the art of winning. You know a lot about that, and I appreciate you being here this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks a lot.
All right, Coach.
Okay, this is the thing that when it comes to Belichick's family, that's where the UNC stuff is one thing, but the fact that the 24-year-old girlfriend is the guy that he feels safe entrusting his business affairs to, that would freak me the hell out. Because it's like, Dad, what are you doing? She went to school for cosmetology. She's 24 years old. Like, what on earth are you doing?
Yeah.
Saying, don't worry, she's not involved with the UNC football program. She's just handling the money side of things.
That's what
my 24-year-old girlfriend. Duh.
Now that's interesting, because it's a fair point. At a 30,000-foot level, that does sound like, what are you doing here? I do wonder if she's handling any of the money. Maybe the business side for him might be the PR for the book. Handling publishers.
Which I would still say, again, she's 24 years old, and that's not her core business.
100%, but that's different than her being being involved, like having access to all the accounts and things like that.
Yeah. If I'd found out she was a cosmetology major, but that actually then owned her own beauty shop or something, P&L. But I'm not so sure she understands the P&L.
No, I think that's probably fair. Now, I will say this, like that, we only played the exchange from the point where Strahan says, what does Jordan Hudson mean to you? And Belichick kind of hemmed and hawed about personal relationships. Are you happy? Yeah, like the last 40 seconds. It was different when Belichick actually talking about her, expounding upon it a little bit, like softens what I felt was maybe a little softness on Strahan's part on Friday.
It wasn't a no comment.
Strahan is off the hook for me now. That was fine. Yeah. That was a fine exchange on Jordan Hudson there.
I think the whole thing there that's interesting, if they'd had more time to have a conversation about that, the interesting part now is that the business side and the athletic side is more intertwined now than it ever has been in college football.
Yeah.
And that's where I could see the break-in period with UNC being a little bit of, all right, how do we clarify where the lines are and where do we draw the lines? That there is a business side to this, there's a PR side to it, everything else, but the administration doesn't want Jordan Hudson involved in any of the actual official university business.
Yeah.
That's just, it could get messy and murky. If they were at a private school where they didn't have these right to information acts where people can go in and find these emails and everything, it probably wouldn't be nearly as scintillating, I suppose.
Yep, probably so. All right, so we play that to for me, Strahan, you're off the hook. That was fine. Someone texting in, Michael coming in with a hard-hitting journey, 60 minutes, like where they're grilling Belichick. That Strahan did fine in that interview.
Honestly, though, this is where it would worry me. In terms of if you're close to Belichick, is it just feels so much like Easterby was in Houston, where you've got this person that like, oh, they're taking care of all this hard stuff that I don't want to do. With Belichick and O'Brien, it very much felt like those guys realized that, okay, well, I've got a pretty hard edge, and, today's modern athlete and the youth might not really, I don't get them, so I'm going to bring in this guy who's a personality expert, or at least can sell himself as such, and he's going to handle all that stuff for me.
Yeah.
He'll help soften my edges and whatnot. It's sometimes when you want to hit the easy button and you choose the wrong person, it can go really, really haywire.
Yeah. North Carolina's must-watch for me this season, man. They're up. I got to come up with that list, like, Colorado must watch, just like the post Shedeur and Travis Hunter. Like can Deion keep it going with no Shedeur, no Travis Hunter? North Carolina way up the list of teams to watch for me this year, just out of curiosity to see. They would be even if Jordan Hudson didn't exist. Like Belichick operating in the college world is super interesting to me. Like how this works out in North Carolina.
They, I guess like what's success for them this year? If they got 10 wins, that would be a huge. That's basically what they've said is they want to be a team that can perennially get 10+ wins.
It'd be huge. Like, can you imagine like if Belichick has this team in the conversation for an ACC title game appearance? That means college football playoff.
Their expected win total right now is 7.5 wins.
Yeah. I mean, there's.
Did you go the over on it right now?
I would go
with all your deep dive research on UNC football.
I would go the over on that right now. I don't think it's a great conference, and I think Belichick is going to see the game. Even Belichick at half speed is going to see the game. Like Belichick against Dabo Swinney. Sitting those two down at a chess table with each other, Belichick will have checkmate in 45 seconds.
Well, this is where he has an advantage. The same way Harbaugh at Stanford turned a perceived weakness into a strength.
Yeah.
What Harbaugh would say is, look, we're not going to be able to recruit the same types of athletes because of the academic standards, but the guys that we do have, you can expect a higher level of performance and maturity, et cetera, out of like your standard freshman class that you recruit. So, and he ran a very professional program at Stanford, and they did really well. So I think if you're going to run an NFL-style program, a place with more academically selective admissions is the right place to do it, and he'll probably get above and beyond what the recruiting stars tell you they would. So I'll take the over on it.
Yeah.
I don't like actually becoming a championship caliber team or something. That's a whole other ballpark.
Okay, 8-4 gets you your over. That's cool. Dave Portnoy is the founder of Barstool, and it's a tremendous success story. Built a local brand up in Boston into a literally like hundreds of millions of dollars industry. He's very, very successful. He's also divorced. Don't know when he got divorced. Back in the day, Dave Portnoy sat down with Shannon Sharp on the Club Shay Shay podcast, and Portnoy revealed, and keep in mind, this is somebody who's worth literally 9 figures, Dave Portnoy, revealed something that anybody who's been through a divorce probably side-eyed the hell out of this clip right here. His ex-wife has access to his bank accounts.
Hold on. Is it true your ex-wife have access to your bank account?
Yeah. I told you, I trust her implicitly.
I beg your pardon?
Implicitly. I trust her. If she wanted to take it, she could. There's very few people that you meet where you can trust implicitly. And to be honest, she was there when we were living at the in-laws' house. She was there when we couldn't afford a hamburger. She was there through the grind. She, to me, just like we kind of separated when we started making it, so she doesn't get to enjoy any of that. To me, that's not right.
Wow.
I'm a loyalty guy.
You are a boy. You loyal to the song for real.
Yeah.
I don't know too many people doing that.
No, it surprises people. But she could have, if she wanted to do something with it, she could have done with it a long time ago.
Okay. So she's got access to those tens of millions of dollars in Dave Portnoy's bank account. So.
All right, this is a question that I had the entire time, and I didn't watch the full interview. I watched like the 2 minutes on social media. Maybe at some point Shannon asked this question. Most people remember, he sold the company for $500 million, then bought it back for $1. Yeah. Well, it's still a very viable company and still making a whole lot of money.
Still doing great, yeah.
So he's got a big. Most people who have hundreds of millions of dollars don't have one bank account. So I think that they have a shared account and that she's involved with it. Obviously, I'm skeptical that she's got access to all.
Right. Can she change the composition of his portfolio?
Yeah. I think there's a spending account. There's a check. She might have access to the money market checking account or something. But I'm skeptical that she's got access to all of his money.
Yeah, I can just tell you, like that what he said and the decision he's made is a way easier decision to make when you've got all that money in the bank. Like, yeah, sure, no problem. You again, if you like you said, if you partition it off properly.
I think at the very least, though, and credit to Portnoy, he didn't come right out and say it in the clips I saw, but I mean, he's saying everything but saying, look, I screwed the marriage up. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
You know, like it was play the next clip.
Yeah, here we go. This is basically, you can tell there's no real limit on the financial help that he'd give.
Is she married?
She's dating somebody, boyfriend.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah. I want her to be happy. It's true.
Well, then she can't get no more access, Dave. She got to cut off, cut a little.
I won't even notice if it's gone.
You mean to tell me she might?
I mean, if she takes it all.
No. But she might take, like, you know what? I'm gonna have this extravagant wedding. I'm gonna spend $500,000 on a wedding. You cool with?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Lord have mercy. What did you learn during that marriage about yourself?
She's still my best friend. Like, we get along
better as friends than in a relationship.
Yeah, but she was with me at the beginning of this company. And, like, if she called me right now, it's like, I need you, I'd be there.
All right, so I Googled one other thing. I'm on this show who's been through a divorce before, and I get along great. Yeah. I get along great with my ex-wife. Whatever issues we had, certainly money was probably part of it at some point, but I'm not even close to the stratosphere Portnoy is in. I Googled, does Dave Portnoy have kids? No. Dave Portnoy does not have children. He has publicly stated that his experience with children, particularly annoying kids, has reinforced his decision not to have any. This is AI informing me of this. He's also mentioned that his estranged wife, Renee Portnoy, still has access to his finances due to their amicable split, further indicating that they do not have children.
Look. This is like 100% if you think about the timeline of it all. And he basically, at one other point, he said, it was when things blew up big that the marriage went south.
Yeah.
Portnoy's off, going to all these different parties and everything. You can just imagine probably what life was like for him. And she, may have stayed the exact same person and still loves Dave Portnoy, but obviously the marriage isn't going to work out. I get it. I don't know. I'm not nearly as shocked as Shannon Sharp. I guess I would have to know. I'm skeptical that she has complete access to all the money, but Portnoy does kind of sound like she does have access to all the money.
Portnoy sounds like a guy who's got a few $100 million and is like, yeah, cool. Like, here's $500,000. Did you see the thing with him? The kids that had that sign at his bar in Philadelphia. It was like an anti-Semitic sign.
Yeah.
And it turned into a big deal. Like it's turned into a much bigger deal. He was to Auschwitz to educate them on like he was ready to pay for their trip over there as instead of me embarrassing you, I'm going to send you over here and pay for the trip, that kind of thing. Like,
I don't know. I'm not at the spot where I can start pointing to the nobility of Dave Portnoy.
I'm not even calling him noble. I'm just saying that I'm not saying. To be clear, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about like he's just like, it's going to cost $20,000 to send these kids, or whatever it is. Like
the most surprising part of that entire exchange, honestly, to me, was Shannon Sharp saying she's got a boyfriend and you're cool with that. I'm like, well, yeah. Like, Dude, how psychotic do you want me to be?
Yeah.
She left me after I was off doing whatever. We broke up. Yeah, at some point she's gonna get a boyfriend. I'm not gonna try. I'm concerned about Shannon's view of relationships. Obviously, the bank account stuff is a pretty extreme thing. But like, yeah, she's gonna have a boyfriend at some point if you get divorced, and it's a much healthier place to be cool with her having a boyfriend.
100%. No,
you mean you're not controlling her with evil head games? What are you not doing? What are you doing here, Dave?
No. And I want to be very clear about something when I bring up the kids, because both my sons listen to this show.
Yeah.
I don't bring that up because the kids are the reason you get a divorce. The kids are that they're in any way like causing all this. I'm just saying like it makes it a much more complicated relationship when you've got kids involved with it, to keep it from getting contentious at times and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, like that's all I'm saying there. James and Sammy, if you're listening, you're at no fault here.
I think that's it does show. I'm intrigued by their relationship now. I'm surprised he hasn't turned it into some kind of a reality video series on
now. It's
social
out there.
media channels. Or whatever.
Let's see. Zero chance text message. Zero chance my ex has access to 1 penny of mine. I think that's how most guys feel. Again, Portnoy's got a few $100 million. He can be a little more loose with the purse strings. Someone points out Shannon Sharp giving woman advice. Okay.
I know. It sounds very, very unique, but I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to think of it. If somehow, like, Brandy and I have been married for 23 years now.
Yep.
If something happened and we got divorced, I can't imagine it being because of anything she did. It would have been me, like, I don't know, the CTE takes hold or something.
Yeah.
And I would very much trust her. But now when another guy gets involved, that's where it does get. If all of a sudden she gets married or something, then all of a sudden it's him having access to my bank account.
Yeah.
That's where it gets dicey.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
No, I got to vet that guy. I got to sit down with him. I got to vibe him out.
So for Shannon, that might have been the perspective he was looking at it.
That's
it's like,
what I
okay,
thought.
wait a second. Now this guy's got access to your money. If she gets married, this guy, by extension of your wife, has access to your money.
That's what I thought, because, again, we divided those two clips up. Keep in mind, the beginning of that second clip happened 2 seconds after Portnoy said all this stuff. Yeah. Curious what people think about this, man. F Barstool, F Dave Portnoy. Okay, well, there you go. That's how one person feels about it. Yeah.
You know who was really super cool with his exes? Remember bought Ben Affleck Diddy. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Diddy
Portnoy and Diddy. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Similar.
Same guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Similar public presentation of how they treat their exes. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. Joe Espada on a big team win yesterday. Things we liked, things we didn't like about this series, and the latest in a long line, unfortunately, of Tommy John surgeries. How are we feeling about the Kyle Tucker trade now? We'll get into all that. Nice Astros segment coming up next. But first, speaking of the Astros, I will be
driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm going to get to the Astros here. What are they doing? This damn TV is such a distraction sometimes. On Get Up right now, they're asking, is the Detroit Lions Super Bowl window closed?
Oh no!
What? They were 15-2 last year. What are you talking about? I can't hear it. I don't have it turned up. We're doing a radio show and whatnot, but man.
Maybe a Ben Johnson. That might be a Ben Johnson question.
Maybe.
Yeah,
They lost
Ben Johnson, their offensive coordinator,
Glenn.
goes. He's a head coach of the Bears now. Maybe that's hey, how much of he Ben Johnson did with Jared Goff what Sean McVay thought was impossible.
Yeah.
So you can't underestimate perhaps his influence, obviously, and how good they've been.
I hate that you've justified what looked to be a stupid question to me. That's a good job by you, though. That is a good angle. Dan Campbell losing both of his coordinators. That is a thing, for sure. Astros win, yes. They're able to hang around in this game. Framber Valdez is able to weather a storm in the middle innings there, 3-run storm. He ends up giving you 7 innings, which is great, 8 strikeouts. Isaac Paredes with the big knock, a 3-run home run late in the game to give the Astros a lead that they would hold on to. Josh Hader, excellent. Again, he's 11 for 11 on save opportunities this year. Joe Espada, who was ejected early in this game, arguing balls and strikes after the game, saying, good team win.
I'm proud how proud I am about our team. Great teams, they never give up. They play 27 outs. They never stop leaning on one another. You fight till the end, and that's another comeback win. We are never out of a game. And I commend our players for being so good, staying in that fight, and Framber Valdez for keeping us in the game. That's a big win. That's a team win.
Okay. I agree with other than the part we're never out of a game. Your offense isn't that good yet. You were down 5-1 the other night, and it felt like you were out of that game. But his overall point I agree with, which is this is a team that has shown some fight at least in some of these games where they've been trailing late of recently.
I think and Framber yesterday had a really good game, other than the fourth inning where it wasn't. They weren't hard hits or anything. They were just all in the gaps. And he reeled it in, ends up going deep into the game for you, allowing 3 runs and enough to help the Astros win. Obviously, I feel a lot. It's weird, even with Wesneski going on the IL with the starting pitcher, the sum total of it once Arrighetti comes back, and that includes just Blanco. I think Blanco being average to slightly above average major league pitcher, probably. Yeah. In any given season, I think right now I'm expecting him to be the high 3, round 4 ERA type of guy, which is fine if he's 1 of 5, as long as you've got a couple of studs there at the beginning of the rotation in Framber and Hunter Brown. Lance McCullers took a step forward. He's still trying to figure out what his pitch selection as this version of Lance McCullers is going to be. But that was light years ahead of what we saw in his second appearance.
Yeah, they are this 17-game stretch that they're playing right now without an off day. They are 10 games into it right now, and they've gotten 3 8-inning starts and a 7-inning start. Now 2 of those are Framber Valdez, but still. So the disastrous one with Lance was the second game of this set. That's been the only real one that's been Lance only giving you 4 innings. That's something you can at least plan for a little bit. You just don't count on Lance when he's healthy, giving you 6.
Yeah, they had Gusto ready to go in case he couldn't even go 4 innings. Gusto was going to be there for long relief.
Yeah, so you can plan for that a little bit. It's the ones that you can't. It's the Lance only going a third of an inning. It's Gusto getting knocked out in the second inning. Those are the ones that kind of knock you off kilter when it comes to your usage of other guys. So this has been good. Framber giving you 7. The most important thing is you won the game. The second, Valdez eating up 7 innings, and then you hand it over to the cookie cutter stuff. It's Brian Abreu in the 8th, Josh Hader in the 9th, and you seal what is a pretty important win. You're 24-22 now, and you're still hanging around in the AL West. So that was good yesterday. That was really good to see. I think if you're starting 5, I know they're in a 6-man rotation right now. If Arrighetti comes back, you can win. You can win the division with a 5-man rotation that is Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, and whatever it is Lance McCullers ends up becoming here, hopefully. Hopefully he's not – hopefully what we saw on Saturday, it was Friday, when they won 6-2. He pitched that game. Hopefully that's a sign of progress. Like if Lance McCullers turns into a guy who gives you 5 solid innings every time out, and he's your 4th or 5th starter, then you can survive with that heading down the stretch here.
And when Christian Javier is going to come back at some point, and he threw off the mound a few days ago, it might come back sometime midseason, and that gives you more options there, depending on how they use them. Because the bullpen's been magnificent. Josh Hader is undefeated in save situations. Yeah. That part, like in the second half, once they get to the midpoint of the season, can they really just transform into a lights-out pitching staff, or just a team that can really ride its pitching? And is even a version of Jordan? Yeah, things can round into form.
I get what you're saying about Javier. Just me personally, I just can't. We've had such nightmares with the Tommy John guys and all the fits and starts that they've had and whatnot. Yeah. Like Luis Garcia, Lance. Lance getting back. He was gone for 2.5 years. I know this time around wasn't Tommy John, but it was an elbow. It was some sort of elbow reconstruction going on with him. Jose Urquidy's not even with the organization anymore. So I'm unfortunately for Javier, I'm painting him with the same brush that I'm viewing those guys right now, which is I just feel like there's going to be some sort of interruption with Javier's comeback here.
Because we talked about this earlier, the Astros have had a boatload of Tommy John surgeries in the last few years. On average, or it's anywhere from, in the last few years, anywhere from 19 to 27 total Tommy John surgeries of major league pitchers. So obviously in the Astros having multiple, they're above average. I hesitate to say, well, the Astros are doing something wrong, just because a third of all major league pitchers have had Tommy John surgery at some point in their life.
Wow.
So it's become increasingly common, and sometimes it's just bad, dumb luck that's how it happens. You just they got a bad spate of luck. I hope that's what it is.
Yep.
And that it's not something systemic with the way they either handle their pitchers or how they rehab their UCLs. But it is above average.
Yeah.
It's above the average of even the last few years.
It's very similar. We've had 4 of them in the last 2 years. They all feel like they happened in May and June. Now, Wesneski doesn't have a track record with the Astros organization like the other guys did. He doesn't have a usage track record that takes you through the minor leagues, and the innings start to pile up and things like that. Wesneski, his background is with the Cubs, but still, it's very frustrating. Text message: after all these guys come back healthy, how long before McCullers goes to the bullpen? I don't think he's going to the bullpen, guys. I'm
100% giving up that option. I mean, his comments when he came back, and Lance has always been really defiant in the past when asked that question. He gave a more thought-out explanation of it this time around, or at least than what you sometimes hear from, which is basically that it's just not as simple as becoming a reliever. Everything's different, the process is different, and for a guy that has had all these injury issues, it's not like it's easy to be a reliever and be available every night. That for him to change everything up isn't necessarily in your mind you think, oh yeah, it's simple, make him a reliever, it'll be easier on him and he won't get injured as often. It's not quite that simple.
Right.
It's physically taxing no matter which way you cut it.
Yep. And I think Lance needs to be a creature of routine and habit, is the sense that I get. And you can get into some sort of rhythm being a starting pitcher.
The things that I hated from this series, Sean,
Yeah.
I'll give you the things I hated. Number 1, Adolis Garcia making so many really impressive catches in the outfield.
Really good. Even the ones that should have been easy that he made look hard. I forget who hit a deep
one. That one at the wall by in right field.
Yeah, somebody hit that. That was very frustrating.
Yeah, that was frustrating. Yeah, he had to adjust to it at the last minute, so it made it look way harder than it actually was, but It was still impressive. Yeah. I just wish he had when everybody was speculating he was on steroids a few years ago because his neck was so huge, I wish he had done the old just bulked up way too much to be athletic. The umps in general, just whoever was behind home plate on any given night. Espada, Espada ends up getting ejected in the fourth game of the series. He might have been better served if he had gotten ejected earlier in the series when the calls were just as bad. Just because yesterday, Framber was getting some beneficial calls at the bottom of the zone or out of the zone. He had a few pretty egregious balls called strikes, and it sure felt like the strike zone tightened up after that.
Yep.
And he wasn't getting those generous calls. Ultimately, it all worked out.
What else did you hate?
The Rangers pitching staff being
I
so
hate
good.
them too, yeah.
That really bothered me. Evaldi's 36 years old and pitching than he ever has, pitching as well as he ever has in his entire career.
Man. Yeah, he's.
And I don't like being able to. And multiple guys on that team are just overperforming, and that's our dojo, man. That's the Astros dojo. Don't steal our gimmick.
Stop
okay?
infringing on our gimmick. Yes.
I didn't like the multiple explanations about how easy it is for a pitcher to get into a groove when all you're facing is righties in a lineup.
No, well, get used to that.
Yeah. Jordan's coming back, Sean.
No, even with
they'll have 1.5 lefties in the lineup.
But even man, it's just that's tough. I didn't get to see the game on Roku. I was listening to the game, driving around, running errands. What did you think? How did the combined booth of Dave Raymond and Jeff Blum do for you?
I liked it. I thought that Dave Raymond. It was kind of cool that those two have a history, because Raymond was in Houston as a broadcaster for about 8 years or so.
Yeah, a long time. Yeah.
And they were, he went to Stanford and Berkeley, and Blum went to Cal, so there's a little bit of nerd rivalry there from Northern California.
Right.
But I did enjoy Dave Raymond kind of quizzing Blum about his career. You see it, I think, and I always enjoy when another play-by-play gets paired with an athlete that he hasn't been with before, because you get a little bit more. It doesn't feel like Blum's trying to bring up his own stories or anything. Like it just there's some good organic stuff there. I didn't like Raymond really trying not to mention the no-hitter. Even though I thought I hadn't caught Blum talking about the no-hitter, but our listeners corrected me earlier on with this. Blum had been bringing it up. I guess I just wasn't paying close enough attention. But I don't know. It bothered me. It bothered me that I was listening to the Rangers play-by-play guy, even though I felt like he was pretty even-handed throughout the broadcast.
Yeah, this needs to be these Roku things need to be a little less biased. They need to meet in the middle a little bit. Now, if they're gonna do that, then that
was unbiased. They were
no. Dave Raymond not mentioning the no hitter. That's biased. Him not mentioning the no hitter.
I don't know. Well, national broadcasters do that.
After that was like, what's the MO? I don't watch enough national baseball games to know what the MO is these days for neutral broadcasters to mention it or not. It's a silly thing. It's so it's so
silly,
dumb.
but it's one of those things where so many people are just passionately adamant about it that I don't get bent out of shape. Like I have no qualms about mentioning a no-hitter, but I figure if people are if that's what they're leaning into, it's not like they're burning books on the front lawn of the library or something. Like, all right, I'll stick with whatever their superstition is.
Great question on the text page. What's more likely come October if the Astros make the playoffs? Lance to the bullpen or Lance off the playoff roster? That's.
Lance off the playoff roster, I think
so,
would be more likely. I don't think he's going to be in the bullpen.
No, I think
the closest you get to that is if he ends up being used kind of like an opener.
Yeah, maybe right, and which is not the bullpen. That's an opener. Like bullpen is you got to be ready. But opener at least you got to you know when you're going. There's a rhythm to it. I think I'm with you. I think it's off. If he's bad enough to where there's a conversation about it, he's off the playoff roster.
Yeah.
So
no, and even when the Astros back when they were using piggyback starters really effectively in the playoffs, I think that again, given everything that they talked about as like how it can be stressful to your body when you're not used to it, I don't think if they're going to piggyback him in the playoffs, it's going to be with him as the opener.
Oh,
like
of
Gusto
course.
Is the second guy.
Yes, 100%. So off the playoff roster is the answer to that one. All right, Brock Purdy got $53 million a year, average annual value on Friday on his new contract extension. If Purdy got $53 million, I saw a lot of Texan fans talking about this. If Purdy got $53 million, what would C.J. Stroud be worth if he has a good season and gets a contract extension next year? That is coming up next. But first, let's.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Friday afternoon, I don't know if this is meant to be a Friday news dump or not. It's good news for the Purdy family, though. Brock Purdy, $265 million, $181 million guaranteed. That's the headline. You know, the devil's always in the details. But the fact of the matter is the way most of these contracts get measured in the public forum is just who's making the most per year? And Brock Purdy, 5 years, $265 million, which average annual value is identical to Tua Tagovailoa, $53 million. A little bit behind Jordan Love, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, who are all in that $55 million club. Dak Prescott is on his own planet right now at $60 million a year. You can thank Jerry Jones for that. So Brock Purdy ends up landing in the neighborhood. He lands in the neighborhood of all the top guys.
It really comes down to how much is the actual guarantee, because like Jordan Love's in that neighborhood too, but Jordan Love has the second highest. I mean, he's tied for second at $55 million per year, but his guarantee was much, much lower than all the other quarterbacks, other than Tua Tagovailoa. So if Brock Purdy gets about $100 million guaranteed, then that's a Tua contract. If he gets $140 million guaranteed, that's about what Trevor Lawrence got.
Yeah.
So they're all right there in that $55 million neighborhood. It's just a matter of how much is actually guaranteed.
What do you think? What do you think CJ ends up? What neighborhood does he end up in?
I think CJ gets something like the Trevor Lawrence contract adjusted for inflation.
So probably
$55 million a year. So it ends up being like $57 million a year or something. Okay. And with like over $140 million guaranteed.
You don't think he ends up? You don't think he ends up touching Dak? It's $60 million.
No, it's always. I feel there's so much extra wrapped into those.
I'm just trying to think about who the agent is that's involved, and
because it's David Mulligetta as his agent.
Yeah,
he's done a really good job. I think he's now if you put Brock Purdy, it makes sense if you lump him into the Jordan Love and Tua Tagovailoa category. Jordan Love, they gave him that contract before he'd had a boatload of starting experience.
Yeah.
So I feel like Brock Purdy's got more of that, and he ended up getting. It looks like he's going to get more guaranteed money. With Tua Tagovailoa, the injury concerns are very, very real, and just how long is he going to play, and will he live to the rest to see the end of this contract?
Yeah, concussions have been a big issue for him for sure.
So I don't and I think so. I think CJ has already demonstrated that I don't think the injuries are going to be a concern. He's got more of a track record than Jordan Love. So it's just a matter of, are you going to feel better about him genuinely than Brock Purdy as a quarterback? And I feel like I would think the Texans actually have more faith in the upside of C.J. Stroud than the 49ers actually do about the upside of Brock Purdy.
I think the Niners would trade Brock Purdy for C.J. Stroud in a heartbeat.
So with the Trevor Lawrence contract, which is a lot closer to those genuine, his contract is a lot closer to Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. It's basically Joe Burrow's contract, except 1 year later. But Trevor Lawrence hasn't done nearly what Joe Burrow's done as a quarterback. That's where I think Trevor Lawrence is the low bar for what C.J. Stroud gets.
I agree.
They believed in Trevor Lawrence and the upside. I think the Texans believe in the upside of C.J. Stroud.
Now, you and I are having this conversation with the assumption that C.J. Stroud has a season in 2025 where he's worthy of this conversation, and I think he will. I think I think if he does something that's, even if it's a blend of what he was last year and in his rookie year statistically, I think he's going to be in the conversation to exceed Trevor Lawrence. I think he might even skew. I think average annual value, Seth, I think he might skew towards Dak. And here's why, is that I'm just going by the behavior of the Texans with some of these extensions we're starting to see. Nick Caserio was not afraid to make Derek Stingley the highest paid cornerback by a fairly substantial margin with mostly guaranteed money on a short-term deal. I could see, and when Deshaun did his deal, it was a shorter deal for quarterbacks, and David Mulligetta was his agent. He did his deal he did with the Texans. The deal he did with the Browns, they were going to fully guarantee everything, so you get as much as you can. I could see CJ's deal being something like $60 million a year or $60.1 million a year, but it's only for 3 or 4 years, and it's mostly guaranteed.
Yeah,
like a deluxe, like the deluxe Kirk Cousins deal from Minnesota a few years back.
The salary might end up being Dak's salary, but almost all of it guaranteed.
And a shorter-term deal.
One shorter, yeah. That's been Caserio, what he likes to do. This is what the players like. Mullighetto like it because he gets to say that I got the biggest guarantee other than Deshaun Watson's contract.
Yeah, which I also did.
Which I also got. Yeah. So I think that's very, very possible. Just remember, I mean, the Deshaun blows everybody out of the water.
Yeah.
For actual guarantees, the highest of anybody on this list, other than Deshaun Watson, is $147 million to Josh Allen. And Josh has got a 6-year deal now. Because when he redid it, it's 6 years. It's really, really long. So that's the highest total guarantees of any of these quarterback contracts. Deshaun's was $230 million guaranteed.
I thought Dak's contract, and these guarantees get a little sketchy because some of it's guaranteed for injury, some of it's just like de facto guarantees, all these things.
The way SpotTrack handles it, at least, they say that he got $129 million guaranteed at signing.
Dak
so whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
His practical guarantee, which is, okay, the amount of money that they'll make before it would be even mathematically possible to do something with him is $231 million. So his practical guarantee is as high as Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
So it's not. We're already going too.
No, it's too nerdy. I get it. It's just the people are getting into the neighborhood, but the overall point is Deshaun's was just like guaranteed. Here you go.
Josh Allen's practical guarantee is $250 million. So that's we should probably go by the practical guarantee.
Yeah.
So does Deshaun does C.J. Stroud get $250 million as over the course of 3 seasons?
No.
Or over the course of 3 seasons.
Yeah.
But with the extension, I don't think so. I don't think he goes that. It's not Josh Allen. He hasn't done what Dak Prescott's done yet. I think it's something like Trevor Lawrence's, but maybe just with more total guarantees.
The overall point, the question, the Brock got $53 million, and how much is C.J. Stroud going to get? And I think you touched on it, which is no disrespect to Brock Purdy, and he deserves the money, sure. And if San Francisco, because you deserve whatever someone's willing to pay you, so they're willing to pay him. But C.J. Stroud, if you were on the open market, I think 32 teams would be taking C.J. Stroud ahead of Brock Purdy. So he's like the $53 million Brock got. Yeah, boy, if C.J. has a good year, and Nick ain't afraid to reset the market, man.
That is so much money. God, I wish I'd been a really good NFL quarterback.
Me too.
I'm just looking at the practical guarantees of all these top ones, and it's $250 million, man.
Yeah.
Like Josh Allen's, that's $250 million.
Yeah.
And he's already made a bunch of money.
It's crazy, yeah.
Kids, if there's any career advice I can give you, it's throw everything you have into being a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Everything.
Don't listen to anybody who says anything otherwise. Backup plans are for losers.
All of you. You little girls on your way to ballet right now, trade in your slippers for a pair of shoulder pads. It pays really well.
Kids, I know your generation doesn't get sarcasm. That is sarcasm I just gave you. Do the exact opposite of what I said. Maybe just focus on your violin lessons before you focus on being a starting quarterback.
Yes.
Okay.
Text message: if CJ throws another year of 20-something TDs, they're not giving him $60 million a year. Meaning that he has to throw 30 touchdown passes, Texter? Is that what it is? I don't know.
If they're not going to give him what?
$60 million a year.
I think
what the Texter meant if he only throws 20 touchdown passes.
It would be if he has what you think he's capable of.
Correct.
If he has one of the top quarterback performances, then that's the more fun hypothetical.
Yeah.
If C.J. Stroud is an All-Pro quarterback this year. Is he getting $60 million a year?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
All right. That's what I'm personally invested in now. CJ's financial goals are aligned with my goals as a football fan, which is I desperately need CJ Stroud to earn himself a $60 million per year contract.
It would be great. It'd be a fun fall for us, too. That's for sure.
Can we do let's create one of those kind of graphics or signs like they do with charities when we get how close are we to our goal?
Yeah.
We can start CJ out at like $51 million per year,
right?
Like, because that's probably like even if he has a bad performance, he'll probably make at least $51 million per year, and then we'll just keep creeping it out
after each game. And it's like a picture of a bucket, and you're dumping money into the bucket each week that he has. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. All right, 9 o'clock hour is here. League meetings are this week. 2 big proposals getting voted on this week. For one of them, they use the Texans as an example as to why they need to change this rule. We will tell you which one it is coming up next.
Well, I'll tell you what, talk about alignment. This is perfect. We were talking about, hey, the quarterback's financial goals are aligned with my goals as a football fan.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. So league meetings in Minneapolis the next couple days. You know what?
I want to just keep it. Yeah.
Go to Minneapolis for your league meetings in December, all right? That'll impress me. You're going up to Minneapolis in the middle of May.
This time of year, it's probably gorgeous. Actually, my brother was in Minnesota last week. He was like, oh, my gosh, it's incredible right now.
It really is nice, yeah. Yeah,
Spring is.
So they got league meetings going on this week, and they're going to take a couple of the proposals that we thought were going to get voted on in March, got tabled till May. And these are big ones. This is as interested as I've been in whether or not a couple of rules changes or procedural changes will get enacted here. The first one is they're voting on the Detroit Lions proposal to change the seeding system in the postseason and base it on record. Division champs would still make the postseason automatically. 4 division champs, 3 wild cards. They would make it automatically, but then those 7 teams would be seeded based on their record. And they actually, Seth, used the Texans from last year as an example as to why this rule makes sense. The league is trying to make every game, as many games as it can, relevant, and there's just way too many games for the league's appetite in Week 18 where teams are just resting guys. The games don't mean anything. If this rule were in place last year, the Texans, who had already clinched the 4 seed, they clinched the division with 3 weeks to go in the season. Yeah. They clinched the 4 seed by Week 18. If this rule were in place last year, then the Texans could have finished anywhere from seeded 4th all the way to 7th. They would have had to. Now they ended up beating Tennessee either way, but they would have had to, or probably would have felt more compelled to play their starters for more than preseason snaps in that game. The game would have been, and that's just one example, but it was one that got into this. Everybody is, hey, look, if the division champs aren't locked into the top 4 seeds and everything's fluid, then there's a whole lot more games in Week 17 and 18 that matter.
I'm personally invested in this on behalf of Will Anderson.
Okay.
And this is why.
Okay.
I was looking at because the Texans play in a weak division. All right. There's no other way around it.
Yep.
And the Texans, if they played in another division, might have been playing all their starters in that game. I was trying to figure out I've got kind of a list of things that Will Anderson needs to do to become an All-Pro. And one of them is simply just play more snaps. Now, some of that's injury related because he's had these ankle issues. But when you look at his production has been very good for a guy in his first couple of years. He's got to ramp his production up. But he has like 200 fewer pass rushing snaps than Max Crosby. He had over 100 fewer pass rushing snaps than Trey Hendrickson. Those are the 2 guys who are the all-pro defensive ends this year. So one of my keys for Will Anderson is just to play more snaps this year, mostly by staying healthy, but also let's get you playing in a meaningful Week 18 game instead of against you're going to be playing a clown franchise,
right?
But maybe the Texans need to win it. If they've already hemmed up the division, they still got to get that seeding.
That's what it would have been last year. And in last year's Week 18 game, remember Will Anderson was in street clothes and ended up getting fined for running onto the field.
That's right,
on Derek Barnett's touchdown. Yeah,
he still found a way to make an impact. So.
That's right. So do you have a strong feeling one way or the other on this?
Makes a lot of sense. Because now I know that the knee-jerk question that I got a few times this weekend when I talked about it was, well, doesn't that make the division title meaningless? No, because you're still guaranteed a playoff spot by by winning your division, and then also it's a tiebreaker in the seeding as well.
It supersedes head-to-head.
Yeah.
It's a tiebreaker that's super.
It'd be the number 1 tiebreaker?
It'd be the number 1 tiebreaker. So if the Texans say, Texans finish 10-7 along with one of the wild card teams, but they beat them during it wouldn't matter.
If they got champions.
Even if they had gotten beaten by that team. Division champions is the supersedes everything in a tiebreaker. If you're a division champ, you're gonna win whatever tiebreaker. So it still carries a lot of importance. And I think too, maybe more than any other sport, Seth, I think the division championship, I don't know, you tell me, you're a former player, you played in these I feel like there's there's some animus in division games too. Like
Screw those guys.
Right. Way more than baseball and basketball to me. Baseball probably skews closer to football. Basketball, I think there's probably players that don't even know who's in their division. You know what I mean? Like you just play everybody, and you play a few more division games or whatever. But nobody's bragging about winning the Southwest Division Championship. The divisions are a huge deal in football, just from a pride standpoint.
Especially because on the O and D line or between wide receivers and defensive backs, you've got grudges against those guys.
Yes.
Especially if you played them 6 times in the last 3 years, and then possibly a playoff game or something. Yeah, you start there's ill will. Yeah, versus a team that is standing in your way for a home playoff game. I like it a lot. I think this makes all the sense in the world, Sean.
Yes, you like that one? I like it too. I like it even though it would have victimized the Texans several times when they've won the division. They've been the 4 seed, I think, almost every time that they've won the division. They've been in the playoffs 8 times, all of them as AFC South champs. This I know. 3:30 Saturday. I know that's been a staple. I don't know if they've been the 4 seed every time.
Yeah.
So there's that. So I'm with you. I like that one. The tush push. That is getting voted on this week as well. Do they ban the tush push? Now, not to go super nerdy on this, but they told the Packers who proposed this to kind of go back to the drawing board in March and refine some of the way the proposal was worded.
Yeah, because it was an idiotic the way. So Green Bay and Buffalo, oddly, who's really good at the tush push, their whole thrust was it's not safe. And the next question would be, okay, well, what shows that it's unsafe? Nothing at all. There's no statistics that show that it's inherently a dangerous play.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you got then? That's it. Nothing.
So the language in the proposal, according to Albert Breer, is still the same as it was. And I don't know if they mentioned the injury possibilities in there, but the way the rule would be rewritten is the same now as it was in March. So they're going to be voting on the same thing. I don't know what that means. Reportedly, half the teams in the league, 16 of the 32, as of March, were red. I guess have those 16 teams been able to sway any of the other teams? It would seem, if we're basing it on the public opinions of DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, that the Texans are not a ban the tush push team.
I wonder
they're a find a way to stop it team.
Yeah, if they had wanted to rewrite it, I think the one thing might be just go back to the way it was for decades in football, which is an offensive player isn't allowed to push the ball carrier at any point. Like you can't turn it into a rugby ruck type of situation. Yeah. And I don't so if that's not changed, I would have been more in favor of that, just because it makes sense. You're not just trying to penalize teams that are good at the tush push. I hate watching the tush push. I think it's boring. And yet, I can't in good conscience say that you need to ban a play from football just because some teams are really good at it. I can't say, am I really going to sit here and act like and pretend it's a safety measure or something when in fact, no, some teams are just really good at it and others aren't. And what is maybe the most viscerally tough and old school display of just my strength versus your strength.
Me push harder than you.
Yeah. It's boring, but I don't feel like banning something just because it's boring but effective.
Oh, see, I'm totally rooting for it to get banned because it's boring. I'm a fan, so I don't care about fairness. I care about wanting to watch the play.
This is where I get to toe the line. I get to hope that it gets banned, but be furious on the grounds that they banned it.
Oh, yes. That's the sweet spot, right there.
Because I want to be part of arguing for you to ban something just because it's boring.
Yeah.
And yet I'm here we are.
I'm rooting for it to get banned. Florio had a hilarious correlation last week. Remember last week, Seth, before the schedule came out, where 12 games had been leaked and 4 or 5 of them were Eagles games? It was crazy. A third of the Eagles schedule was out there already before the overall schedule release, and they were all primetime games. Florio's theory is that, the tush push is definitely getting banned because the Eagles are the ones that use it more than anybody else.
Yeah.
Why else would they put the Eagles on all these primetime games if they were still going to be using the tush push, the most unwatchable play? And I felt like going, because they're the Super Bowl champs.
Yeah.
Florio.
I don't know if they're giving the schedule makers the inside information of how guys are probably going to vote
on the tush push. Yeah. Now, I will say this. It does seem like all the insiders that talk about this are in lockstep that Goodell seems to – they all say Goodell wants it banned. If Goodell doesn't want the tush push anymore.
And it makes sense from a business perspective in just everything that Florio just said. It's a boring play, and it's not fun to watch or anything. So I could see Goodell wanting it banned.
Text message about the divisional thing. My worry is that divisions in the NFL become, like you just said, in basketball. There used to be more division rivalry in basketball. Once they changed the seeding, it really fell off. I think football, to me, is a much more visceral, violent sport where that's going to help sustain the rivalries, I think.
Well, plus the number of games you play, there's a much bigger difference. You play twice as many games in football than you do in basketball, where it's way more evened out. So that part of it, there's a lot of reasons the divisions don't feel as important in basketball.
Yep. So there you go. All right, 713-572-4610. If you want to weigh in on any of that, are you pro tush push, anti tush push? You pro doing the seeding this way in the playoffs? These are the important items that are going to get voted on at the league meetings this week. Joe in Minnesota. We have a listener in Minnesota. Joe, false. Don't let spring in Minnesota fool you. We have like 3 nice weeks a year. It's currently 45 and windy. Temperature feels like 30 on the Apple Weather app. I take it all back, owners. You guys are 32 pretty tough SOBs headed up to Minnesota for that 45-degree weather. Feels like 30. You guys are, man. Sorry, didn't mean to throw that shade at you. There's a graphic that popped up on Twitter this weekend. Each team's biggest bust in the draft. I love stuff like this. Is David Carr the right answer for the Houston Texans as their biggest bust? That's who they had. Now this is on a graphic that has names like Jamarcus Russell for the Raiders, Johnny Manziel for the Browns, Charles Rogers. I always think about teams like that, like your biggest bust. Who is the next guy taken? Oh, nothing. The Texans just took Andre Johnson next after Charles Rogers. Could add Andre Johnson. Ray Caruth, I feel like, is in a totally different category for why he was a bust.
Yeah, it's a different type of bust, but a bust nonetheless, I suppose.
Yeah.
I guess. I think. And it was a number 1 overall pick. It was part of an ill-begotten strategy of starting 6 rookies on offense in your rookie quarterback's year. So it's hard to come up with a better. Like Jadeveon Clowney ultimately wasn't what you wanted to get out of a number 1 overall pick, but he was a very, very good player.
Yeah, not a bust. Didn't live up to expectations, but not a bust for sure.
Just a real quick sum up, just so that to answer that listener about the NFL division. So, like, the NBA plays 12 out of its 86 games against divisional opponents. 82
games,
82 games. Yeah. The NFL, you're playing 6 out of 17.
Yeah, almost.
So it ends up being like 35% of your games are against divisional opponents. That's just why it feels different in the NFL.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I had to go. I didn't think the first round busts were as interesting, so I went to second round busts.
For the Texans?
And it was easier than I thought it would be to come up with 3 candidates. And it's Ross Blacklock, Brandon Harris, and Benny Joppru.
Okay.
Those 3 combined had a weighted average value on Pro Football Reference of 3 points.
That's bad, yeah.
2 of them had 0. So Ross Blacklock played he played 44 games in the NFL, 29 with the Texans.
Yeah.
Brandon Harris would play 42 games in the NFL, 31 with the Texans.
Okay.
Benny Joppru played in 19 games and only 1 with the Texans in 4 years.
Who are the other team? So Benny Joppru actually come where else, huh?
Yeah. I think he went to I don't know where he went.
I'll look it up.
Somewhere on the West Coast.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
And I feel bad because Benny, it was injuries. He had like these weird injuries every single year.
He was the only one of those that was a teammate of yours. So yeah,
he looked awesome in practice. He did some incredible stuff in practice. Yeah, and he is still a good dude, but he was a great kid. I always felt really bad for him. But I feel like I got to give it to Benny, just by virtue of him contributing so little to the Texans at all.
Seattle. He went to Seattle after he left here. Went to Seattle. And
I felt like I should have thrown Lonnie Johnson into the mix, but he did play 44 games with the Texans and actually started 20 games for the Texans, 20 career starts.
Okay.
I can't remember how many were the Texans.
He's honorable mention bust?
Yeah, I guess part of it was just they drafted him to be a cornerback, and they realized real quickly, like, oh, wait a second. Oh, yeah, duh, look at him. He's a safety.
Dude, that was, But
they tried him at cornerback for a couple years before they gave up on it.
Back-to-back, Lonnie Johnson and Max Sharping. Back-to-back. Back in 2019.
Sharping was a third-rounder, right?
No, he was second round. He and Lonnie Johnson
Sharping?
literally.
Oh, crap.
He and Lonnie Johnson were literally picked on back-to-back selections in 2019.
You know what? I didn't even scroll down long enough to see the Max Sharping.
They
on
had
that.
two.
Okay.
Am I right about that? They had 2 second-round picks, and one of them was Max Sharping, and one of them was Lonnie Johnson. They chose them in back-to-back picks.
I wouldn't put Sharping in that top 3. Lonnie wasn't in the top 3 either.
Yeah.
Max Sharping did end up starting for the type 3 games. So yeah, that's. It was disappointing, but it wasn't like he didn't at least contribute in some way.
Yeah, he played a bunch of games for sure. They gave him every opportunity, but yeah. I think
Brandon Harris was frustrating because it felt like they stuck with him specifically because he was a second-round pick for far longer than they should have.
Brandon Harris was frustrating because his self-given nickname was No-Fly Zone, when in fact there were planes flying all over his zone. The planes are just flying freely through his zone. It was not a no-fly zone.
Ross Blacklock started 3 games with the Texans, and he had 3 career starts. The thing that Ross Blacklock almost superseded the stats with was that was during the Easterby era when the team issued a document saying that the second-round pick that the Texans got from DeAndre Hopkins would be used on a player who would be very good for a long time with the Texans.
Yeah.
And also in that same document pointed out how many great wide receivers have gone in the second round as of late. So they didn't go with a wide receiver. They took a defensive tackle instead. He played 29 games with the Texans with 3 starts to go along with his 3 career sacks.
You and I read the bullet points from that document like once a year. And it just gets worse every year we read it. It gets so silly every year we read it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of the Texans, Will Anderson asked about the new look O-line. Will Anderson was asked about 2 position groups that I think you maybe you need to finesse your answers for this. I think Will did a pretty good job. Groups in an interview he did last week. How did he do? What does he think? We'll hear from Will Anderson coming up next. But first, Zamora Company.
Payne and Pendergast is driven on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, football training camp will be here soon enough. OTA is in about a week and a half for the Houston Texans. Will Anderson made the interview rounds over last week, and some of the interviews still popping up on social media over the weekend. I love this one here. This is just the kumbaya with Will Anderson and the Texans and DeMeco Ryans when you contrast it to Trey Hendrickson, who's getting texts from his head coach saying, you better show up or you're going to get fined. Yeah, it is kind of fun to see the contrast with where the Texans are as far as just the culture and a vibe with some of the other teams. Here's Will Anderson on playing for DeMeco Ryans.
I thank God all the time for the situation that he dropped me in, man. There's no other coach that I'd rather play for than him. I think he set a really great example of what he wanted this team to be, and he gave us a foundation to lean back on when, either when things are not going our way or when things are going our way, like the swarm mentality and the swarm, foundation that he's built in, the Houston Texans has really been special. But he's a player's coach. He gets it. He understands it, man, and he gets out there. He runs with us. He works out with us, man, and he's enthusiastic about when we make plays. He's jumping up and down with us, and I can tell he wants to put those shoulder pads back on and get out there with us again, man. But it's so easy to play for him because I understand his mindset of what he wants this team to be and the vision that he has for us and how much, better he wants us to be and how much he sees us, getting to that level.
So there's Will Anderson,
Yeah, I was surprised. I think the thing with DeMeco, my big question for him is, remember last year when Tank Dell very jovially said that, when asked if there's anything that he didn't like about DeMeco, Tank said, man, he really wants the defense to win all the time.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
If the defense has a good practice, he'll round everybody up and he'll say, great practice, everybody. Yeah. If the offense has a good practice, all of a sudden it's a bad practice for everybody. He does have to, in that transition to being a genuine head coach who oversees everything, I think emotionally divorce himself from the defense a little bit at times. It's not like it's a huge deal or anything, but I don't know. Some of that stuff,
but if it's palpable, guys notice it.
Sometimes it's sometimes that's you hit some adversity, and sometimes that stuff doesn't weather as well.
Yeah, man. If guys notice it, so yeah, I said this earlier when we played that cut. It's just it was cool. Like when Will Anderson got drafted, it was really cool to hear him say pretty much what he just said there. Now, obviously, he's got 2 years of experience playing with DeMeco, and that was more about what's it like to be on his team. When he got drafted, it was more like, what's it feel like to get drafted by this guy and potentially play on his team or eventually play on his team, and Will was over the moon about that. That was just cool. To me, that cuts like a reminder of when Will got drafted, where it's like, holy crap, good players want to come here now that DeMeco's here. Like, guys, this guy wanted, of all the places he's going, he wanted to come to Houston. That was cool.
The animated, and this is nothing that DeMeco would ever do consciously or anything, but I think DeMeco pops on television. Yeah. I think there are guys like Trey Hendrickson, and Trey Hendrickson isn't going to end up in Houston. That would be a dumb trade just because they've already got too many guys to rotate in at the edge at times. If a guy like Trey Hendrickson had his wishes, if money were no issue or anything, and I just want to go, I want to get traded somewhere, I think Houston's one of those places.
Absolutely.
For defensive players, you watch the Texans defense play, and man, they have fun. The coach is psychotic on the sidelines in a good way, and they hit. Like C.J. Gardner-Johnson said when he got here, they put an advertisement out there for what type of team it is to play for, and then they get really good word of mouth from guys at the Pro Bowl and whatnot about all of that. It's very much a player-friendly environment, and I think guys, if they have to make a decision or if maybe they've got equal offers from different places, the Texans very much now are in that category of, I want to go and be a part of the guys that – I want to be one of the guys that helps put this team over.
Do you ever –
as opposed to I guess I'll go get my paycheck with the Bengals, I guess.
Do you, as a former player, do you ever think about what it would have been like to play for DeMeco Ryans or play for a coach like that? How much you would have liked playing for him?
Yeah, that would have been, because I never really had anybody quite like that. I mean, there's not that many coaches that are wired like DeMeco or Pete Carroll or guys like that. I told you, even when Kubiak came in, because I'd had old school NFL coaches like Tom Coughlin, and Capers wasn't a yeller or a screamer, but he was just more old traditional NFL coach. The relentless, I would say the laid-back nature of Kubiak, because Kubiak could get after guys like nobody, but he was way more laid back. It took me a while to actually accept it. I thought it was a ruse at first. I thought I was being set up for something.
I can see that, yeah.
I was like Mel Gibson in Braveheart. Like, I smell an ambush coming. He told me, Kubiak told me that I didn't have to practice twice a day because I was over 30.
It's a trap.
And I was like, no, coach. I was like, yeah, I thought for sure it was a trap. So I practiced 2-a-days, even though I was over 30. I was like, nope, I'm practicing,
That's
coach.
funny.
I don't need any time off. I'm fine.
That's great. Here's Will Anderson on the new look Texans offensive line.
I'm very excited, man. Those guys are a great group of guys, man. They love ball. They love attacking the day. And I'm just happy to, see the camaraderie on that side, man. I know they're going to do everything the right way, man. They love ball. And I can't wait that if we get in the huddle before the game and either Titus or me or Tim, one of us going to give the pregame speech, and we just get everybody hyped, man. And it just starts up front with the trenches. And, it starts in practice, competing and having fun going against each other.
Okay. There you go.
As far as the pregame speech, we joked about that a little bit earlier. Like, if I had to choose between Will Anderson or Titus Howard, I'm guessing that I want a Will Anderson pregame speech.
I think so. I mean, we're playing audio of him in the middle of May just because he's Will Anderson. I would think he gives a great speech. Yeah.
At the same time, he was asked a question about the offensive line, and if he's thinking, and if in his mind he's thinking about, give the pregame speech, whether it's me or one of these offensive linemen, that's the only guy that's been on the team that has any kind of veteran status. It's Titus.
Titus,
Howard.
Yeah.
I mean, Cam Robinson has more experience and Trent Brown has more experience, but obviously they're new to the team.
They haven't been through the muck like Titus has, man. Titus he was here for the bad times. Yeah, so it's a little more connected.
Titus has been here through how many GMs? Brian Gaine drafted him?
Drafted by Brian Gaine. So then he was here for GM William O'Brien, Esquire.
Yeah.
Interim general manager Jack Easterby. And now, Nick has provided some stability in that spot.
So since Easterby is basically a co-GM, we'll call it four general managers.
Yeah, about that.
Four general managers and 4 coaches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, O'Brien, Cully, Lovey, and now D'Amico. Man, it's nice. It is nice not going through these searches every year the last few years. That was a thing for 3 years in a row. Like, all right, well, let's see here. What's your approval rating on Eric Bieniemy, Texan fans? All right, last one here. Here's Will Anderson on the perceived weakness of his teammates along the defensive line at defensive tackle.
Yeah, I have all the confidence in the world. I don't think it's any weak spots in our D-line, man. I think we're all alpha dogs. I think we all get out there and attack and cause havoc and disrupt. And we got my guy Sheldon Rankins back. He was a great mentor for me my rookie year. I'm excited to be back with him. And we got Big Foley back. Yep. He was a big piece. We call him the big dog. And Tim Settle, Tommy, Kurt, all those guys. And, I think our biggest thing is when we all play together, we all play as one sound, we can be one of the top defensive lines in the league, and we just have to keep, doing that and keep doing it consistently.
I'm cool with this group. It's
Look, you're never gonna have 11 All-Pros on defense, and I think as a group and good last year, the run defense got better in key areas as they went along, and I think part of that's some of the tweaks that D'Amico made to the way they were operating on defense. I'm more concerned at this point about the pass coverage of the linebackers than I am about the defensive tackle position. Mm-hmm. And so, again, you can't have 11 All-Pros. It's not like the Rams back when they had 4 future Hall of Fame guys on defense.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen very often. At the money positions at edge rusher and at cornerback, you feel really good
Top
about.
Shelf.
You've got the future. That's very, very good. And then it's about filling in the blanks. And yes, they could be even better if they had a genuine Pro Bowl caliber defensive tackle in there. But it's not a necessity. They can still be a very good defense without it.
Yep. Someone said, watch the video last night about every team's draft bust. Ours was David Carr. Yeah, we're getting a few people sending in some names about the draft bust for the Texans.
The other guy, it's tough because, Rick Smith did really well drafting in the first round, by and large. And
really well.
Now Casserly drafted Travis Johnson, but he went 16th overall. Rick Smith drafted Amobi Okoye. He went 10th overall, I believe.
Yes.
And then beyond that, they had Because the Texans have had, without extreme playoff success, they've had a lot of winning seasons. They haven't drafted high all that well, and when they have drafted high, they've done pretty well with it. So I might have to put it. Okoye ended up being a starter for 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it was, and Travis was just right there at the very last pick in the first half of the first round.
Yep.
But the fact that Carr was number 1 overall, I think makes it the slam
that hurts, and it's a quarterback, and it's the rules are amplified at that position. Who's the first?
Plus, with Travis, because I was there and I saw it.
Yeah.
One of the things with Travis that was odd was he wasn't really a fit for the defense.
Yeah.
And I always felt bad for Travis. Travis came from the school at Florida State where they just play a lot like D'Amico likes to play, just get upfield and go. And then all of a sudden, Travis comes in and he's just a different. He was best in that type of defense. He comes into a 3-4 defense where they want him to read and react and everything, and it was a really hard transition.
Maybe that's why he lashed out and had so many fines in the preseason that year. You ever hear him tell that story about his first check that he ever got in the NFL was like $83 because they?
Well, yeah, he was
because he got fined multiple times in the preseason.
Well, yeah, for stuff like rookie type stuff. Yeah, Travis was always a personality. He was funny.
Yeah. He tells his story obviously way better than I do, but
Travis will own it. Like it's not like we're bagging on him.
No. He'd be if he were sitting here, he'd tell the story in 2 seconds, I'm sure. But yeah, like you guys get your pay gets spread out over the regular season. You don't get any pay in the preseason, so they had to take all his fines in the preseason and apply it to his first check.
It wasn't like anything egregious or anything. It was stuff like just being a little bit late for a meeting or missing a weigh-in or something like that. Yeah.
Yep. So, Payne and Pendergast we're down to the conference finals in the NBA. Rockets are not hanging around anymore. We know that. Is there anything we can take away? What is our rooting interest supposed to be here for what is going to be, in one way, an historic NBA postseason? We'll explain how coming up next. But if you want to make your own
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so for the first time in NBA history, there will be 7 different champions in 7 years in the NBA, which sounds crazy because it doesn't feel like we're that far removed from the Golden State Warriors winning multiple championships, but I guess so. 7 different championships in 7 years. There's only been one Golden State champion in that last 7 years. It was in 2022. So I'll be very anxious, Seth, to see if these conference finals and the NBA finals continue the trend of what we've been seeing in sports, which is viewership is up in almost every sport right now. Like literally, It feels like every single big event since the NFL regular season, you and I, when the ratings come out and it's in headlines, we're like, this is the most watched whatever it is. This is the most watched Preakness Stakes since 2021. You know,
I think for a while there, the NBA is kind of careening on towards this path of they were way more relevant on social media than they were on actual eyeballs watching the league. And ultimately, yes, they do a great job of creating stars, and the NBA players have a whole bunch of individual star power. But really what drives interest and engagement nationwide is when you feel like when the underdog has a shot at something. Like those are the things that really, the logos really do matter still.
Yeah.
And I think whether people in a poll say they like this version of the NBA or not, I think it's a more interesting league when you feel like more teams have a genuine shot, and you can't just put together your super team this year and then they're just going to get coronated at the end of the year. That part of it I like personally is somebody that I can either just walk away from the NBA completely or I can dive into it. This version of the NBA is a lot more fun to watch.
It's more fun to watch. As a Rockets fan, I'm looking at the 4 teams left, and I'm like, they can play with these teams, man. I know OKC won 68 games. They went 68-14. A couple of those 14 losses were to the Rockets. You know, like they Minnesota, a 6 seed, OKC, obviously a 1 seed, and then you got a 4 and a 3 seed in Indiana and the Knicks over in the East. It's like, man, they can play with these teams. Like they're close.
Yeah, if you're a team that it's exactly like a lot of Houstonians almost, you feel you maintain an interest in it when you feel like, oh wow, all right, let's measure up against these teams, and you know what? Okay, that goal isn't as far off or as unattainable as it might feel in other years, or when there is a dynasty going on. Dynasties are great for sports writers. I think they're awful for fans. I think sports writers just love to be able to write about dynasties, or people on ESPN or what have you. Remember everybody chiding us that we should be a star. Don't you appreciate that you're witnessing great? Go die. I don't want to be
Nate Burleson. That was for you.
I don't want. Oh wow, boy, I love just being cuckolded every single year. Yes, this is what I love. What kind of low self-esteem BS is that? You know, just sit back and enjoy how somebody is so much better than you.
Hey, real quick, I was thinking about this the other day. We didn't start doing Take-A-Mania until February. There are at least 2 takes that we need to throw into our end-of-year thing that predate Take-A-Mania. One is Rex Ryan saying that the Chargers got a bye week. Remember that? And then the other one is the one you're alluding to here with Nate Burleson telling us how we should be watching sports.
Right.
Yeah.
You appreciate the greatness of what you're watching. That was another big annoying thing on Radio Row, was how many people were so eager to basically talk about how incredible it is that the Chiefs are going to have a three-peat. Like, they almost said it like that. They would couch it a little bit, but it was almost like it was preordained that, yes, they will be a three-peat.
It was not.
And they're the greatest team that's
Turns out.
Well, no, it wasn't even a game. It wasn't even a game.
Do that thing like we did earlier with Windhorse. Few moments later, Eagles are sacking him 9 times or whatever.
I appreciate how incredible their run has been.
Yeah.
You know, like you can't help but acknowledge how impressive it's been. The fact that they didn't do it 3 times in a row doesn't change the run that they've been on, but my God.
Yep. All right, my rooting interest, by the way, I'm rooting against fan bases and Adam Silver, which means I'm rooting for Indiana to beat the Knicks. The Knicks fan base just seems like a group of horrible, horrible people. Minnesota to beat OKC. 1, because I can't root for OKC. And 2, I feel like an Indiana-Minnesota final is like Adam Silver's worst nightmare, just based on market size. Indianapolis and Minneapolis, like I want Adam Silver to be sweating over the TV ratings and whatnot in the finals, but you can't anything but the Knicks, honestly. Any of these teams but the Knicks, please. Larry is in Stafford. What's going on, Larry? How are you?
Hey, I'm good, son. Seth. Again, son, we are definitely brothers from another mother, man, because I'm going Minnesota and Indianapolis too, man, because not only do I hate the Knicks, but OKC fans are just I can't even stomach those people in Oklahoma, man, because they are just so arrogant and SGA and all this other. I hope they ass get run off the court by Ant-Man, man. But look, I wanted to touch on some things real quick, and I'll make it fast. Of course, everybody want to play for D'Amico Ryans and Frank Ross, man. That kind of energy and that kind of positivity, we got to remember, man, nobody wants to play for Bill O'Brien and David Culley standing on the sideline chewing his tongue and all that other stuff. Now you got a coach over there that's enthusiastic and let them boys hit like you're supposed to hit in football. I think half the defensive players in NFL want to play for D'Amico because D'Amico plays football like he played football, or he coaches football like he played football. So I'm all for that. Last thing before I let y'all go. Are we living in a universe where y'all actually think that Coleridge, CJ, let me explain the logistics to you guys about this. CJ is 23 years old, so if they give him a 5-year deal, he's going to be 28 when that deal is done, so he's going to get right at $60 million. So when he's 28 when that deal is done, or 29 when that deal is done, breaking news, the Houston Texans ass are going to want a $2 billion stadium. You think they want to go into a season without a franchise quarterback trying to get us a new stadium? Hell no. They going to give CJ 2 more contracts. And if y'all convincing yourself, and not you guys, but anybody out there that think Brock Purdy should get $53 million and CJ Stroud should only get $55 million, y'all ass need to come drink some yak with your boy because CJ is a better quarterback, and we know damn well he's going to try to get us to the Super Bowl this year. And I don't care if he throw 20 touchdowns, his ass going to get paid, and y'all might as well get ready for it because Nick understand the game and all.
Yeah, no, he's going to get paid. He's going to get paid. We'll see. He's got to have if he has a year like he had his rookie year, if he has the exact same season he had his rookie year, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, got sacked a bunch of times, they won 10 games. Is that good enough to get the big, will he get upwards of $55 million if he has the same season he had his rookie year?
I think so, just because that's the trend and that's what quarterbacks get these days, as long as there's no injury concerns or what have you. Brock Purdy is an interesting one where I think the difference between how that feel about Brock Purdy and whether he's a product of the system or not is a lot different than maybe what the Texans feel about C.J. Stroud and perhaps the rest of the league.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit of a Brock Purdy. I probably defend Brock Purdy more than the average person, but I still don't. If I try to be as objective as possible, I think C.J.'s ceiling is way higher.
Sure.
So I think the biggest part, whether looking at touchdowns and interceptions or whatnot, put all that aside, I think the biggest thing is just whether if they can keep him clean and he actually gets good pass protection,
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing you have to talk about. Yep. If they keep him clean and he's not one of the most sacked or harassed quarterbacks in the league, I think he's going to have a much better season. The one thing, the alarming stats when you look at last year were how often CJ was in second and long situations and third and long situations. And the same bad offensive line that helped get him into 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 10 was the one that was responsible for also protecting him on 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 10. Yep. That is a really, really rough recipe. And we go back to the old stat of, hey, Pat Mahomes, the percentage of times he was pressured in that Super Bowl game where he was awful, that's the average. That was lower than what C.J. Stroud saw on average.
Yes.
So it's just really hard to be a really good quarterback consistently when your pass protection and your run game, when you're running on the first down, and I'm not doing the old, you got to have a good run game to set up the pass. No, when your run game's so bad that you're routinely in 2nd and 10 or 3rd and 10 because you've wasted downs to the run gods. Like, it's really hard to play good quarterback that way.
There was a tweet I saw yesterday, and I should have bookmarked it. I mean, we could have made a topic out of it with what we're talking about right now, but it was the numbers to back up what you were just saying about C.J. Stroud, where no quarterback was in third and longer than 7 more than C.J. Stroud was last year. He was pressured immensely on those downs, the number of hits, the number of sacks he was taking, and yet in that situation, he was 13th in expected points added per dropback or whatever the efficiency rating was. Like, he was above middle of the pack in terms of how productive he was in an adverse situation that he was in more than any other quarterback in the league, and got hit more than any other quarterback in the league. You know, it's just that's why it's so frustrating for me when people point the finger at C.J. Stroud like he had some major regression this past year. There were certainly areas that he can improve upon, and areas that things he didn't do as well maybe he did his rookie year. But man, you're absolutely right. Just keep the guy upright. Like, the numbers are there. When he's got a clean pocket, he's an assassin. You know,
We look at like Pat Mahomes statistically this year. You know, it was not nearly one of his best seasons. What the Chiefs were really good at was getting him into 3rd and 5.
Dinking and dunking,
4.
man. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a really good job with that. And then they, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Pat Mahomes or anything. That's what their offense has been for a couple years now, but last year especially, get them into manageable situations, and then your team's going to have success.
Text message also, Purdy's been to the Super Bowl twice. He's only been once. He's been to one Super Bowl. It was in the 2023 season. His rookie year was the year where his arm got, like, the bottom part of his arm basically almost got ripped off of his body because he got hit on a follow-through.
He was playing the stranger with the football on that. He couldn't feel his hand, right?
Yes, yeah, the NFC title game against the Eagles. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl that year. That was Purdy's rookie year. And then they went 6-11 last year. So, I mean, Purdy is an interesting one, man. Him getting $53 million is I'm not shocked by it at all, but it's going to be fascinating to watch that play out. It's not going to be as easy to surround him with all those pieces anymore.
Well, the old myth of the rookie quarterback contract too is like it hasn't matched up with what you hope. Everybody always thinks, oh, you got this rookie quarterback so you can load up, and the 49ers did do that. They loaded up and they got to the Super Bowl with it. But it's only since Tom Brady, I think Pat Mahomes is still the only guy that's won a Super Bowl on his rookie contract.
Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was on his rookie deal.
Since Russell Wilson.
Yeah, Russell Wilson. But again,
he doesn't count. The defense won that. Their defense won that Super Bowl.
Should have won a second one if they just hand the ball off. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Reggie Atatula's back. John Lopez is here. What's
Howdy.
up?
Yo.
How we doing?
Terrific.
Did you have a good weekend?
Great weekend.
All right, good weekend. You, Reggie?
On paper, it should have been a good weekend. Right now, my ribs hurt, my elbow hurts.
What happened?
Nothing that should cause my ribs and my elbow to hurt.
Weird.
I don't know.
You look like you're in good shape.
I think I'm getting old. And you know what? Also, and I'm sure Seth can back me up on this. Like, the more that you're in good shape, somehow you end up hurting. Like, I did a thing which I would never typically do, which is move a workout because I was not going to be able to do it on the day typically. Usually it's like, this is when the workout schedule. If I can't do it, skip it.
Yeah.
And I was like, nah, I will get into my workout ahead of time. And it's been nothing but pain ever since.
Okay.
You pitched on 4 days rest.
Yeah.
You got to be watching with that, man.
And now I'm worried about, inflammation and UCL injuries. Like, that's where I'm at right now.
Okay.
You know how you make up for it,
welcome back.
Reginald? I'm going the Lopez route. See, one less button on my shirt.
Nice.
Caliente.
I
see
it.
I didn't do that intentionally.
Leave it.
Yeah, leave it.
Yeah, leave it.
I don't want to break up any marriages
Female
out there on the
viewership.
YouTube stream.
Female viewership on the YouTube just spiked. Yes. So what's the question of the day, boys?
All right, so you heard when Paredes hit that home run?
Yes.
Like a home game.
Oh, it was loud.
It was loud. A lot of Astros fans there. So the old family text gets going on stuff like this.
Okay.
And we started asking each other, what is the best sound in sports?
Okay. So
Like
in that
just the
case, it was the
sound.
sound of the crowd in an opposing park cheering. Okay.
Yeah, so I, just to kind of get you thinking a little bit, I put a couple in the old group text.
Yeah.
One of them is going to be this weekend. After they say, gentlemen, start your engines in Indianapolis, when you hear all 33 cars.
Oh, you like that?
Oh, yeah.
That
that's a
is
good sound.
badass. That is all at once. Start revving and pumping the engines. And also I put the sound of a golf ball hitting the bottom of a cup on a
little
putt.
click sound that it makes.
Yeah.
I see. I like it off the club.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah.
When they hit it
I'm more
pure.
about the beginning. Yeah.
When
they hit it pure.
Me, ironically, thinking about this, one of my favorite sounds in sports is no sound at all. I like it when a road crowd gets
silenced.
Stunned silence from a road player hitting a home run or basketball's the best one.
Yeah,
because it's the last second shot.
Jacob, my oldest son, who as you know was a big time swimmer.
Yeah,
he said the best sound is similar. He says the best sound is after they say "take your mark" in swimming. And it's just dead silent.
And you're waiting for the gun to go off.
Just dead silent.
Ooh, that's a good.
Yeah, I'm always interested also how much that changes from spectator to competitor. You know what I mean?
Like he was a big time. He said that's his favorite thing.
Right. Yeah. What was it from?
Could
like
hear his heart
level?
beating, and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, like from field, like obviously, like a goal line stand is there's nothing like that.
Yeah.
That's like honestly, that's one of a goal line on a successful goal line stand at home.
Yeah,
that really just it's just there's nothing like it. Like you've never experienced something that loud, or just that it feels like you're just enveloped by just the combined energy of the stadium. That part's really cool. And then like almost the completely opposite direction. I would say I really just love listening anytime a basketball is coach talking during a shoot around or something. I just like hearing the squeak of the shoes.
That one made the list.
Takes you back to high school. Like it just feels like, oh yeah, you're in a gym and you hear a bunch of squeaking and there's guys practicing in the background. I like that.
That's a good one. Okay, I'll give you an underrated one nowadays because everything is so mic'd up. A ball hitting off the upright of the doink.
Oh. Yeah, the door. Why didn't I think of that? That's a good one.
Because the microphones.
You're right. That is, and especially when you still can't quite figure out whether it's gone in or out or whether it's going in.
Did it go right? Did it doink and go through?
That is a good one.
In a similar fashion, some of these like NBA gyms, they will have the rim mic'd and maybe too loud, so hearing a miss where it sounds just like a bomb went off is always it's very Schadenfreude to feel it. Like it's just like you missed that.
The swish is good too, though. The
swish.
That's really nice. A body going through a table at a WWE match. Very good. The crunch.
The crunch of
the
table.
Go watch Mick Foley get thrown off the top of a cage, man, and hear what that sounds like. Oh, by the way, the greatest sound is crosstalk. Brought to you by D&M Auto Lease.
Always.
Yes, indeed.
Agreed.
Indeed. All right, fellas. Have a great show.
Thanks, man.
This is at 10:40 today. This is
10:40.
the onomatopoeia segment, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I like that.
It's a great word.
You don't get to use it very often. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and all the thwunks you can handle to you.
Thwunk. I'm going thwunking today. Indeed. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Crosstalk again, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula back in the saddle. John Lopez always in the saddle. Biggie Fig, best in the world at what he do. They are in the loop and they start now.
Happy Monday to you. It is indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And in order for us to do that, go ahead and hit us up on the text line, 71335, and all points of the program. We always want you involved with it. Also, we appreciate the Mocare Injury Lawyers for providing us the
We keep it 100.
Much appreciated there. Both on the Twitch chat, Sports Radio 610, or sorry, Twitch is 610 Houston. The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. Always want you involved in various ways. You mentioned the idea of like that sound of players hitting, and of course I always call football the car crash sport. And I say that obviously with some regard to the danger and the injuries that could happen within it. But I understand the dichotomy within there when I say the first time that you are sideline, like down on field level during a football game, and you see how fast they're going, and you see those collisions, you hear it, you're like, oh my goodness,
yes,
oh
yes,
this is different. It's different. So that's one of those sounds. As soon as you mentioned, I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Let's get going because one of the sounds in sports that was fantastic showed up yesterday for the Astros as they managed to split a series versus the Texas Rangers up there in Arlington. And so they continue, like, not losing a series in this 17 games, 17 days stretch that they have completed thus far. 10 of those games, 6-4 for your Astros to this point. And so, you needed to come up with something special. They did, right? And so within that, what else do you need to see from the Astros to know that they're going to make a little run and know that they're some level of legit in your mind? 713-572-46.
Yeah, that we said. I think I said I'd like to see them go 11-6. Isn't that right?
11-6 is where you said it. I think I said it at 10-7.
Yeah.
And our friend was it Lacey? on the 12-5. They might need to pick up the pace a little bit for that, especially in their final 2 series here. But no, man, like they're at least on track to meet my expectations.
Yeah, yours for sure. Mine, they would need to do a little work. Got Tampa, Seattle coming up. Tampa tonight, of course. And
AAA Stadium too.
Yeah, AAA Stadium. Good pitching, both those squads. Although Tampa's their record's not reflective of it as much, but it's just been so up and down. And we've talked about this, last week and the week before. There's a little bit of unpredictability. Yesterday was, I thought of Milo Hamilton. Usually he said this about defensive plays, but usually, like I said, he said about defensive plays, but put a blue star by that one. Put a blue star by that win. You're getting no hit, man. I mean, you're getting worked. And
by Jack Leiter, mind you.
Yeah.
Not too far from being drafted, and drafted with high regard, obviously Al Leiter's kid, but he has not lived up to that kind of hype. And yet and still, here he is, 7 innings or 6 innings into this thing, and still holding on to that no-hitter at that point.
You know, they get a solo home run, and then the next thing you know after that, you got a 3-run home run from Isaac Paredes, and then you just toss it over to the bullpen, and they do their job, as they've been doing, by the way, very consistently, and you get the win. Put a blue star by that one, because we would be having an entirely different conversation if they didn't get that thing done, because then all of a sudden you're looking at not winning a series.
Right, you lost a series to the Astros or to the Rangers at that point on the road, and you're a little bit further from that circumstance. You're probably
have 5 losses,
right? Yes, in this stretch, and then you'd also be back in third in the AL West, which isn't daunting, but again, you're trying to find your way into a place where you're right on the tail, or trying to usurp the Mariners at the top of the AL West. If you truly want to be some level of contender, as obviously we know the window is there for.
Yeah, so that one was rather large. It was a big win right there, but it did lead to the question that you just posed. What else do you need to see? Well, you need to see more clutch. They've shown a couple of things, especially Paredes, man. I mean, this guy, he and Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers, they've been the best and most consistent players all along. You need to see more. You're in a situation now where you have a good meaty part of the lineup up top where you can count on some clutch hits. And you need to see a little bit more of that. You're also in a position right now where it's not just Hunter Brown that is, consistently throwing it out there. We talk about Fromber's inconsistencies. Look at his last 3 starts. He's been pretty dang good, time after time. So you need to see more of that. You need to see a little meatier, a little more in the lineup to be able to come up clutch.
He was starting off Monday in the AO zone. That's crazy. Yeah. All right. No, you're good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey, yo. No, but you do. You need to see more of that because it's been so inconsistent.
It's funny that you said more clutch, because I would go the entire opposite. Like you're getting a decent amount of clutch, and there's evidence in some ways by this text that came in from the 713, and I agree with you guys. Let's be real about this past weekend. Super low, scored in 4 out of 36 innings, and you scored 9 out of the total 11 runs in those innings. And yes, like that is really tough. I think I was joking about it when some of us went to the Astros game on Wednesday in the series prior, and one of the things is like, I think it was the Royals. It was that final game versus the Royals. You get to the 6th inning, you're like, okay, now they're allowed to score. They don't score early in these games, and that adds a level of pressure to your starting pitching to make sure that they keep it tight. Or, even if the pitching does get out of hand, now you're scoring runs late in order to make sure you save your bullpen, or at least tax the other team's bullpen, as opposed to actually trying to win this game. I need to see more of the mundane in a way. I don't know if that's exactly the way to term it, but as opposed to getting to these moments where you're like, okay, I have to get exactly this amount of runs. How about getting some runs early and giving those guys some run support, right? How about getting some runs early and building a lead? And that's something that it feels like they don't do. They don't get out. This is a team that notoriously this season has not scored runs in the first inning, talk less of in those early innings just in general. I need to see you guys build something outside of just these moments where it's absolutely necessary, where you're scraping by and just barely beating the buzzer in some ways when it comes to run production. That's the thing I really want to see. I want to see them be able to build some innings, be able to put up some crooked numbers in more than just singular innings in stretches. That's more than anything for me. Have an offense that's a little bit more consistent rather than one that you can call on in very, very sparse moments. It is nice, though. I will lean on the idea. It's nice that it feels like they do kind of show And that has been enough to kind of keep you right around 500, just above it in this space. If you want to be legit, I think you need to be able to be in a place where you are consistent doing that. And honestly, again, this is where we come back to the idea of this stretch, 17 games in 17 days, not to downgrade the difficulty of it, but you're not facing off against the best offenses. And so the idea that you'll be able to find just enough offense in these moments is cool, but you're not going to be able to do that a lot. Hell, I mean, here in probably, 4 days when you get going against the Mariners, or 3 days when you get going against the Mariners, I don't know that you can assume that, hey, that just enough is going to happen because the Mariners have actually been hitting something decent this year.
I would agree with you if I think that's a realistic possibility. I think.
Oh, you're out on that.
No, I think realistically, let's be very honest about this season. I think this is a bridge season. I think we're getting to, a good indication they're not going to be an offensive juggernaut top to bottom or even top to 7. I don't know if they are. I don't think they are. So what I'm saying is clutch hits. Guys that are having good at bats. Maybe they're not having the season they need to, but in moments like that, it's not just Paredes or Myers, who's another one, or Pena, but you get some step up, so to speak, from some of these other bats that can be a little more clutch. I mean, do you think that they have it in them to be a 1 through 7, consistent offense?
I mean, that's a rough question because you start listing some guys off, and in theory, on paper, you should, but some guys have just had rough. Pioneer D's coming out of this is cool, but we know that he can be a little streaky from times. Isaac Paredes, obviously, we can talk about how he's found a way to find his level. Christian Walker as well. Jeremy Pena, the step up that he's got. Like, once you start naming some of these guys, you should have enough
back to the baseball card.
You should at least have some of these guys at least to go 6, right? And again, I don't need it to be. I would like it to be, but I don't need it to be 7 guys that you step up to the plate and the pitcher goes, "Gosh darn it!" Right? At least what I do want is you talk about clutch. Find a way to have a group of 3 guys get you hits at similar times, or at least put up extra bases with runners in scoring position or things of that nature where you're actually scoring in earlier portions of the game. I don't know that I'm asking them to be a daunting offense. Thankfully, your pitching has been pretty solid despite injuries that are now coming and ravaging them. Give me a little bit more offensively, because if you're going to be relatively anemic offensively, I don't know what you can expect, because ultimately the game, in its essence, is still about scoring runs.
No, absolutely. But and I said bridge season. I don't mean that as an insult. I think you can win this division in a bridge season. I think you can make a little noise with this team transitioning, however you want to put it. If you have some clutch hitting and that kind of pitching, if you can get this out of Hunter Brown and Fromber, and then the back end of the rotation with Abreu of the bullpen with Abreu and Hader, I think you can be pretty good. I think it's a big ask right now for some of the outside of Christian Walker. We keep hoping for him to find something, but
getting the average hitting is a big
average hitting, some back end of the bullpen. I think that we're seeing how the formula is played out. It should play out.
And I'm not gonna lie, that's a little scary.
Cardiac Astros.
Yeah, because what that means is for an Astros team that used to have a much wider margin for error, there's not any, right? The margin for error is very, very thin. And as we know, baseball is not necessarily one of those sports that allows you to exist in a very tight margin for very much. There's a lot of things that'll pop up. There's IL stints. There's cold stretches. And you've experienced a decent amount of that all the way through. Hey, you get any update on Jordan? Is that
you read my mind?
Did you get any?
That's it was May 13th, right? When he was coming off
when he was eligible to come off.
What's today's date?
Today is the 19th.
Okay. So, but May 13th was when he was eligible.
That is right.
And today's the 19th.
Those are correct statements that you have made, yes.
And so where's he been? How's he been doing?
I don't know.
Man, how long do it take to recover from a broken hand, possibly?
Oh, there we go. Hey,
I'm just asking.
No, I mean,
how long do it take to recover from a broken hand?
More than a couple weeks.
Jordan would be nice. Getting Jordan back would be nice. There's no question about that.
Somebody said we have a team of Kirk Gibsons at the moment. Yeah, like that, and that's the thing. Ultimately, I'm with you on the idea of I think that this is a team that can absolutely win this division, which I don't think says much about this division.
No, that's
to be
fine.
completely honest.
Yeah.
The tough part about it, though, is the mantra that the Astros have given us, kind of the talking points. has not has a contention window.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we might have a little bit of a difference there in the expectation. And maybe you say it's an unfair expectation, but that's the idea, right? Like that is at least the stated idea, even if you look up and you go, hey, some of these actions maybe don't necessarily push you towards that space. But again, I am pleased thus far with the way that they've been able to navigate this stretch, because it's not easy to not have any breaks in baseball.
Yeah.
The tough thing about it, though, is if I'm trying to extrapolate further, which is what we've been talking about, I'm a little uncomfortable. Although at this point I'm having to lean on hopium, right? What reserves or reinforcements can come through, and then I'm talking about like the health and wellness of this team. And when it comes to the Astros, we all know how fraught that can be.
Well, and again, back to Jordan, just getting him back even next week, for goodness sakes. Even if he doesn't play the rest of this week or into the weekend or whatever, just getting him back at some point, just having that bat and that threat, if he's at all close to healthy, gives you a better look when it comes to some of those clutch hits. He has been Mr. Clutch. He has been one of those guys when healthy. So that's what they need. I think the template is already established for what this team is, and Jordan obviously needs to get back. Cam Smith has been on a little bit of a better run here lately too. By and large, he's had his bad moments for sure, but by and large, he's been a little bit better too. So it's just come up with the clutch hits. That's what you are.
Speaking of expectations, where have your expectations gone with Cam Smith? Because we're drinking the Kool-Aid. He was having a fantastic spring, and obviously there was always the understanding that spring does not necessarily mean regular season production, and now we are living in the midst of that. Has it shifted for you at all? Are you still in this place where you're looking at the entirety of the lineup and going, this cold stretch probably speaks to all of it as opposed to the individual? Where are you at with him?
I think, it's about what we expected it to be.
Is it?
It really is, if you're being realistic. We had high expectations, but we were saying before the season even began, he's going to have a long stretch of, he's going to have a lull. I mean, I know I said it. I know you agreed with me. It's going to happen. Every rookie player, especially a young one like that, is going to have a stretch. His last 9 games, he's batting .310 with a 791 OPS. So he's starting to ramp up a little bit offensively. He might have another bad stretch. He probably will. I'm actually about where I thought he would be. I would be with him. It's going to be up and down.
Yeah. So we're excited to see what it looks like. One of the things I am encouraged by, they got the Rays in this 3-game set in Tampa. But remember, it's Steinbrenner Field. And one of the things that I was looking at was Steinbrenner Field, because I remember thinking about this with Sutter Health rather, in Sacramento. Balls are carrying out there. And, I mean, they're both top 10 parks when it comes to home runs because of, like, the profile of it. There's not big stands, so once that ball gets up there, that wind has an opportunity to carry it out if it is
minor
indeed
league
going.
ballpark, man.
And so maybe that ends up being some level of boon to the offense, although the one thing I will say, unlike Sutter Health Park, Steinbrenner for base hits, so maybe it's not necessarily producing that way, or maybe that's just about playing the Rays. I don't know. But, at the very least, maybe that gives you an opportunity to get some home runs. And if not, maybe not even if not, we probably need to have more conversations about the thing that Astros fans like talking about, which is the coaching staff as it relates to offense and hitting, because you're seeing up and down the lineup a little bit of problems there. And I think you guys talked about it on Friday. Alex Bregman having these switches when he went to the Red Sox, them seeing some things in what he is doing at the plate and changing it, and him seeing even more success.
It's pretty mind-blowing, to be honest.
So a little uncomfortable, and maybe this ends up being a little bit of an additional data point when it comes to the offense for the Houston Astros. But we'll see what it looks like when they get going tonight versus the Rays in Tampa. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Monday. Coming up next, the 49ers and Brock Purdy had they got their deal done when it came to securing the quarterback, getting him paid on the second deal. Do you feel like this is the perfect template for C.J. Stroud's future deal? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, guys, if you didn't notice,
610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
Your in sport leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Monday to you. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. 713-572-4610. How you get involved with us? Do you agree with the assertion that the Brock Purdy extension, 5-year, $265, good for an average annual value of $53 million, is the perfect template for this Houston Texans to CJ Stroud, who, I mean, he's next man up at this point. Next offseason.
Yeah.
He is the dude who I think it's very evident that he will sign an extension. I think that he has proven the given, right, the idea that, hey, he is that guy. He is above whatever the modern quarterback Mendoza line is. At one point, I used to call it the Andy Dalton line. I don't know what the current line would be, but he's above that level of talent, whatever it is, where you go, no.
Yeah.
This is the guy that we keep going with. This is the guy we keep rocking with. And, of course, he's well above that, at least in my eyes, and I imagine in the eyes of a lot of Houstonians. But you see Brock Purdy after, going through the literal mystery relevant contract of making pennies on the dollar comparatively to his peers of starting quarterbacks. He finally gets paid after what was kind of a tumultuous negotiating process, and he gets $165 guaranteed. When it comes $165 million rather guaranteed in the first 3 years, $181 guaranteed overall. And you, Lopez, seem to believe that this is the perfect deal. And I'm like, I don't know how you get this deal, but why do you view it?
Yeah, I was wondering, how did y'all feel about the deal overall? Was it too much money?
I actually quite love the deal for Brock Purdy.
Okay.
The reason why I'll get there, I think one of the things that the kind of ideas that I've stood on and I believe strongly in is we get thrown off by big numbers. America as a society, we're not good with math. Like we are afraid of math. So when numbers get real big, we get real scared. We get real dicey. And so we all see 53 million. We go, ooh, that's a big number.
Yeah.
I think with the way that the NFL has gone, the numbers are so big, especially for quarterbacks, that I think it's much more helpful to make things percentage of the salary cap when we talk about this, so that we have a better understanding of what that actually means. And at signing, when you talk about the percentage of the salary cap at signing for any given quarterback, Brock Purdy's percentage was 18.98 of this upcoming 2025 salary cap. That is the percentage. That is good for 14th. When it comes to percentage of salary cap at signing.
Yeah.
He is below Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray. Right? Are you getting the sense of what he's below all those quarterbacks, and so I think relative when it comes to production, because we're out of the range of talking about you as a Mr. Irrelevant now. You got paid, and you're just a starting quarterback, and you have to deliver on that space. But delivering relative to your contract is actually also going to be a little bit easier here because it puts him in that place where you're like, just be a top half quarterback, which I think that he is a bar that he can clear without the idea of who is he playing with and all those things. I think his talent, he's convinced me to a place where he's talented enough to be a top half quarterback. Which is not if you meet too high, then you set yourself up for failure.
Right.
And this is why I come back to what your question was, or what your assertion is here, Lopez, the idea that CJ Stroud, I'm like, if you can get this, sure. But I do not look at CJ Stroud and ask him, can you just be above the top half of quarterbacks in the league?
I'm not talking about the dollar figure here. What I'm talking about is how they did this.
Okay.
And that's why I feel like, and I heard the morning guys talking about this. Figgy just asked, like, how'd you get there? How do you think this is this is the template. And the reason I say that is what you can do with him, bigger number, a bigger guarantee, but front load the guarantee and spread out the bonus. If they can convince CJ Stroud, and there are incentives for CJ Stroud to do this, and I'll get to that in a little bit. Then all of a sudden, what you can do is all these other salaries that you're going to have to pay, all these other players that you're going to have to pay, you can afford them a lot easier. Because keep in mind, Brock Purdy right now, through 2020, there's only an $8 million more cap hit for him. And that is very, very friendly.
In this season?
Yeah, in this season. That is very, very friendly. If you can front load it, still give C.J. Stroud the big money, but make the cap hit a little lower up front, then all of a sudden these other salaries you can afford. And there are reasons why there's an incentive for C.J. Stroud to do this. What is the biggest problem right now with the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud? The offensive line.
Sure.
The questions about the offensive line. We don't know what Cam Robinson's going to be in the future or how long he's going to be here.
I don't know how much you want to consider him when it comes to
in the future at all. Yeah. Same thing with a lot of other players.
And that's with all
our players that you have questions. We talked about that. You have questions everywhere on the offensive line. You're going to need to pay some offensive linemen, get some offensive linemen in here. You're going to need to pay, a lot of other players that are Will Anderson being one that are coming up. The incentive for C.J. Stroud to do this is he's still going to get his money. He's still going to get a large guarantee. But if you can structure it the way they structured Brock Purdy's contract, the Niners are set. Like they have gotten all their players. The window is open. They're paying them. They're going to be able to manipulate and work the cap. And I think Fred Warner is the only other one that they still need to pay. If you can front load it, defer bonus money, I think it says a lot to the organization. I think it says a lot to teammates. Like, you can talk about how C.J. Stroud is well-liked all you want, but what talks?
Money. Yeah, money is a proxy for respect.
Yeah.
In all these spaces, and I imagine at your job too.
Yeah.
Right? If you've been at a place for a while and they have not given you a level of an uptick in your pay, at some point you go, these people don't respect me, right?
Right. Like if you get your money, Figgy, you get your money, Reggie. Obviously, this is a fantasy world, but
you're damn right it is.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out which money you were talking about. You took me out of the game for a second.
But you both leave enough for someone else to also get paid. That says a lot more than you being a great dude and you being a great dude. You know what I mean?
How far do you go with that? Because one of the things that we've established, and I, of course, quarterback is just an entirely different circumstance, right?
Mm-hmm.
How far do you go with this? Like, do you end up in the range where you're doing the Patrick Mahomes 10-year deal, where now we can do all sorts of cap, some back extensions and mess with money and all those types of things? Do you think, one, obviously that seems like that'd be advantageous, but one, does that necessarily track with what Nick Caserio has seemed to do with his team, with his players, which is actually give them shorter deals and make it so that they can get back to the table sooner?
Yes, but not at quarterback.
Okay,
but not at quarterback.
Do you think he goes for that?
Yeah, I was wondering. I don't know if CJ will go for that, and his team will go for that.
Here's why he could go for it: longer term deal, let's say 10-year deal, no trade clause, just like Purdy.
That's the thing that I've been looking at with this Brock Purdy
No trade
deal.
clause, just like Purdy, because you know what that does? That tells Purdy, I'm set. I'm going to get paid. I have control of the entire situation here. It tells the Niners, and the Niners are actually telling the league, we love this guy, and it gives stability, which is a word that they love to use at NRG just like anywhere else. Gives stability to the roster. Everybody coming up for a contract knows C.J. Stroud's going to be our quarterback. In San Francisco, they know better or worse, top half, top third, top five, doesn't matter. Brock Purdy's going to be our quarterback. You got stability. You got the, obviously security of a 10-year deal. You're going to get your money. It's just a matter of how they do the bonuses and defer money and all that other stuff and the guarantee. I think this is the way the Texans need to do it with C.J. Stroud. Forget the 2-3 year deal. That's out the window with C.J. He's going to get a 10-year deal. I don't see any way they're going to go 6 or 7 with him. They're going to go 10.
Well, I think in the perfect world they would like to go 7 to 10. But I'm just wondering, you got the 8.
That's right.
So I'm just kind of curious, is that their plan? Are they down with the team? Because I haven't seen them go with a 10-year deal.
I think Mulugeta wants the highest guarantee in history, and he could get that. Just a matter of how you put it together, and where you get the bonus, defer the bonus money, give him a no-trade clause. I think this is the way the Texans have to do it.
Well, that's interesting because when I saw the Brock Purdy deal, again, 5-year, $265 on that $53 million average annual value, good for 14th percentage of the cap at signing, right? When I saw that and I saw that he got a no-trade clause, he is one of, I believe, 9 quarterbacks who has that. And the thought I had was, is that the cost of waiting, right? Is it that you waited so long that you lost a level of leverage and you're like, here, this is one of the things I can do to sweeten the pot? Or was that just a trade-off for a better number? Because depending on how you view that, not saying that, the league all the way around is going to operate exactly the same from front office to front office, but But does that then operate in that way for C.J. Stroud? Because that's one of the things you're kind of asserting is put in a no-trade clause, and that's fine. Is that something you would want to do? Because the leverage and the concerns that causes on the back end can be problematic. And I know in this moment, and I would agree with this thought, C.J. Stroud, you're not going to have to worry about no-trade clause. We want you here. Yeah. But no-trade clauses are not necessary until they are. Yeah. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
Circumstance pops up, and all of a sudden the no-trade clause becomes a nuisance. Is that something that is worthwhile in order to, I don't know, squeeze out a couple extra million or add an extra year on a contract or what have you?
See, I think it's good for both sides. I really do. In this case. I mean, do you think the Texans are envision won't their quarterback?
No, but I think that also you have to be careful in just because you don't envision it in that space, like as a what is the word that our guy Nick Caserio likes using, as an actuary for the situations of the organization. You have to consider worst case scenarios or what have you, and even situations where you still want him, right? Like what happens if you end up in, and I don't think that you get to this place because again they have showed a willingness to get deals done early rather than late. But what happens if somehow you end up in a place where you're like the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, where they were drawing these things out, and as you did that, you had to add more, you had to give no trade clauses, and then the next time you came around to a deal, that was then leverage that was used to put you in a worse place in the way that you're trying to make a deal that gives you more flexibility, that in turn on the backside can give you less flexibility, and far be it for me to argue against players. I just wonder from the organization perspective, is that something you give up just to give it up?
Well, I think it's something you give up to make sure you get the right deal for the organization, and that's another part of it. And this is probably the most key thing. If C.J. Stroud proves in 2025 that he is a perfect fit for what they want to do under Nick Caley, then I think that becomes easier.
Well, how much does the Nick Caley fit happen? Because if it goes very well, I imagine Nick Caley not long for this Texans world.
No, but I mean that style, that offense, that system or whatever, because that's the biggest reason Brock Purdy became good to begin with and got this contract secondly. He's a perfect fit for what Shanahan does.
I hear you, but I also think that when it comes to getting paid, I think you draft and you acquire based off like playing a vacuum. Like how good are you? Because again, one of the things is once you get paid, and I know that you're trying to manipulate this in a way so that you have maximum maneuverability, but once a quarterback gets paid because of the salary that they command, it makes it harder, and it means that the quarterback is going to have to do more on their lonesome. Thankfully, we've already seen when C.J. Stroud has to do something on his lonesome, he can do a little bit of something. Now, of course, you would like it so that he does not have to. But, I think that, you operate more in a vacuum on what his talent is, which I think that we're
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Like Brock Purdy is a Niner and is getting that money because he's perfect for Shanahan's system.
Well, that's the funny thing about Shanahan, though. I think Shanahan operates with a level of hubris, and I say that without judgment, or as all judgment that's due in that instance, where the system is so strong that whoever comes in can run it.
That's fair. Because if Caley leaves, like you were talking about, you have to have a certain type of guy that can run that exact same thing. But you already will know that CJ fits that system. And D'Amico is still going to be the head coach. He won't be going anywhere. And Caserio will still be the GM. He'll bring in a guy that runs that type system. I think that's what really works in this deal.
Either way, I think one thing that feels very evident, CJ's next up, and like there's nothing in your mind that you absolutely need to see in order for that deal to get done. Is there?
Nothing.
Nothing. Is there anything that could take you to a place where you're like, no, I don't want to see that CJ get an extension?
Nothing.
Like outside of like gruesome injury.
You've heard me say this in the past. I think you could argue CJ Stroud was more impressive this past year than his rookie year.
You have said that.
Yeah. I would say sign him up soon as you can, man. Let's get it over with.
Somebody said give CJ a 10-year, $700 million contract with the ability to be flexible. The Chiefs did it right. Mahomes got his bag, and when the team doesn't do a ton to help him, it's the best route.
But see, it was easy for Mahomes to do that because they were winning Super Bowls at that point, man. So he wanted to be there clearly.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering if like his team, CJ's team, and CJ himself is thinking like, man, let me see where this organization is going. Especially
that's up to him.
Especially with the offensive line. Yeah. Like, y'all got rid of my best guy. Let me see what y'all do. I want to protect myself a little bit. So maybe I don't want to commit 10 years.
It's always interesting how, like, what is supposed to be a relationship that is all love turns into a little bit of, there can be a little bit of adversarial nature to it because the money, ultimately trying to get the money right is a tough situation. Don't envy that situation, but Nick Caserio is about to be, he's next up, right? Like, you're the next guy to figure this out. I'd be very interested to see if he sticks with his general MO of what it's been with giving other guys deals or if it's different just because it's quarterback. Well, we've got an opportunity to see what that looks like, I imagine, next offseason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into the question of the day, which is inspired by the crowd erupting up there in Arlington when Isaac Paredes went yard. What is the best sound in sports? 713-572-4610. Give us your best. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive.
Mora reminds our friends to drink responsibly.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the question of the day here. What is the best sound in sports? 713-572-4610. Because if you were living under a rock, Silver Boot series was first series of the year between these two teams. Took place over the weekend, actually starting Thursday there in Arlington, and the Astros were able to sneak out with a split as opposed to losing the series, and it was in large part because Isaac Paredes stepped up to the plate. Remember, on the road technically, and it sounded like this.
1-1 pitch, and that's in the air left field. Langford angling back near the corner to the wall, leaps up. Did he get it? He did not.
Is that a home game?
3-run shot for Isaac Paredes.
Who? Can you give me that one? What do you call Isaac Paredes?
A 3-run shot for Isaac Paredes.
Isaac. Got
Put a T in there. He called Yainer Diaz, Yandy Diaz. If you're unfamiliar with, can I do a little tangent here?
Let's go.
If you don't mind.
Yeah,
Again, send in your best sound in sports because Lopez was looking at that one like, oh, making
that's awesome.
Making it sound like a home game on the road has got to be fun, especially for against rivals. But Roku, this game was exclusive on Roku, so if you couldn't find it, that's what it was. Roku Sports Channel. What they've been doing, they have this Sunday leadoff game that they have now as part of their package or what have you with baseball. And it started last week. This was the second one that they did. And apparently what the formula is for the broadcast, they do a little bit of a Frankenstein's monster where they take one of the broadcasters from one of the teams, one of the broadcasters from the other teams, and put them together. So in that series, in that particular game on Sunday, what you had Blummer, right, from obviously Space City Home Network. You also had Julie Morales as your sideline reporter, but the play-by-play was Dave Raymond, who was on the TV call for the Rangers. And Buddy, he did not have none of the names right. I really hate that they did this.
Used to be the Astros guy.
Yes,
yeah,
but that was like
a long time
2000,
ago. Yeah,
right in that area.
Yeah.
That was very, very uncomfortable and that's the reason why I don't like it. The level of comfort that should be there in a broadcast booth is entirely wrong. Like, I understand the idea is, hey, now we have a little bit of home from both sides, but it don't work out like that. It almost feels like there's a little bit of tension in that booth that I don't like. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm supposed to be watching a baseball game.
That's what make it good.
Oh yeah, controversy. So this became we always do stuff like this in the family text. After that, the crack of the bat obviously was one. The home crowd turning a road stadium into a home game,
man.
like we just heard. My entries were this, and one of them is coming this Sunday. After they say, gentlemen, start your engines at the Indy 500, and all 33 cars are on pit road, and they just, whoa, and they all start revving and all that, and they start pumping the gas. That, to me, is an awesome sound. Like, just an awesome, awesome sound. The other one is huge championship fight. Whether it's like even back in the day, like Tyson and De La Hoya, or like a huge, and right before after all the hype, all the talk, the weigh in, the stare downs and music, you just hear ding 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 ding, the ringside bell, and it's like,
and we're off to the races.
I used to get like, obviously I've been able to cover some of these, and I used to get like literal like shivers up my spine.
Yeah, man.
Like, okay, now it's on. Now it's on.
What's funny is one of the ones that I thought of was when it comes to boxing, and maybe I'm some level of masochist because a few of these that I've thought about are like pain being induced. But you talked about boxing. It's that little the feeling of the air escaping
body
from
shots.
that body shot.
That's a good one.
Yeah, man. You hear that, and the dude, like that is wild to me, and I'm still looking forward to like being ringside at one of those types of boxing matches where you can really get a feel for it. But even just with the broadcast, especially as we've gotten more and more mics, hearing the times where you can hear how hard they hitting is just insane to me. And I guess in the same way, I was talking about this earlier with you guys, the idea of being on the sideline or being down field level during a football game where you can actually see like really how fast this is and you can hear how hard that hit is. It is sick, but also kind of like awe-inspiring in a very, very weird way.
Yeah, I got a couple of them. I'm going to be all over the place, to be honest. So we got training camp coming up. I want to say it's in June, sometime in
July.
July, yeah. Just hearing the horns when it's time to move on.
That period is over.
Yeah. I love that sound. Same thing kind of like watching basketball, like Olympics basketball, and just their like with substitution sound. Like I like that better than the little higher pitch. Just
Well, how about the buzzer for a buzzer beater though? Does it still hit that same, or do you just like that different sound?
I think I just like that different sound. Like to me, that's like, oh, this is international basketball right here. And then the other ones, I don't even know if this count, but when you go to stadiums and whenever it's like a football game, it's third down. They always had, some of them had like the Undertaker. Third down. I think NRG third down, and it's playing the Undertaker thing.
Yeah.
And then I think in Buffalo they do the train horn whenever it's third down. I want to say the Broncos, they do the
That's pretty good. Why you got that in your bag, man?
I know, you better watch out, Coats Nation.
Yeah.
My son, he brought up a really good one. It's the no sound. It's the total silence after, usually in track or swimming, after they say, take your mark. And it's like 15,000 people, just 50,000, but whatever it is. Just
I hadn't thought about track right before that starter pistol go off.
When they go up and they're in their stance and it's just total silence. Like that is awesome.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of things coming in here on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. Someone said a pop. This is Chuck. Pop of the mitt when a pitcher is throwing a bullpen, or just like I think just generally when you hear that good snap in there. Oh man. Somebody also mentioned like the best out is just the uproar after a big shot or a play. I like this one. Monica Seles grunting, but just tennis players grunting in general is a really funny one. And that takes me to a place where I started that had in various sports. You guys know that this is a problem for me. I very much do. And this is actually specifically because of Draymond, like the yelling, when you get fouled or whatever. I do that at my house. I know my neighbors hate me. And then on top of that, just like the ways in which players will kind of like exclaim as they're trying to draw a foul, where they're just like, hey! Because now I just do that. I started saying it ironically, and now I just do that. Or also, if you go to Carmelo Anthony, where he's like, F out of here, I got it. Every time you get a rebound. Hilarious to me.
Yeah, I do like, talking about boxing, I do like when it's the last 10 seconds and you hear that.
Oh, yeah, the little click.
Yeah, it sounds like a pool stick, like hitting the table. Yeah. Like the 10-second warning.
Yeah, it's a piece of wood.
That's exactly what. Yeah, I love that sound.
My wife said, and she used to be a bigger tennis fan, but just a tennis, not the grunt, like the whack of a well-struck, tennis ball on the racket. That's a good sound right there.
Speaking of well-struck, we kind of buried the lead on one of the best ones, which is just the crack of the bat, especially for certain players. Like I immediately go to thinking of, and this is more recent, obviously, but Shohei Ohtani, when you know he got it, you can hear that he got it in a way that is crazy. You're just like, oh wow, it sounded like somebody just got shot in a way. Like that was wild from the 713. The puck hitting the post, like hitting the pipes in a way. That's always
a good
doink
in the NFL.
Yes,
off the upright.
Yes,
that thing is loud.
Yeah,
that thing is really loud. I also got when the horses coming down the bike, you hear the
where you literally hear
the hooves hitting the
ground. From the 832, absolutely missed the way the Marv Albert used to scream yes after a big bucket, or you could go with Mike Breen with the bang.
How about with the dagger?
With the dagger's a good one.
With the dagger.
From the 832, the sound a defensive end makes when he knocks the helmet off a running back behind the line of scrimmage, a la Jadeveon Clowney. Yeah, that's tough. There's all sorts of these. Keep those coming in, man. I feel like just the visceral sounds that you get in sports are some of the best.
The drag screaming on a reel when you have a big redfish on and it goes zzz. It takes the line off the reel.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know nothing about that.
That's heaven.
Yeah. Someone said the when the glass breaks when Stone Cold Steve Austin came out. I have a friend that literally lost his voice screaming when one of those happened unexpectedly. Just the pop that happened was wild. There you go. Somebody said the sound of wheels of a skateboard rolling on a half pipe. Okay, I see you.
Hey, I'm good with that.
I feel you. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Keep those coming on the text line. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including this particular feat that could happen with the schedule. The LA Rams have a chance to do it. Do you believe in them? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you what that is and more next.
All right, let's get your new vehicle with D&M Auto Leasing. Have you been on the site?
Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in a second. Right here in Lown and all of sports, and somebody said the perfect strike. Sound of perfect strike. Mark Vandermeer, voice of the Texans, hitting you with the rock and roll was one that came up. Squeaky tennis shoes, basketball bouncing on the court. F1 engines came in. Someone said a pro golfer just smacking a monster drive.
Puring it.
Yes. And then one of the things that we brought up as well, when you hear that, when that umpire get real into it and punch somebody out, yeah, give me your best one, Lopez. Oh, that was a lot stronger than I anticipated it being.
What's your favorite style of umpire? Like the short one like that, or when they go, Steve, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's where I'm
I
at.
like the short, hey!
You used to have one, you'd be like,
Yeah, real high.
Remember that one?
High pitch.
Yeah, man, add a little originality to that, for sure.
Where that guy at?
I do love it when they're like, the word isn't even intelligible. It's just like,
yeah.
I'm like, all right, thank you. I think I know what's happening.
Yes.
All right, let's go around the NFL now, where I mentioned kind of an interesting schedule anomaly, obviously, as the NFL schedule came out last week. And are you familiar with the Bird Gauntlet?
The bird. Oh yes. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking
The
about.
Bird Gauntlet
Yes,
is
yes.
something that
I like this.
is up there, which is there are 5 teams in the NFL named after birds. First and foremost, can y'all tell me who those teams are?
I won't look. Eagles,
Correct.
Falcons,
Yeah.
Ravens.
Yep.
Eagles, Falcons, Ravens. I'm doing it off the top of my head. Help me out, Figgy. Seahawks.
Yes, one more.
And what's the other one?
NFC team.
NFC team.
Cardinals.
There it is. That's all 5 of them. That is all 5 of them. And the C buffer with his signature statement that I'm not going to say because I'm not trying to get fined. But yes, there's 5 teams, and every once in a while, a team will have all 5 of them on their schedule. And this year, that team is the Texans' Week 1 opponent, the Los Angeles Rams. They are the only team to play all 5 bird teams this year. No team, however, has beat all 5 bird teams. So no team has run the Bird Gauntlet. And the question I have for you, knowing that, again, the Eagles, reigning Super Bowl champions, the Falcons, who exist in the NFC South, the Seahawks, who just traded away Geno Smith. They're trying to kind of revamp what they're doing. The Cardinals, whatever they're trying to do as they continue to push forward. And the Ravens, a bona fide contender in the AFC. How do you view the Los Angeles Rams and their chance to do what the New Orleans Saints couldn't do in 2022? The New Orleans Saints went 4-2 in 2022. Do you view the Rams as having the possibility of running the Bird Gauntlet?
They have a 26.7% chance.
All right.
They do.
You didn't crunch these numbers. You didn't crunch it. You just made up a number. There's no way that there's any logic behind
It's
that number.
actually 26.75, but I rounded down.
Okay, why'd you say that?
No, I didn't crunch the numbers.
That's what I
thought. What I did crunch was you got Ravens and you got Eagles. That's a big ask.
Big ask.
To get both of them.
Hey, that's a success if you beat them.
Yeah, just them and lose the other games. Yeah. The other ones are workable, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued to see what that offense looks like with. I mean, Devontae Adams is just a fantastic player, and it seems like he still very much has juice. So, what does he have left to Matt Stafford have left? I think is also a fair question to ask, especially if injuries come calling, because all it takes is an injury to your starter, and now you got who is their backup? Is it actually? I know Stetson Bennett is in there somewhere, but yeah, man, you end up in a place where I don't know how much I like that, and Matt Stafford is not far away from the possibility of being. Oh, that's right, they got pretty boy Jimmy G out there, which I still don't feel great about that if he has to do that. So. Yeah, man, I was like, that's one of those interesting kind of things that happens within the schedule, and one that you can watch out for. You know what? I'll see if I can give you Bird Gauntlet updates as the season goes along. But elsewhere around the NFL, speaking of the schedule, I know that there's been a lot of breaking down of it, but I saw Warren Sharp kind of talking about this, and I found his perspective to be really interesting on this, which is how the NFL has absolutely tried to make the scheduling a little bit better when it comes to time off, except it's definitely like gotten really bad this year. It's a little bit better compared to last year, which I mean we were in the throes of that as the Texans, seeing them have multiple 3 games in a very short span schedules. How about this? This year the Lions will play 8 games with more rest than their opponent, and they will have 1 game with less rest than their opponent. That is the good side of it. That is the best that you could possibly have, compared to the Raiders, who have 1 game where they will have more days of rest than their opponent, compared to 6 games this year where they will have less rest than their opponent, which is not fair and not really necessary if we think about it, but it's necessary if you are willing to abide by the NFL and what their stated goals, which is just try and get big ratings to juice the numbers. But I mean, in all reality, they could make this a lot more fair and a little bit more palatable, but they just want to continue to capitalize. Is this the place, as I've constantly looked for the place where the hog gets slaughtered, is this the place where it gets slaughtered, or do football fans just keep riding with it?
Absolutely not. They do not get slaughtered. That's what they do. We saw it in when we were talking about all the primetime games and everything. Every time the NFL collectively tries to give off the impression of we care about player safety, we care about equity, we care about this, we care about that. Just remind yourself that they only do to a point, not at the expense of ratings and big numbers and popularity.
Yeah,
they just don't.
Like I said, they made it a little bit better. Last year there was 3 teams that played there's actually just 1 team this year, rather, that is playing 3 games in 10 days versus 10 teams that played in that stretch last year. So, I mean, that is making it a little bit better, and I appreciate that. But, yeah, you're right. Like, again, this does not have to be this way, but it's the way that the NFL is in some ways to continue to generate that revenue.
Yeah.
And I'll be interested if this ends up being some level of equilibrium within it, or if they continue to push the boundaries of this. So it'll be interesting to watch that portion of this as well, like how the teams react. Well, mind you, I just remembered, hey, remember how they're trying to add that 18th game to this? Right? Like, all of these things stack up at any point in the season, why the quality might be down, or injuries of that nature. These are some of the things that we probably need to look at as we're talking about it.
Like I said, you almost need that, people say the narrator says this. Hey, we care. Narrator. Not really. Not really.
Yeah. So I found that to be very interesting in looking at the schedule. How about this? We are at May 19th, 2025. Aaron Rodgers still unsigned as of yet. And so this ends up being a will they, won't they of massive proportions. But the funny thing is, by all indications, it does feel like is a 1-team proposition, or he takes it to the crib. Now, the Aaron Rodgers, there is a book about him written, and the author joined our sister station up there in Pittsburgh to talk about it. And interestingly enough, like, he kind of gave his insight into what he believes is going to happen here, saying that, and by the way, the name of the book, Out of the Darkness, The Mystery of Aaron Rodgers, you remember this? So the author joined them up there in Pittsburgh, and what he said was, I just think verbally behind the scenes, not that he guaranteed it, but that he told the Steelers, listen, I'm going to play for you. I just don't want to go there and then miss part of mandatory minicamps because of my personal issues. That's per Ian O'Connor, who served as his biographer up there at 937, joining 937, The Fan out there. Do you buy this, a little bit of buy or sell here, or do you buy this as the reason why maybe Aaron Rodgers has not yet signed but seems to kind of still be very clearly in the running for that position?
This is a big steaming pile of you-know-what. Because he's trying to, and did it about him, etc. But trying to play it off as, listen, Aaron's really trying to do you a favor here. Like, that's what they're trying to say. Look, I'm doing this for the Steelers. I don't want to have to miss minicamp because of my personal issues, so I'm just not going to go yet. I'm not going to commit yet. What? That's the silliest scheming.
But you still will be missing minicamp, right?
Yeah, but if this is
like,
true,
is it better because you're a free agent?
Yeah.
No, but what I do think is it is better optically. Like Aaron Rodgers
when has Aaron Rodgers ever cared about optics?
And that is the thing where it is fair to point that out, but I do wonder if it is true. And again, I'm operating with a lot of ifs and buts here, to be fair. If it is true, that does feel like it would bode well for a modicum of growth from him, right? To be in a place where he is actually considering the optics of this, particularly if you're going to be coached by Mike Tomlin in this season. The idea of, hey, I'm going to try and make it so that this is not the same type of story and distraction that it would be otherwise.
But it's a distraction now.
It is. It is.
It's a distraction now. And he's like, look, I'm doing you a favor by not doing this. And then the other very key element here, he said he didn't guarantee it. He just kind of sort of said, I'm going to play for you. I mean, this is hot garbage.
Yeah, probably.
And garbage is putting it lightly.
But yeah, I'm looking at I'm still looking at that, just wondering what could possibly be the holdup. Because I mean, he was on Pat McAfee talking about like he had personal issues that he was dealing with, and I don't even want to begin to speculate on what those might be. But damn, to clarity, of course, not necessarily that it matters for us, the viewers outside of this, but really, I imagine for the Steelers, like getting some.
That's some real deep personal issues if you can't sign with the team.
Which at that point makes you wonder, is this going to work out for you playing football?
I mean, if I was the Pittsburgh, I'd be like, if it's that deep, maybe we need to be looking at Will Howard then.
There's another very curious thing here that I just thought of. So he has personal issues.
Correct.
And he doesn't want to have to leave camp because of the personal issues. That's what has been said, right?
That is the hypothesis that has been thrown out there, yes.
How can he project that he's going to have to leave camp because of the personal issues?
Because he don't want to show up to camp? I don't know.
Exactly. Like, he's like, I don't want to have to leave. Well, how do you know you're going to have to leave camp? How do you know your personal issues aren't going to be solved, whatever they are?
Because Egypt is still over there, you know what I mean? Like, somebody's got to go and experience these
like
pyramids.
He's predicting when he would have to be gone.
Yeah, again,
he better off just saying, I don't know if I'm gonna retire or what.
Yes.
He better off just saying that.
Yeah.
I don't know what is actually happening with him, but there you go. Aaron Rodgers continues to be Aaron Rodgers in all ways. I was just like, that is a possible explainer as to what this nonsense is. You don't seem to buy it. That's fine.
Yeah.
How about this explainer from Drew Brees, who is the last good Saints quarterback, as they are in a place where they need to find the next good Saints quarterback. He was at an event, and he talked about it's the opening of Surge Entertainment there in Metairie. I don't think anybody cares, but that's what it is. He talked about he's heard nothing but great things about Kellen Moore, speaking about the coach. Pretty standard here was in this, or do you buy any of this when he was asked about Tyler Shuck, who is, the high draft pick for the Saints this year. He said, quote, I think he's big. Well, he made sure to make mention, I've seen what everybody else has seen. So, I'm not inside, thoughts in this. But, quote, I think he's big, strong, tough, standing there, delivers the ball, takes shots, had 3 season-ending injuries in college. Honestly, a lot of similarities to Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill was one of those guys coming out of college who had spent 4 or 5 years in college and had some major injuries. But, man, whenever he played really, really well.
I think you just said it, kind of standard fare from a legendary quarterback.
Pretty generic.
He doesn't want to throw anybody under the bus.
Yeah. And then probably.
But I honestly think he doesn't know.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think he know. I don't think he know. He just giving a generic answer.
Yeah.
That was going to be my next question is, all right, so can you then extrapolate this to see, do you think that he believes in Tyler Shuck, or is he just like, hey, I'm not going to get out here and trash the boy?
Well, I don't think he necessarily.
He pretty much described him.
Yeah, he described him. Yeah, he just basically said
that's a key right there. Tall, big, strong.
Got hair.
He takes shots down the field.
Couple of eyes and nose.
Yeah, it kind of sounded like a pre-draft sort of scouting report on Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't think he necessarily doesn't think he's going to be good, but I don't think he thinks he's going to be good. I think he's just really, truly, I don't know.
See, the reason why I maybe threw this out here, and of course, that's his boy. They was in the quarterback room together, what have you. When he compared him to Taysom Hill, I was like, that's somebody who I don't know if I wanted to compare to
I'm a little upset about this one.
Yeah.
And Taysom Hill has been like aggressively fine in the moments in the situation that they've used him in.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, word, Taysom Hill? All right, bro. So there you go. Shout out to Tyler Shuck. I don't believe in you, but who am I, right? Go out there and make a believer out of me yet. There you go. That's Around the NFL here on this Monday on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, speaking of quotes and things, Nikola Jokic, the Joker, was bounced out of the NBA playoffs, but he had a quote talking about the Nuggets that I wonder, does it feel like it could apply to the Rockets as well? 713-572-4610. I'll tell you what that quote is next.
Ready?
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Ooh, some good answers still coming in from our question of the day at 10:40.
One of the winners, one of the top ones.
Best sound instant. We're about to get into the Rockets here in a second, but just you hit me with, and no pun intended, you hit me with a very interesting one that I viscerally could feel as soon as you told me what the sound was.
A strike in bowling.
But like them pro strikes?
When they just blow up. Like,
that's a good one.
That's a really good one.
Rattles through the whole alley. You know somebody over there cooking. You just hear that.
That's right.
Wow. You're like, oh, man.
Yeah.
He must be nice. That's his. He brought that from home. That is a bowling ball he brought from home. Somebody said Joe Rogan losing it after a knockout shot. I'm not a big UFC guy, MMA guy, so I have to take your word for it because I don't think I end up in those circumstances to see that. Somebody said, just like you talked about, the sound of the engines, gentlemen, start your engines.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And somebody said the sound in the field, the horse is coming around the last stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Belmont Stakes, especially when it's for a Triple Crown.
I kind of like the cars when you hear the cars on the track.
Yeah, bro. That's a good one.
When they have the still camera and they're just whizzing by,
Sometimes you hear it on these highways.
You do.
You be right.
Oh, and no one has said that, the goal siren in hockey. Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one. That gets the blood pumping. All right. Nikola Jokic, who is, for my money, the best player in all of basketball right now. He's going to be a top 2 finisher and MVP. It feels very much like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will win it, but widely regarded, an incredible player. But unfortunately, he's on the outside looking in with the Final Four in the NBA because he was knocked out in a Game 7, a really interesting 7-game series. The Game 7 itself was one in which Oklahoma City Thunder grabbed onto the game early and didn't let go. And so Nikola Jokic obviously having to ask questions in a way that he is uniquely uncomfortable with because he seemed like he just ready to clock off work generally. But he gave a quote that was interesting, Lopez, that could this possibly be about the Rockets, even though we know he's talking about the Nuggets?
No, he is. I think it could. And it kind of is almost contradictory of something else we've been talking about a lot with the Rockets. But this was the quote. He was asked about how they just didn't go deep in their on the bench.
Yeah, with the rotation.
The rotation.
The number of players that actually got on the floor for him in meaningful minutes.
Yeah, and he said we definitely need it. It seems like the teams that have longer rotations, a longer bench, are the ones who are winning. He mentioned Indiana, Oklahoma City, Minnesota. We cannot ask for somebody who didn't play 20 or 30 games to jump in and be good and expect them to be good, meaning in the playoffs. And we've been talking, the reason I brought this up, we've been talking about, the Rockets need that guy. They need the dude. They need a true superstar. Most championship teams, have that true superstar, right? Or one who is that for that stretch.
Yeah, we talked about that coming in, is that of modern NBA champions, not only do they have an all-star, they usually have 2 all-stars.
Yeah.
On all the champions going back to, what was that, like 2001 was the study that I did?
But there is some element of this that got me thinking about the Rockets because, yes, the Rockets need a star. They need to develop one. I don't think that's going to happen per se unless you have real good confidence in Şengün, taking it to another level. But I don't think it's going to be Jalen Green. So they need that. But they also need, to go a little deeper. If they're going to be from win, it's going to have to be a high bar, as Rafael Stone said, in order to get that superstar. Well, then you need to trust these guys to go a little deeper when you're in those 7-game series. And they just didn't do that. So it's either it doesn't have to be one or the other. It kind of has to be both. They need to be able to trust their bench and go with some of these other guys a little deeper in order just to be able to survive these series.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I think that Kicks Rocks on the YouTube page already saying not buying that. Rockets had the bench advantage over the Warriors. I think in number, I think also maybe you could say in talent in that instance, you got beat over the top portion of that, where you got beat at the high end, which is why we had so many conversations about who is the number one, who is that kind of offensive engine, who is it that you can go to in those moments. Once you have that established, you do need a level of depth. I think also the hidden or the underlying thought within the idea of depth is trusted depth. Because you have guys on there, and I know that there was a lot of clamoring for Reed Shepherd, a lot of clamoring for Cam Whitmore. And I think that was ultimately the point that I was trying to get to, the idea of trusted depth. It was clear that in these kind of circumstances, and that's what he's talking about, Jokic, when he says someone who, played 20 or 30 games or, didn't play, right? The idea of having that level of experience in the season and a level of trust that when a coach throws you out there, he knows exactly what he's getting from you in any moment that he has. I don't think that you can say that comfortably about Reed when it comes to especially like the defensive side. Actually, Cam probably as well when it came to the defensive side of it. And for Ime in particular, him to trust them in the moments that he needed guys out there, which I do then would bring me to the idea is how much of that is actually when it comes to Rafael Stone and the way the team is built, and whether that's just youth that they will develop into, and you'll have guys that you trust a little bit more because they're a little more experienced. How much of that is about Ime and like the barriers that he places to be able to touch the floor on his team?
No, but I think that's the point. And I think that's the point that Jokic was making. We can't just toss him in there and all of a sudden have this expectation. He's talking about over the course of the season, trust them more, develop what you're talking about. Have whether it's Reed or Cam or whomever, be able to understand. All right, now that we're starting the playoffs, I trust these guys because they've done it. I trust these guys because they've played in, as he put it, 20 or 30 games, significant minutes or meaningful minutes. So I don't think it's necessarily something like you just flip a switch and go into the postseason and start trusting these guys. No, I think it's something you do over the course of the year.
Do you think that puts you in a place where you're more inclined, if you believe what Jokic is talking about, if you believe the application that we've kind of discussed, does that put you in a place where you're more likely to want to stand pat with what the Rockets have, understanding that they have a lot of depth, that they will have more opportunity to trust as they continue, and that allows you to have the guys, all of these guys that are necessary to find you in that space?
I really think you need both. I really think in order to get that guy, whether it's Giannis or whomever, you're going to have to give up a lot, but that also means you're going to have to start developing guys that can get into some significant rotations, some significant minutes behind it. And maybe that's Reed Shepherd. Maybe that's, more of some of these players that were just sort of, almost bit players. They did, but they're maybe not as much as they could contribute,
How much of these guys that you have on the roster right now for the Rockets do you think either fit that, or you could easily project in the very near future that they would step into that space for the Rockets?
I think, obviously Reed Shepherd is the one everybody's going to talk about because they've already pretty much established his offensive prowess, or at least potential, as a player. But other than that, it's almost as if, like they've got guys, some veteran guys. I'm looking at it right now that you don't know if you can. You were going for Aaron Holiday. You wanted a lot of Aaron Holiday,
and that's because you talk about trust. Yeah. Ime has trusted him, and I think that was why you saw him turn to Aaron Holiday very quickly. But you got to places where it felt like he wanted more, and so he just tried to wring more out of his starters.
And then you start looking at guys like Tari Eason. You look at
there's trust there.
There's trust there, but 16 minutes. I'm looking at the Warriors. 16, 19, 17. Kind of like to dip in a little deeper than that with him, wouldn't you?
To some extent, but I'm one who subscribes to the notion of, shortening your roster to some extent when you get to the playoffs, because you want your best players out there as much as you can, as much as you can kind of handle. So I would like someone like a Tari Eason to be in that space where they're maybe just touching 20 right in that space there, because you end up being more of a support guy to what your starters are. In that series in particular, it definitely felt like your starters did not give you enough, particularly offense. That we know that. I think that they have trust in some of these guys. I'm just interested to see how many of those guys can move into that space. And then leads into this notion of, if you do trade, how many of those guys that you trust right now can you manage to keep in a trade, in a trade circumstance where you're sending guys out?
Yeah, no, but I also feel, because I'm generally with you, and I think the NBA has said as much, you do shorten your rotation a little bit in the postseason. That's just the way it works. But there's a difference between shortening your rotation to 7 or 8 guys and the 7th and 8th guys get 15 minutes versus 22 minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the last 3 games, Jabari Smith got 15, 16, and 17 minutes. Maybe you'd like to see a little bit better contribution there,
Sure.
Yeah.
I hear you there. I think that's fair. Can I throw you this, and maybe we'll have to dip a little bit more into it, but I just saw this from Bill Simmons, notorious Boston Celtics fan, so keep that in mind when I tell you this. But apparently Bill Simmons has a thought on his Bill Simmons podcast on a potential trade that the Rockets and Celtics could do. Are you ready for this?
Am I?
I don't know. That's why I asked the question.
Am I?
Right? That's why I asked the question.
Is it that wild?
Look, I'll let you be the judge of that. Bill Simmons threw out the idea of the Rockets acquiring Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday.
Let's go.
Right? So you have that Jaylen Brown, you have that player that you hope to be a number one guy, and then you have Drew Holiday, a dude who fits within, what you want to do defensively, offensively, in theory. What you give up?
Yeah.
You give up Fred VanVleet, you give up Jabari Smith Jr., you give up Tari Eason, and you give up the 10th overall pick that you are acquiring from the Suns. What do you mean?
How does that work with the salary cap?
Well, the interesting thing is that you would have to find a way to deal with that, because if you just do that and nothing else, which obviously you would not be able to do, you would end up in the second apron, which is the real boogeyman zone of this, which would basically lock you in on what that team would be with Şengün, Jalen Green, obviously Jaylen Brown coming in, Drew Holiday, and I imagine Jalen Green would be pushed to being like a sixth man in that instance.
Maybe
with Amen Thompson being a starter. Is that something that you feel like is a winner? Are you interested in that trade at all?
I would be interested, right? Jaylen Brown?
I don't know, man. Like I looking at Jaylen Brown.
Can he be the dude?
And that's a great question, because also, like, is he going to have to be a dude that you roll the ball to? Like, he's going to fit in with the defensive mindset of what you're trying to do. Being consistently the guy that you go to time and time again, and I guess you feel like Alperen Şengün has continued to grow in that, and this team as a philosophy and a mantra feels like it is less of a one-dude show and more of a collective, and you're just, in that instance, raising the level of dudes that are in the collective that you expect to get things done. I don't know how much I love that, especially considering you're paying max value for Jaylen Brown. And then the Drew Holiday part is the part that makes me very uncomfortable, which is funny because Drew Holiday seems like the type of player that you go, oh, yeah, absolutely. You know what Drew Holiday shot from three this past season?
What?
35%, which is, that is a clear downturn in what makes him viable as a guy. Is like, yes, he can run the offense, but also he's a guy that you think would spot up and shoot. Not shooting all that well this past year. As he gets a little bit older, that he'll do kind of defensive things similar to Fred VanVleet. But if that shot isn't the big time salary that he would be getting.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm out on that trade, and I probably should have known that when I said Bill Simmons said it. But it seems like there's I don't know if this is for sure, but there's more and more people.
Bill Simmons is going to make a trade that's good for them.
Yeah, I was about to say it's interesting he didn't put Jalen Green in that trade,
but he might not like Jalen Green. But again. Just the idea, I thought that would get to interesting, like, how interested are you in the Jaylen Brown of it all? Because obviously the Giannis is there. We talked about Kevin Durant. Some of those kind of trade mock-ups are there. Jaylen Brown now being thrown
well, because the Celtics are all kinds of news about them just blowing it up.
I think that's more of a possibility, to be honest, just with that relationship he may have and all that stuff. I think if he's on the market, I think they're gonna really look into that.
They might.
Yeah. So continue to look at it, man. This is such an interesting space for the Rockets, and now their name is getting thrown into all sorts of different places. I'll be interested to hear what kind of, figure out what kind of trades and offers Rafael Stone is actually either entertaining or just getting calls on. We'll see what that continues to look like. Somebody said Rockets should try for Phoenix for Devin Booker and accept Kevin Durant to make it work. That's 2 max salaries. I don't even know how you make that trade work. The NBA is so tough. You have to have a JD just to deal with all of the rules and minutia of it. But one thing I can tell you, as someone who does not have a JD, that one's going to be hard as all hell, right? Like, I can't tell you that for absolute certain. We'll see how it continues to play out for these Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including Colton Rose. What did he do in his free time when he was rehabbing his injury? We'll talk about that and more next.
Ready?
tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on a Monday in the Loop. Sports Radio 610, 713-572-4610 is the number to text. As someone said, what's the fascination with KD and Booker? KD, a guy who can get a shot at any given time, any place.
That's one.
So he can run an offense. I don't know that his best position is point guard, but he can do it. Of course, we know that the reporting at least points to the idea that they are less interested in a Booker deal as they had previously been. What are the machinations of that? I can't say for certain, but shout out to Kelly Iko for that insight. But they went as far as to say if the Rockets want to make legit noise, you go and get Giannis in Houston. Okay, I appreciate that perspective. But there you go. Something that really just popped up, courtesy of Pro Football Talk. That is, I guess, in a way, popping.
Yeah,
apparently, the New England Patriots with their number 38 pick, which obviously was that 4th, 5th pick in the
sixth
in the
pick
second
in the
round.
second
Sixth in the
round.
second round. Sorry,
Yeah,
thank you. Math not going all the well for me today. But they selected Travion Henderson out of Ohio State, the running back. However, they turned down offers from the Bears and the Texans, and apparently the Texans' offer to get the 38th pick was a package of sending the 58 pick, which was the later second round pick, the 79 pick, and a third round pick in 2026. Pretty hefty price to get that particular one.
Interesting.
But that then brings up the question:
who is they trying to get?
There you go.
I'm looking at
that is it. So at that point, obviously, the Texans had selected Jaden Higgins. The likes of Quinson Judkins had already gone. Jonas Savanea, the guard out of Arizona, had already gone. I don't know if you had believed in that, but Luther Burden was still on the board. Tyler Shuck was still on the board.
What?
Alfred Collins was still on the board. I do wonder if somebody they'd had for a 30 visit. I don't know that necessarily that is the end-all, be-all of how they were looking at it, but he was still on the board. For some of those that were excited in the possibility of a tight end, Terrence Ferguson was still on the board. I don't know how much that would have mattered. Those are the guys that were on the board in that space between 38 or Mason Taylor was also still on the board. There's another tight end. 38 and then 48 where they ultimately drafted Ariante Arcery.
So this is where it gets interesting. The next offensive lineman, if you're thinking, okay, they had their eye on an offensive lineman that might have been taken before they got Arcery. There were none. Well, other than there was really nothing there that they might have been able to get. So could have been Travion Henderson.
Oh, Henderson himself, the running back.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they did. They did give up a decent amount to end up getting Woody Marks when they did in the fourth.
Yeah. And plus, New England, I think if they wasn't trying to get him, then New England probably would have made the trade or something like that and tried to trade back up to get Travion Henderson.
Right.
That is fascinating, though. That is something that they were willing to do.
We'll never know.
We will never know unless Nick Caserio is getting that comfortable where he'll let us know at some point. I mean, he did let us know that there was one player that they would have selected at 25 that was still on the board when the second round started.
Maybe that had to have been Higgins, right?
I would think.
Yeah, maybe you got to talk to Sean Pendergast on the side or something. They got a cool relationship.
I'll send a text to Pendergast to see if he can do some digging, do some capital.
Who are you trying to get?
Journalism on that.
Come on, just between us.
Just between us girls. Yeah. But there you go. On yours to Texas, I find that to be fascinating. Look, the idea that Nick Caserio's moving and shaking, that is fully substantiated at any given turn when it comes to the NFL draft.
A lot of credibility to that just on his track record.
Yes.
Yeah. It kind of make you feel good, too. He wasn't just sitting back chilling.
Yeah.
He seemed like he was trying to make a lot of moves, too. Yeah.
Right. And I guess also maybe it makes you feel good about the idea of not trading up for 25 because that was one of those things that on that day, maybe the next few days we were all looking like, so you couldn't find anything?
Yeah.
And he seemed real frustrated that nobody would.
Yeah, no, it's funny too because was it, I think it was the GM for the Eagles that was trying to trade up at one point and he made a call. I think it's a video out there.
Yeah.
And he was like, Atlanta gave a what? And he was like, no wonder nobody taking our deal.
Yeah.
So the price of the brick was definitely up.
Yeah. It absolutely was. So that's one of those things that is popping. Another thing that is popping, the Astros, we mentioned that they got a split in Arlington, 2 games apiece, including a win yesterday in which They scored 4 runs, and they got them exactly as they needed to.
Yeah,
they had the solo shot, was at Yainer, and then they had the 3-run bomb by Isaac Paredes to get them over the hump, 4-3, just enough runs that they needed to get them through. Farmer obviously did what was necessary. And so now that is 3 series in this 17-game, 17-day stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They have either won the first 2, and they obviously split this last one with the Astros. That leaves them 2 more series, 7 games, and it takes them to Tampa. They are facing off against the Rays tonight, and obviously in the next 3. Colton Gordon on the mound again for the Astros. He'll face off against Ryan Pepio, who has a 3.93 ERA. That's at, remember, Steinbrenner Field, right?
Yeah.
They're not the drop is not in use. And one of the things that I was talking about earlier about Steinbrenner Field, obviously a AAA stadium, is the idea that it seems like it carries, especially the long ball seems to carry out there. They're high up there, top 10 at the very least in home runs this season. So let's cross our fingers and hope that maybe that leads to, especially when it comes to some of those long outs, those loud outs that seems like they've been hitting to some degree. Maybe some of those will carry out above, beyond the wall out there at Tampa.
Well, they need it, and they were very, very clutch yesterday. I think that's kind of the way that they do business now, is good pitching. Frommer's been good. Obviously, Hunter Brown, clutch hitting. Well, if you can hit the long ball a little better in Tampa, then maybe that's how they're going to do it this time.
Yeah, very, very hopeful for that. Also with Colton Gordon, I found that this was a very fun piece by Chandler Rome, just kind of getting to know the rookie who debuted for this team. That he underwent Tommy John surgery a month before he was selected to the Astros in 2021. And, when guys are dealing with injuries, they will stay out there in West Palm, right, and just kind of continue to do work there. And apparently, in order to just stop himself from just sitting around and finding something to do, Colton Gordon used to deliver pizzas.
I love this.
He used to deliver pizzas in that area, apparently getting real good tips as well. He said he'd get in his F-150, drive around, get his side hustle going. And he said months. If you good with that, I'm good with that. I love to deliver pizzas. And he said that, it gets you away from the game a little bit. And so he, obviously was not making a big salary in that moment.
Nor did he care.
Right.
I think this says a lot about the guy.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
What do you read into it?
Like, he doesn't want to just be sitting around feeling sorry for himself. I think clearly he likes to be active. He didn't want to just, rehab and be all about baseball. Obviously probably, separated from a lot of family and friends. So going out, meeting people and doing things. I mean, I really like
it. It kind of show you that he's human too.
Yeah.
Because I think we all been through that, especially like me personally.
I don't want to just be sitting here all day.
Yeah, me personally, I was doing this job, but I was part-time at first.
Mm-hmm.
And so brother needs some money somewhere else. I can't just sit around. So I picked up a part-time job at Starbucks.
Yeah.
And people there, a couple people ran into me there. And I'm like, wait, why are you working at Starbucks? Ain't you on the show?
Yeah.
But they didn't know the situation I was going through, being part-time.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously he went 4 1/3 last time out, and did just what was necessary to keep them kind of tight, keep them attached when then you had the offense show up later in the game. That was Wednesday against the Royals. So excited to see what he can do against the Rays, another team that is well below average offensively. This is one of those
but good pitching.
Good pitching, absolutely. But this is another one where you just win the series for him, man. Like, just find a way to get 2 of these out there, and I'll be very happy, especially getting the man hopefully his first win on the season. That'd be really awesome. And first, obviously, with Reggie, 3-run bomb. All right, fair. It just barely cleared the glove of the outfielder there, but hey, it went over the fence now, didn't it?
I actually thought he caught it at first.
Who was that in left? I don't forgot who was out there. It doesn't matter. Play for the Rangers. But yes, the Astros back in action tonight. Still no news on Jordan as of yet. We did get news over the weekend though on one Hayden Wesneski. So the notion of that elbow, they're giving them the extra time and seeing what it was. It was UCL. It was Tommy John. He will be lost.
We knew that already.
Hey, we thought it was fishy.
We heard that in the broadcast.
We thought it was fishy when he got those 2 extra days rest. Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, Todd Collis gave us a little bit of a...
He told us that early on.
He gave us a little bit of game there, but no.
That ain't no news.
That was so good.
But obviously, this is where the likes of Colton Gordon, the likes of Ryan Gusto will matter a good amount as to how you continue going with this, because those guys, I don't want to say my nightmare, but this is one of the things I was concerned about in spring is if you do deal with injuries or just the natural progression of a baseball season, who are the guys that can step in to pick you up? Thankfully, Lance McCullers has come through, and it seems like he's stabilized. Is that how you took his outing on Saturday?
I mean, good. He did okay, and then awful, and then all right, I guess. No earned, but I think it's still sort of like you're still watching with McCullers.
And look, there's that. I mean, if Golden Gordon can produce well, that'll be good. Give you a little bit more leeway. Ryan Gusto has done what is necessary, which I salute to him because he's not been in the easiest space either. But any news on him dealing with that kind of break in his hand? Like when does that off of the strangest injury, right? Getting hit in the hand while being throwing out there in the outfield. We haven't gotten any insight on him. Christian Javier, JP France, all these Luis Garcia, all these other guys that you were hoping to make returns. Obviously, they were not expected this early in the season, but you're just like, can you tough it out to when those reinforcements come? Obviously, you have this stretch right here, which is a lot of baseball, but also beyond that, you're still waiting on. You need those guys to come through because I don't know that it'd be fair to ask a Colton Gordon, a Ryan Gusto to do this for months on end.
Well, that's sort of my worry right now. Is where are the reinforcements coming from? Can you count on McCullers as we're talked about? We'll find out. You mentioned Gusto and Gordon. That's a big ask for guys, at this level. And you got the top two pretty much nailed down, but after that, it's a little dicey.
We'll talk more about that here in a little bit. Shout out to Scotty Scheffler.
Shout out to Scotty Scheffler. And, obviously you guys know I like to follow golf. I was watching this closely. He did something that only Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus have done. And that's where I was like, okay, I get it, but like Scotty Scheffler to win 3 majors and I want to say 15 PGA tournaments before the age of 29. He's one of only 3 that have done that. Here's where it gets a little interesting. When you start comparing him to these other 2 guys, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods, there's no comparison.
No, it's not even close. He did run away with the PGA Championship, finished 11 under, which he won by 5 strokes. It's his 3rd career major, as you mentioned. He's now halfway to a career on that, and we'll see what it ultimately continues to be for him. But yeah, man, what a great run after that time. You remember that time he got arrested
at this tournament?
you remember that time? Remember that time he got arrested?
It was at the PGA last year.
So yeah, man, it's been a good year for the man as he's done that. And then also, I guess this is not a shout out. The Roughnecks unfortunately fell on Saturday, and so now they are out of playoff contention. I know that you were really looking forward to some playoff football for the Houston Roughnecks, but no, an 18-30 loss to the Michigan Panthers made it to the 3-5 record. Is not going to be able to get them to the playoffs.
Next year's another year.
Yep. So I think they might have 1 more, 2 more still on the season for them, but no playoffs in the offing for them. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Colin Cowherd apparently says that C.J. Stroud should get $55 million. I mean, at least.
Okay.
And maybe you can make that happen within the context of what you talked about, Lopez, of finding a way to get a contract that's longer, that gives you an opportunity to spread some of that money, do the fancy accounting that would help you out.
Yes, that's exactly.
I think it depends how this season go too. If he have another a great season this year, that number gonna go up.
And he finds that fit. Yeah.
Price of the big brick might go up there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's dive deeper into this. We were talking a little bit about the Astros. Have the Astros just had bad luck when it comes to pitchers and elbow injuries, or is there a systemic problem here? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
The Drive with
affiliate, Smoothbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's keep things going here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Have the Astros just had bad luck when it comes to pitchers and elbow injuries, or do they have a systemic problem? 713-572-4610. This coming off of the heels of learning that Hayden Wesneski, one of the 3 players that you acquired in the trade that saw Kyle Tucker leave on his, ahead of his final season on his contract. And, you bring back Isaac Paredes, who at third base has been pretty damn good for you. The glove's been good. The bat has been timely in what you need. Cam Smith, who offered a lot of excitement in spring. He's been figuring himself out. Man, defensively, at the very least, it's fun to watch him, run around in the outfield. And then Hayden Wesneski, who had been very important, being technically the 5th starter, but if we were going to re-rank the starters, probably like 4th, maybe 3rd at times starter for you. He is now likely done for the season with the Tommy John. He needed that Tommy John surgery. In fact, he didn't make his way back down to Houston from Arlington because Dr. Keith Meister, he plies his trade up there, and he is pretty much the leading guy on these UCL injuries. What happened there, got surgery done, and I mean, knowing what we know about Tommy Johns, don't expect to see him back unless there is just the craziest miracle, which sign me up for one of those. That's cool. I'll take it. But this is not a lone incident, right? This is to the point where you've seen this enough where you guys, as soon as I was trying to be on that hopium, y'all know me. I'm out here trying to be Mr. Hopi McGee or what have you. And when he missed They pushed the start.
The first sign.
They pushed the start.
You got 2 days extra.
Yes.
And
just to give him some rest.
And none of us were speculating, but I did mention on the show, it seems a little weird.
And that was just on the show.
Little different.
I think in the text message you were like, oh, okay.
Okay. In the text message I was.
You're like, okay.
I was full smartass.
Which, to be fair, that is who you are, and I want you to be exactly who you are in your fullness. I get that.
I'd have to go back and look, but it was pretty like, okay, well,
it was smarmy. It was a smarm in there. And so there was that, and then we started getting the inflammation. It was like, oh, okay. Because he had a bad go of it once he did ultimately get out there and throw. I was like, all right, this doesn't look good. And then one thing that I had not realized until it was brought up, I believe it was Chandler Rome that brought this up, the idea that last season in Chicago, he had some forearm issues, and typically, I think 20% of the time that happens, you look up and boom, Tommy John surgery is necessary. And I was like, ooh, that feels like that fits the trend. And lo and behold, the trend. But again, this is not an individual instance, right? Luis Garcia, Lance McCullers, who's just coming off of a 3-year stint of not pitching, Christian Javier, Justin Verlander. Games, and it makes you look up and you go, all right, is this just a thing that's happening in baseball? Because it absolutely is. Tommy John surgeries are everywhere. There's these UCL injuries with particularly the use, but it seems like it's particular to here in a different way.
See, now I'm glad you brought that up, because there's 2 sort of lanes that are going on here in baseball. Lane number 1 is a lot of pitchers are getting hurt. A lot of pitchers are getting hurt, and there's a reason for that is being bandied about, and I think there's a lot to that.
Shout out to the 832, just right on time with the text talking about how approximately 38.8%. By the way, press pause. The idea that you say approximately and then you throw a decimal in there always bugs me.
Me too.
I'm like, that's not approximate at that point. That's fairly exact. If we're going to be completely honest.
So he's in lane number 1.
38.8% of major league pitchers have had Tommy John surgery at some point in their careers.
Correct. And there's also in that lane, there's such an emphasis on velocity, which is putting extra pressure. Spin rates, which is putting extra pressure.
And can I add the complicating factor on both of those 2 things that you added?
Yeah.
The strict adherence by MLB of getting rid of spider tack. So that additional
is the third
grip.
one.
Guys are having to death grip these baseballs in order to get. So like you have that, and then you add the amount of torque that you're having, trying to get your velo up, and then also trying to get that spin rate up.
Yeah.
Like it only seems reasonable that with all of the forces and energy that you're placing on your arm, that something's going to come dislodge.
And then the fourth thing, it's the velocity, it's spin rate, there's no more spider tack, and the fourth thing is pitch clock. To me, those 4 things are mentioned a lot. Talk about, boy, there sure have been a lot of arm injuries. Boy, there sure have been a lot of Tommy John surgeries. And yes, that's lane number one among the teams that have had a lot of them. I got to be very clear here. There is a lot of vagary when it comes to what is reported as a quote-unquote arm injury or, short of Tommy John surgery, because that becomes obvious, or out because of elbow problems. The teams are vague about it. But from the reporting that has been out there, teams like the Braves, the Orioles, the Dodgers, they've had a lot of elbow/arm injuries. But here's where we got to get to lane number two in a very difficult conversation that I hope the Astros are having, and we can have a little bit of a taste of that conversation here. The team that has had the most?
Wait, hold on. I think I can guess. Are they in the AL?
Yes, they are.
Are they in the AL West?
Yes, they are.
Do they wear orange jerseys most of the time?
Yes, they do.
All right, I feel like it's going to be the Houston Astros.
So it is a Major League Baseball problem. He is right. In the other lane, the team that has had the most, 7 Tommy Johns since 2020, is the Houston Astros. So can you just write that off as, well, a lot of teams are having arm problems? Because I can't. If I'm Jim Crane, if I'm Dana Brown, if I'm Joe Espada, hell, if I'm the pitching coach, there's something about, okay, yes, there are a lot of injuries, but we've had the most. That cannot be a coincidence. You can't, well, I'll put it this way. You can't treat it as a coincidence.
Yeah, I wouldn't even look at it like, everybody, can we prevent this?
Yeah.
How can we slow this down?
I don't want to hear about everybody else.
I don't care about everybody else, man. Like, nah, we need to keep our guys healthy.
Yeah, and the impression that I've gotten from guys who are, I guess, closer to the game than I am is the way that I'll put it, is that they almost feel like major league teams have gotten to a place, especially the teams that really lean into the analytics of it all and then trying to get the pitching better, which I think the Astros would fit into at the very least in the previous iteration of the front office. Maybe not exactly in the same way in this iteration, but I think you know what I mean. Like leaning into spin rate and velo as indicators and things that you can adjust to try and make pitching more successful. I think that they have all kind of come to a place where they look at it and they go, the number that we talked about, damn near 40% of pitchers will have Tommy John. Well, this is an inevitability. And so we'll treat this kind of like a running back.
Yeah.
Where you use the yards that you can use until you can't no more. And it feels like that's kind of the way that teams play it in general. And to some degree, maybe the Astros play it where it's just like, look, we know that there's going to be a surgery in this. This is the cost of doing business. That's what the money is for, to quote Mad Men. And so until that surgery pops up, let's see what we can get at you. Let's have you, put the, have the velo as high as possible and, blow by people. Let's have that spin rate up and get the movement that we're looking on your pitches and shape them right. And we might lose you, but hopefully we're going to play the game in such a way where we're going to get some really great pitching until we lose you for a year, and then we'll come back and we'll see if we can do it again.
But I'm with Figgy on this, and I think most Astros fans should be here as well. I get it. Everybody deals with arm injuries. Everybody deals with Tommy John surgery. But why aren't we 20 most number of Tommy John surgeries and arm problems? How come we're first? I think we need to look at our own organization, our own way of doing business, and figure out, because 15th, hell, I'll take 15th most in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
But we're first. I think you need to look at philosophies. I think you need to look at, I think you need to look at the 6-man rotation. Are you doing it too much? Are you not doing it enough?
Yeah, there's something. There's absolutely a question to be asked about, and I'll probably reach out to somebody and see like what their opinions are, because the notion of going from, that regular rest and moving it around in order to, hey, we're going to do now six man and changing up those days. Yeah. Like, it's such a repetitive season and such a repetitive, nature of things. If you're doing this in a way that I guess is right without a better word to use there. And it seems like the Astros are very willing to shift that up in a way. I go, does that affect what's happening here? Do we then also factor in non-pitcher injuries? Because it feels like they don't really have good luck in that. Yeah. And at that point, do we then take this away from luck and look at what are your practices medically the way up and down the organization, which would be a damn shame, a crying shame, considering where we are in Houston, Texas, a place that is regarded as one of the best healthcare places in the world.
At minimum, I'm asking questions. At minimum, I'm looking and doing some deep dives and research and data and philosophies. Like I said, you can argue 6-man rotations are good. You can damn sure argue they're bad. Guys that are every 5th day, he's out there working on his arm strength. It's getting stronger. The mechanics. And I think you can look at training staff. Rehab. Why are we the worst? Why are the Astros the absolute worst in a game in which there's a lot of problems? Why are we the worst?
Yeah, and look, it could be a coincidence where a couple more people had to have Tommy John surgery. But me, if I'm in that organization, I'm like, look, we need to get off number one.
Yeah.
We need to let's change up something. Let's try to look out for these guys because this is a lot. Otherwise, we need to start investing in more pitching.
Yeah.
If it's gonna be like this, or if it is what it is, and this is how it is, we need to get more pitching. We need to get more people.
What?
I like how you threw that. It is what it is. He didn't even hear it.
Oh, I didn't even. It went right past me. I was getting your point, though. I got your point.
So you're saying you understand what it means, then?
No, because he just threw that in for no reason at all.
No, but it made sense. No, okay. So this question came in on the text line. How many of them have happened since Brent Strom left 2021? Do you happen to have the timeline on it?
Verlander was 2020. McCullers Jr. was the whole time, pretty much.
That is fair. That is fair. I hate to laugh at that, but that is fair.
Since then, Luis Garcia, J.P. France, we didn't mention him.
Right.
As well, Urquidy and Wesneski.
All right, so the question then that comes up, there's two of them, obviously, because this came up because of Wesneski. Does this at all impact the way that you view that trade? Because somebody was talking about, obviously he came from the Cubs. Is there a chance that they traded him with the knowledge that he could get injured? Risk, but once, like I mentioned,
he had physical.
He had that forearm injury, and that seems to be some level of precursor, and it kind of played out here. But then secondly, and I guess you decide where you want to go with this, is it worth the squeeze here? And this is the part that I feel real uncomfortable about because I try to be a person of the people and recognize that we're talking about human beings here. However, it does seem like teams have kind of made the calculation of the injury is going to happen and it is worth the squeeze in order to get the pitching results. Do you believe that to be the case for these Astros?
I think that's a possibility. I think that's one of the many things you look at. It's your own philosophy as an organization. Again, I cut you off for a second, but I'm talking about everything from, do you send pitchers or players in general, if you want to extend it, to Puerto Rico too much? Are they playing year round too much? I think you look at that. I think you look at the rotation, as I mentioned, training staff, rehab strategies, mechanics, pitching coach. All I'm saying is there's too much money on the line. There's too much on the line to, on the one hand, acknowledge, yes, it's going to happen, but why the hell are we the worst at it?
Yeah, well, worst at it when it comes to health outcomes, literally, but I think that there's something to be said for, and again, I find myself in a place where I feel like I'm advocating for use them and lose them, right? Which, again, makes me feel real dirty, what have you. And again, that's what the money's for, I guess, to some degree. But that is, I imagine that's part of it, like part of the reason why you have the so-called car wash, where you can bring in a Yusei Kikuchi and kind of utilize the way that make his stuff better, or at least utilize his stuff differently.
Yeah,
and then go out there and have him play. Have some of these other pitchers play maybe above what you would have anticipated them throwing, and some of that is being able to dig into these revolutions and dig into this velocity and these various things and get those at a higher level. And I do think that there might be a case that is worth making, that the juice is worth the squeeze. It is just deeply uncomfortable to get to that place. And also, I think it shows up more so when you're in this place now that you are, compared to previous years where it felt like you had an abundance of guys that you could turn to. And right now, these are all stacking up in a time where you're like, we kind of need these guys to be the pillars on which we built what this team is.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with you on that. I think it seems like it is similar to the running back position too, where it's like they're only giving you a couple years and then they ready to move on, or they not ready to pay you type thing because they feel like in age that you kind of washed a little bit. Maybe that's the case. I'm not sure, but maybe that's the case. And they did get some good squeeze out of the pitchers that did have Tommy John. Like, you got some good Luis Garcias and all that type of stuff. So
see, I think that might be part of it for some organizations. I'm not saying the Astros, but necessarily for like replacement level pitchers. But when you got some studs out there, man, that you want them to last.
But how do you piecemeal that?
But that's what I'm saying. How do you?
But it seems like the studs do last though. Like, it's not like you throwing Verlander to the side and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, he come back strong. But I don't know if Luis Garcia gonna come back strong. It seemed like he haven't been the same since he had to change his form or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know if players like that is going to come back strong, where it's worth keeping around like that.
All I'm saying is you have to do something. You can't just say, oh, well, that's baseball. Oh, well, that's the price of doing business. Oh, well, you know, they're replaceable. It's the business side and the ugly business side of the sport. I don't think you're in a place when you're worst that you can just do that.
Can I go to the consulting firm of Lopez and Gilliard right quick, if you don't mind? So I have a client for you. It's the Houston Astros. They're trying to figure out how they handle these circumstances with injuries. What would you recommend for them? Would it be like overhaul, do an expansive research into the way that you handle pitching? At least we'll focus in there, and maybe the way that you teach it, the way that you train it, the way that you develop it, or what have you. Would it maybe be just maybe don't invest as much money in that space, understanding that eventually everybody's going to have this here surgery? It would be something else.
I think you got to start with the internal. You got to look internally. You know, why? You know, we get it, but why are we having such bad luck?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I
can't
agree.
just be luck.
I would start internally and say, hey, show me how you showing these pitchers how to pitch, or you know, go through your rehab. Let me check the medical record. Let me see all of this stuff to see.
Yeah.
Because maybe it could be a coincidence. It might be a coincidence. I don't know.
I just don't want to rely on it being a coincidence.
My eyebrow will raise to look like, damn, like another Tommy John.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we could continue with so many pitchers on the IL already. But yeah, it's a fascinating thing that I might want to see if I could do a little more digging on some of the perspectives around the league if I can get to that. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
Let's go. First impressions of the Texans 20. Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I need you guys' help with my first confession. I can't quite my finger on it.
Okay.
I cannot quite put my finger on it.
I don't want to put my finger on anything, to be completely honest. I need you to be very clear.
Well, hold that thought.
What's happening here?
Because I saw Brittany Mahomes, a picture of her this morning.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to put my fingers over there.
And I can't quite put my finger on it, but
nor should you.
Something seems different about her.
Oh. This is how you're going to go about this?
Help me out.
You're going to saw pedal this? All right. Help me out, meaning I'll be the guy.
Different.
Brittany Mahomes.
Figgy, have you seen
obviously wife of Patrick Mahomes.
Look like she got the mommy makeover.
Wow, is that what we call it? She got breast implants, ladies and gentlemen. Like that is the thing that he's tiptoeing around.
Mommy makeover.
Is that what it is?
She got breast implants.
No big deal, just a little mommy makeover.
Hey, I'm not saying I'm not a fan. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Nor should you. Again, you will end up with charges if you do that. Yeah, no, like she got her breast implants, and more power to her, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean. That's where I am. Like, I didn't have any other analysis or anything. It was just like, cool. Glad you can do that.
My theory on this whole thing, sorry, Figgy, is if it makes you feel good, do it.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel good, do it. I don't care.
You can do whatever you want.
Whatever you
especially when it comes to women.
Yeah.
Like, I know a lot of women, or know of a lot of women who's like, you know what? I done had 3 kids.
Yeah.
I'm about to do this little mommy makeover, get a little 360 going on, little breast implants, all that stuff. So like, all right.
You know, the only people who really kind of like pass judgment on stuff like that is other women, in my experience. They're like, well, you know, they're not real. I'm like, I don't care. They look good.
Do you think that's what it was? She had a couple of kids. Is it 2? Is it 3? They got to a place where she was like, "We're probably good here." So
100%.
100%. Because I did think that within myself. Sorry,
I wasn't looking at her body or nothing like that. So I don't, and obviously I'm not her, so I don't know how she feel about herself. But I think at some point women kind of be like, you know what? I want to do something for me. I had all these kids. I want to, I want to get to where I want to get to.
Right. I'm glad you mentioned that because I think I might have told you this.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go and look up what she looked like before because I honestly did not recall what was the size
and what
prior?
was your reaction?
Yeah. It was like, okay, so that definitely happened. Like, it definitely happened. Which again, I have no judgment because I don't think that I could care really in that way. If she's happy about it, I imagine she might have consulted her husband or what have you, and they on there. So,
but how many guys have, like, seriously, just, I know this is not very unscientific, but how many guys are like, yeah, but they're not real? None.
That's not none. That's not none.
The only time I do that if it really looks
if it's
fake.
too much,
like if it's like, oh, that don't even look good.
Yeah, okay,
like,
well that's different. That means it doesn't look good. But like, oh, you know, the fact that they're not real, who cares?
Yeah, I just like how Brittany Mahomes tried to go out here like, oh, ain't nothing going on. Just, you know.
I mean, what's she supposed to do? Put out a press release?
I know, but no.
Well, she put him out there.
That's what I'm saying. She just popped out like,
she put him out there.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Which is again. Cool.
Yeah, no,
I endorse it.
No,
No
that's
problem.
great.
Well, I also feel like if you go and do that surgery, you don't really get them to not
do it. Yeah.
I feel smarmy or what have you, but I think you get what I mean by that in a very platonic way. Like it makes sense. I feel like that's what she went to go do. Good for her.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I thought I was more secure about my height than I am.
What? You're
really?
You're not short?
I know. And that's why I thought, like, no, it's cool. Like, I don't really, you know, like, I know where I am. That's cool. So while I was out, I ended up at a hospital. No bad reasons, all good reasons, what have you. But I had to do, I had to do a physical, whatever, and weight, height, and all that. Right? Do the weight. It's cool. It's about that same range. Take off my shoes to do the height measurement. And, stand up on the wall. They move the thing down. And then the nurse goes, all right, 5'11" and some. And I was like, what you mean? What are you talking about?
You went to combine height.
I was like, what are you talking about?
You got a combine height, the real height.
She's like, yeah, look, 5'11" and some. I was like, nah, I've literally always measured 6 foot, 3/4 of an inch.
You've been wrong.
Literally always.
Been out here capping.
In medical settings, I've always measured. And she was like, well, you too young to be shrinking. And I was like, yes, I know. Like in my head, I didn't say this to her. She was a very sweet lady. But in my head, I was like, yes, I know. And so, we went through the rest of it. And really, in that moment, I know that I'm 6 foot.
Do you?
With a little bit. I do. I do. At least I thought I do. And normally you just go, all right, maybe that was a bad reading. Maybe I wasn't standing all the way straight up or what have you. And it is what it is.
Yeah.
When I tell you I was sitting on that little, the little bench, whatever, with the paper or whatever, waiting for that doctor to come in thinking, ain't no way. I was like, oh, so I'm a lot less secure about my height because as soon as they took that 6 away, I was like, no, not me.
That's a big
that's a big difference, man.
Not me.
5'11" and a half.
You're not in the
let's
6
say.
foot club.
Yeah. 5'11" and a half to 6 foot is an enormous.
You in the 5 feet club with me.
Yeah.
And again,
welcome to the club. Man.
Again, I believed before last week that I would be the type of person that goes, it's cool. We in the 5 foot club or whatever. I present strong. I present tall.
Hey,
that 6 went away for a second, and I was like, I got defensive.
Come over to the lunch table with us.
I got real defensive.
Come on with the nerds.
I am not as good of a human being as I thought I was. Jose Altuve welcomes you is insane, Brandon.
Hey, this is the table that all the girls don't like. They don't like nobody 5 foot. They like all they men 6 foot and over.
I gotta get to my primary care physician and get a second read. I gotta get
second opinion.
I gotta get a second opinion.
Good. This is
I gotta go get a second opinion. Ain't no way.
He's gonna date some girl and she's gonna tell her friends, well, he's like 6. Well, not 6, but he's close to 6.
No, it's gonna be someone in the medical field who can get to my records and be like, actually, it's one in here that say 5'11".
He want me to girl. I only date men 6 foot and over.
Yeah.
Sorry, Reggie.
What you mean? I am.
You got to start changing.
Please believe me.
Reggie's got to change his profiles.
Please believe me.
He's gonna be wearing platforms.
I am 6 foot tall. I promise.
Tom Cruise. He's gonna wear the Tom Cruise shoes.
It was shrinkage. She just didn't measure right.
Welcome to the 5 foot club, man.
Yeah.
I know y'all seen the Knicks. Who they beat? I forgot who they. They beat the Boston Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
So they going to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years?
Yeah.
I want to say in 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to confess, I actually like the team a lot. Like the way they've been playing all postseason. They fun to watch, and they kind of like they are. It seems like they are bringing that kind of that 90s basketball a little bit.
Yeah.
But my real confession is, I don't want to root for them just off the strength of these irritating New Yorkers, all these celebrities that's on the floor and trying to dap up Jalen Brunson and all this other stuff. They are irritating, man. Like I kind of want I'm in a bad position because I don't like the Pacers either.
Yeah.
I don't want the Pacers to win, and I don't want the Knicks to win off the strength of the celebrities, man. And all these New York Knick fans and all that stuff, man, they are so irritating.
They are. And that was one of the reasons Sean Pendergast was saying this morning he doesn't want the Knicks to win. But I'm kind of with you, just to dovetail off of your
like the team.
I kind of like watching the squad.
Actual team. They play. I like Brunson a lot, man.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing. But it's just the Knicks fans, man. They so irritating. I'm like, damn, why do y'all had to get here?
That's amazing because I think I'm the exact opposite.
You want the Knicks?
I don't know if I necessarily.
Well,
but I just
of the teams. Yeah.
I like the way I like their get down. Like they are hilarious to me because out of respect, because they ride for that team. Like that team means something to them. And then, they might show their ass when they're kind of good. Yeah. And it's kind of funny to watch from afar. And I get that this is different when you now have to deal with them one-on-one. I get that. But it's funny from afar because they lose their damn minds, and that's what's happening right now. So I'm kind of enjoying this. And yes, the losing does keep it at bay a little bit. But I mean, I'm cool with it. Like at least they don't get nasty with it like some of these other fans when they get like.
They got nasty with that dude from Indiana. You've been watching that?
Oh, did they?
That Pacers fan that Halliburton's going to fly out to the finals.
Was that wasn't Knicks fans though, right?
It was. I thought it was Knicks fans, and he was just in New York. He was at the game wearing a Pacers, or he was at a watch party, whatever. Wearing a Pacers jersey, and he got harassed, and now he's going to be flown out to game one.
Of the remaining fans, because obviously we got Minnesota Timberwolves fans, you got Oklahoma City Thunder fans, you got Knicks fans, as you mentioned, and Pacers fans. Which are the ones that you like or dislike the most?
I actually dislike Pacers fans more than Knicks fans because they think they invented basketball.
That's right.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
This is why my take that I think Hoosiers overrated is great because it really needles. It's great.
It really needles. They think like, well, let me tell you about basketball. Okay, St. Louis baseball fans. That's what they are.
Ooh, that's a great comp.
That's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
Indiana basketball fans are like St. Louis. Boy, they really know their baseball. Get out of here.
Which is a low.
Yeah.
That's a low.
So I guess Timberwolves, huh? Or Knicks. I mean, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind the Knicks. I'm not holding a grudge.
I wouldn't mind the Knicks either.
Yeah.
But it was just irritating to see a Stephen A. being all fanboy. On the go do a report or something, man. Go write an article, man.
What you mean go write it? You
get ready for First Take.
Nah,
just
he don't
sitting there
need to
fanboy.
go act in something. Do something that we can enjoy. Go act in something, please.
Yeah, go play in some more Law and Order episodes or something, man.
I think. See, Ocho's with me. He said I'm sorry. I love New York fans, man. Give me all the arrogant.
Yes. That stuff.
Yeah. Showing your keister is how I'll put that.
I don't want to see Michael Strahan out there just like it.
It's an interesting thing because the game is better in NBA when the Knicks are good. It just is.
Then it hasn't been good for a very long time, huh?
I said better. For this reason, because you take a side. You take one side.
I'm actually super excited about this Knicks and Pacers game, man. That's like classic old school 90s, man.
Yep.
And Reggie Miller going to be on the call.
Oh, that stinks. Somebody said, I stand with both of y'all, but who would y'all rather win a championship, Cowboys or Knicks?
I stand with both of these guys. I'm just taller.
Oh, it's cool, man. Reggie, you at the cool table. Don't worry about it.
I thought this was a safe space, honestly. That's what I was told. I
stand with you.
I was told that by the men's clinic that, Confessions was a safe space.
It is.
Here I am being called part of the Lollipop Guild by Houston on the 713.
I said I stand with you. I'm just 2 inches taller.
All right. When I swing on you, just know what happened, okay? I just want you to understand. See, all of a sudden, I'm acting like a short dude. See what y'all did to me? You see what you've done to me?
That little angry man.
Hey, once you swing on a Lopez, going to be at the 5 foot. You're going to be down here with us.
Those are the confessions here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, actually, let's talk a little bit more about basketball in some ways. Do you feel like, do you have any problems with the difference in officiating and game administration between NBA regular season and NBA playoffs? Because it feels like this has become a thing. So let's talk about that next.
Ready?
sold.
Live from the McCullers Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop right here on Sports Radio. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you. And I'm going to need y'all to calm down on the text line, 713-572-4610.
Here come all the height comments.
Y'all having a little too much fun with this
now. You see how I feel. I've been going through this for 36 years. All the time.
People make fun of you?
All the time, man. We talked about it last week.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was taller than this.
That's not making fun of you, though. That's a compliment.
That ain't no damn
compliment,
man.
Again, you project tall energy. You feel me? Like that's what it is.
Well, that's the backhanded compliment.
That's
no, I mean you carry yourself well. You can't affect how tall you actually are, but what you can is how you carry it. You carry it very well.
All right. If anybody see Reggie out in these streets, tell him he sound taller on the radio. And see how you feel. Yeah,
that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Oh goodness,
he's just compounding the problem now. He's already had a bad day.
Oh my goodness, y'all making it better though. I always appreciate hanging out with y'all, especially you on the text line, 713-572-4610. And, of course, those of you on the McCullers Injury live streams, both on YouTube and Twitch. But do you have any problems with the vast difference in officiating and game administration that's happened in the regular season to the playoffs? And this is something that I've been ruminating on over the course of this playoffs, because this has been a particularly physical one in the NBA. Like, there's been a lot of physicality. Hell, we saw that here locally with the Rockets when they were facing off against the Warriors.
Yeah. And
the Warriors had the audacity, or people at least talked about the idea that, oh man, Amen Thompson fouling Steph Curry all the time. Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, they allowed a lot of that to go. But I've kind of heard a lot of people kind of clamor and kind of really have some questions about if it should be this way, because the regular season is not. And we've always known that mantra, that idea that playoff basketball is different than regular season basketball, but it feels like, and I don't have definitive evidence for this, so take this how you will. It feels like we have a bigger delta between the physicality of the playoffs and the regular season than we have in a very, very long time.
See, I think that's where the issue comes in. I actually not only understand, that you're letting things go a little more in the postseason, I actually would prefer it. I think most fans would. I mean, the whole let them play kind of thing. But I think what you're talking about, the gap and the absolute over-the-top exploitation of the I was going to say rules, but of the officiating.
Yes.
Teams are saying, all right, you're giving us an inch, we want a mile. And that's the problem. You almost have to, have a meeting among officials and determine, yes, we're going to let some of this grabbing and shoving and hard plays through a screen. We're going to let some of that go. But and the one that comes to mind, actually, it benefited the Rockets. But I truly went, come on, when they put their arms around Steph's waist.
They was out there looking like they was at prom. They was like, here, let me grab you by the waist here,
that's
young
when
fella.
I went, come on, there has got to be a line. So I think it's the gap more than I like the premise. It's a thing, with real tough, hard playoff basketball. But how do you fix that? How do you fix the gap?
Yeah, and I think what would have to be is you'd have to get a lot closer to kind of calling it a little bit more straighter or as you typically did in the regular season. Because again, that's what we have come to understand is it's the tone that's set. And some of this, as was evidenced, I think, in one of the big places that people have talked about is Nikola Jokic, right? Jokic has been out there, and of course, him and his Nuggets were just eliminated this weekend by the Oklahoma City Thunder. But some of that was the Thunder employed a similar tactic where they went with a smaller guard. They went with Alex Caruso guarding them, in part because they, exploiting the ways that the tendencies of officiating, they know that little guys are, especially when they have that cross match, that mismatch, they're given a lot more country, a lot more leeway to be physical and put elbows into folks and to put forearms into folks and those types of things. And they existed within that. In fact, they got to a place which is kind of the ultimate level of respect, in my opinion. I think that we now have the Jokic rules. You remember back in the day with Michael Jordan when the Detroit Pistons had what they called the Jordan rules, where they would hit him, they'd be physical with him, and those things. It feels like we had some of that, where we had that physicality. Anytime he was trying to get the ball, they sandwiched him with players, leaving other guys open. It feels like we got to that place with him as a level of honor But I don't know how much do you appreciate and enjoy that, because it feels like that's very, very much like, or in some ways like in the NFL, where you have a regular season that is conducive just by the weather and what have you of passing, and then you get to the postseason where you got colder temperatures and it doesn't fit, and that is like more weather dictated as a league. And they choose to have it this way.
Yeah, but where? How do you draw a line? Where do you put that? Can you grab, just to use that same example, Steph Curry, but not put your arms around him? That doesn't seem to be too hard to me. That doesn't seem to be too difficult. But it does help the competitive balance, and that's ultimately what they want. They want 7-game series. They want 6 and 7 game series, and
we have gotten that.
And you can manipulate that with officiating. Oh, they don't cheat. Again, I think every official knows where the series stands, who can benefit the most. And it's not a conscious decision, but I think I think the subconscious decisions that the officials are making are a part of it as well.
That's interesting, because I don't know that I've took it to that place and connected it that way, and I'm still not even sure if I feel that. But that is an interesting thought, because that leads to another question I had about these playoffs. I'm interested how many people have just genuinely enjoyed them. Because we have a group of 4 that are now there that makes it so that you're not going to have the same champion over the last 7 years.
Yeah.
Which, it's just entirely – when was the last decade that you had over, where you had nobody repeat?
Yeah.
Can you think of one?
Boy, it's been a decades of runs.
You want me to help you out?
Yes.
It hasn't. It hasn't happened. Like in any decade, especially in basketball in particular, like you've had some level of, I don't know if dynasty is the right way, but you've had, kind of fiefdoms of sorts. Like this is our time period, right?
Yeah.
This is where we feast, right? Whether it's the Lakers or the Celtics, or for a very short period of time, those times where people have had their runs and they compete for a little bit, but then they fade away.
Yeah.
And it feels like that's almost been accelerated in some ways, where nowadays you get in, you get out. And I guess to bring this back around to the Rockets, like, does that at all change the way that the Rockets should approach this offseason? Because it feels like, and maybe I'm extrapolating too far, but it feels like, especially for folks who want to stand pat, the notion behind that is this is a team that you get to that contending space, and you have a few years to continue to try. But you look at it, and some of these teams, they're getting in for their lick, and then they don't return. Like, they don't return to that space in this modern era.
Part of that is free agency and contracts and being able to keep salaries in the right tax threshold and cap and all that stuff. But some of it is not. Some of it is just that these teams cannot sustain it for a long time.
There's more good teams too. Like as much as people don't want to, there's more and more talent being put in.
More
so
balance.
More balance. Yeah, more teams out there. And I do wonder, are people enjoying this, especially because it's one of the things that you kind of limit in college basketball to some degree, is not having those storylines built over years. And in some ways, you're kind of losing some of that. Yes, you still have some of those storylines. You still kind of know who the Nuggets are for the most part. You still know who, I guess, the Warriors are to some degree, but it's a different look of the Warriors. You know who the Celtics are to some degree. You know who the Thunder are over the last couple of years. But you're seeing more of that every year is different, rather than we know who the contenders are. And as much as people have decried that in the past, I do wonder how much people are actually liking this compared to what it has been.
Just speaking, I'd still rather see some good runs. I think that's what really, it builds that villain or hero sort of mentality. Like if you have a good Warriors run, there are teams that just love the Warriors, because that, and most people hated them. Because you wanted to knock them. The best thing for sports is to have the great teams doing great things, I think.
So, again, bringing it back to the Rockets, do you think that shifts at all your mentality on this, or is that too much? Because I was just kind of ruminating, and I don't know that I have a good answer, but it did lead me to the idea of maybe you try and hit for your lick, and you push for it, because the idea that you're just going to be around and hopefully be in that space to where you get an opportunity to do it. I'm starting to move a little bit away from that idea, because you're seeing teams get in and feel like, oh, this team's going to be here for a while, and then you look up and it's not. The window closes faster than you realize.
I just think that's the case every time the window is truly, obviously open. I've always believed if you have a chance to win something, man, you do everything you can to get that win, to get that championship as much as you can. The problem is, I don't know if it's a problem or not, but teams can't sustain it as long anymore. But if you have a chance, yes, I think it does relate to the Rockets. You got to be able to make that move to make the run while you can.
From the 7-1-3, officials ruined the Nuggets Thunder game 7 and they turned it off at halftime. Which, funny enough, that was a Game 7 where the Thunder absolutely just drubbed them.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like we've had less of those kind of games this year. Even with teams getting up, it feels like teams have all come back in almost an NHL style, playoffs where teams have just all the way out of reach because so many of these teams have been able to make their way back in more instances than I think has previously been the case.
And I think that's largely because of the physicality. And maybe it's some of that subconscious stuff that I think is always a factor in basketball officiating. They know they don't consciously do anything, but they know, hey, we can let them they get away with a few more things here, whether we know it or not, and it becomes a better game, better series.
Yeah. So so interested to see what this playoffs holds with these four teams that you'll have a new champion in this decade at the very least. It'll be a new champion of the last 7 years, the seventh time rather than the last 7 years that there's a different champion. And I'm very excited to see what it looks like because also notice that it's none of the old guard. It's a lot of young guys. These are the guys that the Rockets will hope to contend against, right? The Anthony Edwards, the Jalen Brunsons, the Tyrese Halliburtons, the Shai Gilgeous-Alexanders. These are the guys that you're looking to compete against and contend against for the next foreseeable future. All right, and real quick before we go, I did mention Jokic kind of started there with the Nuggets. One of the things that I love about Jokic as a star, even though he kind of is in a older tier group than those guys that I was mentioning, is that he is very much like me in that no matter how cool your job is, when it's time to clock out, it's time to clock out, as evidenced by this. This is Jokic, the exit interviews or I guess what have you, right? The post-game press conference. This is him just looking like he's ready to go.
And we will see, But from now, like next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of beer probably.
That's his answer. Like, what are you going? What are you getting up to? Just I don't know. We'll find out. I'm going to go drink. Is what I'm going to do. There you go. Go get you a cold one, big fella. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it is a Monday. Let's visit what happened over the weekend. Who are the winners? Who are the losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? There's plenty of optimism around the Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, winners and losers of the weekend right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 713-572-4610. If you got winners or losers, folks that had a good or bad weekend of sorts. Already getting some texts in. Of course, Ocho always rocking with us. He said, unfortunately, his winner, the Mariners. Not only did they sweep the Padres, which they did, but they only allowed a run per game. The Padres only got a run in each of those games. 5-1, 4-1, 6-1. Feel like tennis to some degree. But yeah, the offense has been supported by what is evident with the Mariners, that their pitching is pretty damn good. But I guess in a way, the Astros can be winners in that regard. Like obviously they only split with the Rangers up there in Arlington, but they're still only 2.5 games back of the Mariners, even as they went out there and got a pretty solid win against a good team.
Percentage points, second place, right? They're even though they're tied 2.5 back. I think they're but regardless,
I was like,
2.5 back.
We're doing percentage points right now,
well,
but you're technically correct, which as I have heard,
thank you,
is the best kind of correct. But yes, that is technically there. We'll see.
But they're in a good spot, as well as you can expect and hope right now.
Yeah, they're not in a bad spot. It's literally 1,000th of a point percentage difference between.
There you go. I look at standings.
The Astros, and you do look at standings. All right, how about we get going here? Winners and losers of the weekend. How about this as a winner? We mentioned Scotty Scheffler ran away with the PGA Championship, finished 11 under, 5 strokes better than the next player. I think that was Bryson DeChambeau.
Well, John Rahm tied him.
Oh, did he?
I was watching, obviously in about hole number 9 or 10. All of a sudden, I was like, oh wow! I thought Scheffler after Saturday was just going to, walk away with it. Ultimately, he did, but John Rahm came back and tied him on I think he was on the number 9 hole, and I was like, all right, we got something. No, we don't have something.
No,
Scotty Scheffler is one bad dude.
Yep, and halfway to a career Grand Slam in that same PGA Championship space. Loser was Rory McIlroy, who's his silence. He skipped media sessions 4 straight days for the PGA Championship. He just didn't. It's really curious considering he's typically really accessible. If you don't recall, during the much discussed PGA Tour Live Golf split, he in a very interesting way kind of stood up for GP in some ways when it comes to the PGA Tour. He became like the face of the PGA Tour. I will not go over there and do that thing y'all doing over there with them Saudis, right? He was that guy to some degree. Fourth guy, he's good with the media. He's been getting a lot of criticism for not deciding to speak at all, and it's really curious.
I don't get it because of what you just said, but also you coming off a Masters, coming to the last major, he was one of the greatest stories in golf,
right,
in a long time, and then he goes silent when I think he finished 3 over or something like that.
3 over, and he narrowly cracked the top 10.
Yeah,
after he went and he completed the Grand Slam, as you mentioned. At the Masters.
Yeah. So it's very, very curious.
Yeah, very, very weird. So I guess I remain open to changing that should we find out that he actually has, something happening that maybe made it so that he felt uncomfortable talking to the media in that space. But yeah, that happened. From the 281, winner is the Stars owner for flying, Mark Scheffler. I guess I can't remember how to say his name correctly. Apologies. On the personal jet back to his hometown after the playoff game with his family to be with his father who passed before Game 6. Yeah, that was a real good gesture by the Stars and just hockey in general. I think every Stars player after they won in overtime in Game 7 in real hockey fashion right? Every Stars player went over and gave him like a personal message, like kind of embraced him, which is real dope. Like sportsmanship. Yeah, man. Like we talk about it, or just kids going out there and shaking hands, and it can get a little cheesy, but these are the moments where you go, all right, well, this means something,
And hockey shows it as much as anyone. The sportsmanship, especially after a series is over.
Yeah, good stick tap and all that.
All that stuff, yeah.
Yeah. A loser in that hockey space. How about a historical losing? Or it's rather the antithesis of clutch is what I have here.
Most people are.
Yeah, man. That is a woeful franchise there in Toronto. And it got worse because they got throttled 6-1 by the Florida Panthers. By the way, the Panthers scored 3 of those goals in the second period just to break this thing open. So Game 7, Eastern Conference, second round. The Leafs have now lost, get this, their last 7 Game 7s. The last one they got was in 2004.
The thing is, Canadian Leafs fans, you think the Cubs and the old Red Sox before they started winning, or Toronto Maple Leafs fans absolutely are we're going to lose this series. We're going to find a way to, for years, they're just the cursed Maple Leafs fans.
At what point do you quit? I hate to say it, right? Because, especially a lot of sports fandom believes in the suffering makes it sweeter on the backside. I don't know how much I subscribe to that personally, to be completely honest. And yes, you might get out here and call me all sorts of names, including short, right? Maybe that's what you do. But at some point, you got to give it up, right? At some point, you can't let them keep doing this to you, can you?
Nope, they are. They're Leafs fans. They're very loyal. It's it's a very, very popular, team for years and decades in the NHL. They're not going anywhere. They're just going to suffer.
I'm glad you said that because another loser on the weekend, the historical Aggies.
Aggies never lose. They just get outscored.
Well, the number 1 overall seed Aggie softball team, literally, I think they were preseason number 1 as well. They
were number 1 the whole time.
This is an incredible softball season.
Yeah.
And they made history in all the worst ways, losing a home regional to that's your whatever it is, and I say
winners in his heart.
Yeah, whatever it is that you agreed to when you took that ring and you jumped into whatever all the things are, right? When Reveille barked and you didn't walk on the grass and all that, right? Whatever it is you did over there, I did not agree to such things. They lost, and the Flames made their first super regional in school history. But more importantly, the Aggies are now the first number 1 seed, the Aggie softball team, to not make the super regional since the format was started.
See, we're the best.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess if that's the way that you want to. Is that the way we're spinning this?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't see 1 second of softball this year.
It's your fault. This is why. You weren't supporting your team.
Man.
I do feel sorry for them. I always feel sorry for the team.
They were dominant.
Yeah.
Dominant.
How do you not get that? It's just you got to win this one. I don't know what you got to go and win it. I don't think it, but you got to get out the regional.
Oklahoma's going to end up winning again, aren't they? Always winning.
House?
Yeah.
Oklahoma has a girl that they ain't pitched to her, and as soon as they did, gone. Oklahoma, over the last 5-6 years,
Easily.
Oklahoma it's just a great team, but they always have a masher.
Yeah.
One of these girls, it's this one's about to be gone. Just watch this at bat, if nothing else, because this one is going from the 2-8-1. I appreciate the attempt to humor here. Could you say that the Aggie season went up in flames?
Oh, there you go. That'd be a great headline. You should have written a headline.
Oh man, there was a really good headline about this particular winner. Can you tee up the audio for me? Because one of the winners is just the person calling this, who is Larry Collum, but a winner, journalism.
How about that?
This sounded like, I think that this is one of the better calls in sports that I've heard.
Journalism is getting closer now. He's behind a wall of horses. He's looking for a place to go, and he's got nowhere to go. Oh, he bumped hard with goal-oriented. In the meanwhile, Gosker's running the race of his life, and Sandman has entered the scene, and he has moved up on the far outside. Journalism is still running on. He's back into second. He might even win it. Here's the wire. Oh, my goodness. Journalism has won the Break the Stakes in a performance like you read about.
You see what he did there? You see what journalism?
Like you read about.
Yeah.
I love when announcers actually lose their voice.
But he was controlled. This is the thing I hate.
He lost his voice. He's like,
Yeah, people gonna pick on him from that little part.
No, I liked it.
But the whole time we listened to the whole thing, and he was cool. He was money.
Mm-hmm. He was. I think he was very good. Shout out to Larry Collin, but also shout out to journalism, and also shout out to, I don't remember what paper this. Oh, Washington Post. This was their headline. Journalism hits deadline to win Preakness at the Wire.
Oh, there you go.
That is good. That is good. So, yeah, man. How do you feel, though, about, like, the winner of the Kentucky Derby not running the Preakness?
That was one of my confessions on Friday. And I feel like it should be, short of an injury, mandatory. Because once the Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty in this case, was out on the Preakness, I guarantee you the ratings just plummeted. And it was a great race, by the way, as you just heard. But the whole thing that's keeping horse racing alive is the Kentucky Derby and the chance at a Triple Crown.
Yeah, that is fair. They make some big money off of that. So, but I don't know how you force the owner to be like, hey, get out here. We need it.
For the good of the game. For the good of the game, you got to do it.
All right. Well,
by the way, journalism finished second in the Derby. Had he won that, we would have been going into the Belmont.
Oh yeah.
Like, hey, is this a Triple Crown? You know that's the point.
That's right.
You know.
Well, so if he win the next race,
doesn't matter. Well, it's great.
No, I'm saying we should give him the Triple Crown just because the other guy didn't participate.
You putting an asterisk on the triple? If that ain't the more sports talk radio thing, there's an asterisk on this. You didn't compete.
Nah, you ain't show up to the next one.
Yeah.
Nah,
I agree.
Give it to journalism.
Let's do that.
All right.
Yeah.
How about this as a winner? Caitlin Clark's sophomore campaign.
She's pretty good.
She is very good. So I'll start here because I feel like not enough people are doing this.
Yes.
She dropped the 20, 10, and 10 triple-double, which is her third of her career. Sold out season opener versus this guy. 93-58 was the final. So they blew out this guy. She's now tied third all time for triple doubles. She's played 41 basketball games.
That is crazy.
That is not.
I would have thought it would have been more triple doubles.
The tough part about it, they play shorter games.
No, I
think
get
they play
that.
40 minutes as opposed to 48, which makes it a little harder to get the
But
round
still,
10s.
Makes it more impressive.
Yeah.
One more triple double and she'll be tied for second. Like she is doing incredible stuff. And I say all that to highlight she is real. However, the win that people would probably talk about is drama.
Yeah.
So there was an instance where a rebound comes down. Angel Reese is able to come down with this. She might have had a little shove on the center, but didn't get called, shove in the back. She gets the board. She's going to get the putback, and Caitlin Clark hits her with a pretty strong foul, pretty hard foul there. And this turned into a thing. Angel Reese hit the ground. When she pops up, she mad. Like she is kind of angling towards Caitlin. Aaliyah Boston, one of Caitlin's teammates, gets in the way, right? They kind of try and calm this down. These are the parties afterwards talking about this. Here's Caitlin Clark with her take on what happened here.
Strong on a three.
Oh, this is actual thing.
And look out, Caitlin Clark pushes Angel Reese, and Angel Reese gets right up into Caitlin Clark. Afterwards has something to say as Clark walks away. We know there are always increased eyeballs, energy, and attention around the matchups between Reese and Clark.
Yeah, so that's actually the call of it on, I believe, ESPN. Caitlin Clark kind of talked about this. I'll get you her quotes. But this is what Angel Reese said. And understand, I think the tone that you hear sometimes, like on radio, you go, what did she look like saying it? She looked exactly like how she sound when she says this.
Angel, can you take us through the flagrant foul from your perspective? Just what you saw and then what happened?
Basketball play, refs got it right. No more.
Yeah, she was not pleased. It was just good play on the basketball. I'm not even sure what the refs saw to upgrade it. It did get upgraded to a flagrant.
Yeah.
That's up to their discretion after watching the initial whatever happened during the play and then whatever happened after. So she's like, it's a hard foul. How do you come down on this? Because I know you saw all of it.
Oh, yeah. First person I thought of was David Stern, believe it or not. This is freaking beautiful for the game. This is perfect for the WNBA. And David Stern somewhere is smiling because this you gotta have you gotta pick a side. You gotta have the villain and the hero depending on your perspective. And this is freaking perfect. Now on the play itself, that was a hard foul.
I agree.
That was a hard foul.
Yeah,
that's all that was.
I agree. And especially,
you think it should have been a flagrant?
No. It just ripped her hands.
I didn't.
It just ripped
it
her
was just
arm.
trying to. It looked like she was just trying to stop the ball, try to stop the play.
She gave her a little push on the left side, and I do wonder if they go flagrant just to see if we can kind of calm tensions to some degree. But especially if you watch the W, like I think we've all seen women's and girls sports where they could be a little bit more aggressive at times, interestingly enough, and that's where I fell in there. The one thing that I very much took away, and I don't want to call it disdain because that's too much, but there is a clear dislike between these two. And I don't think it's beautiful. I don't think it has to be like an inherent negative thing.
It's awesome.
But like the way the Angel popped up, like that wasn't just you push me. That was you push me.
Yeah.
In the same way, like the way that Caitlin pushed her, did not feel like I'm just trying to get this foul and get a hard one. Like that's part of it, but
and the way she was dismissive of her.
Yes.
And that's what I thought of David. David Stern would be like, ha, 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 ha. Finally. Hell, he might have like instructed them to do it or encouraged them.
He might have added another game for them to face off. Like how many games they face off together? Let's add one more.
Neither one. Well, they may, but I was in a general sense, they have no idea how profitable this is for the WNBA and for them individually. And the fact that it does seem to be real, to Reggie's point, is even better. I mean, this is Burton magic. This is Burton magic, man.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
It's awesome.
The part that sucked to me is it's the people on the internet that's going to take it elsewhere.
Of course.
But
that's part of it.
It ain't going to make it fun. It ain't going to make it fun to, like, discuss it. Like, I feel like we discussing it the right way.
Yeah.
But you're going to have people that's taking it other places. It's just like, man, like, I don't even want to see it now.
But that's part of...
Like, y'all making it corny.
That's part of the equation that vaulted Magic and Bird in the NBA back in the day is going to do the same for these two, 100%. But just back to the foul itself, you played enough basketball, you know. That was I did exactly what Coach told me. No layups.
Put a little stink on there too, but it's cool.
Don't give up any layups. Nothing. Just a hard foul.
She popped up quick too.
She did.
Yes, she did.
That's why I said like there's no love lost between the two. The one thing I do dislike though is that it's kind of being described one way as opposed to like this. I think you can see it both ways. Like they're both though. Again, when they get into media,
absolutely.
When they get into media, they are saying the things that you're supposed to say, right? Like they're and I think they're saying it with maybe less aplomb than I would anticipate. But yeah, man, each other. You know what? How many times do we talk about these competitions where we're like, why do these cats like each other so much?
Yeah.
The women are restoring the feeling.
Why are they shaking their hands?
Shout out to y'all. Get rid of this toxic positivity. Let's get nasty a little bit. I like it. So there you go. Those are some of the winners and losers on the weekend. One of the losers, by the way, broadcast only UFL fans, because apparently the ABC decided, hey, this basketball pregame is about to start, so we're going to take a game in action that is actually thrilling in the UFL and send it to ESPN2. So if you don't got cable, tough, you know what?
For a pregame show.
I was like, damn, that's tough.
Man. Hey, they paying more money, man.
Yes, sir.
They are. But it was just like, I imagine you just sitting there. If you were like, oh, I kind of like this UFL. I'm trying to want to see how it happens. And here comes Stephen A. The New York Knicks. Like, all right. Okay. So there you go. Those are the winners and losers of the weekend. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand things over to Figgy for the Figgy's mixtape. Figgy, what you got for us?
Yeah, so I got an update on this whole New Orleans prison breakout situation. I don't know if y'all been following that. Joy Taylor says she thinks prostitution should be legalized.
Excuse me?
I can't wait for that one. I can't wait for that.
Oh, so you're just going to love the game in that way. Okay. All right. Well, let's do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Have you guys been following the whole story about the New Orleans prison breakout with the 10 inmates?
Yes.
Have y'all been keeping up? You've been keeping up?
Just that it was several.
Yeah, so the search for 7 escaped inmates in New Orleans has now entered the 4th day. I want to say it's the 4th day, the 4th or 5th day. And after a total 10 inmates escaped from the it's called the Orleans Parish Jail, and that was on Friday. That was early Friday. So 3 of the 10 has been captured, including one who pretty much went to his hood, got fresh, and they came right up there. We had fresh jeans and all that. They took a picture as they put him right back in that car.
Man, I know he was sick. Like, he had like sick. Locks. What he needed to do was go ahead and get your head shaved up. Yep. And find you somewhere to be. You don't think they're gonna come check the house?
Yeah,
check the house?
Yeah,
First place they're gonna go.
Yeah, so everybody was calling them stupid as hell for going back. I'm not sure if it's the same guy or somebody else or the other 3 that got caught, but somebody else was on Instagram Live.
Oh man,
it was on Instagram Live. Yeah, I'm fresh out.
That's even worse.
So
They
I'm
know
not.
exactly
I'm
where
not
you
sure
are
if
when you're there.
I'm not sure if that's the same person that got caught in the hood or is it one of the other 3.
Wow.
So, but anywho, it's 7 of them still out there, and here's pretty much the Louisiana State Police update on the 7.
Y'all are aware when we spoke about 2 days ago, these fugitives may not just be in New Orleans, they've possibly moved out to other parishes and other states. And the combination of local, state, and federal law enforcement working collectively to ensure the capture and safety of everyone is our top priority. And we hope in the coming days, if not the coming hours, that we have them all apprehended. We have had some leads in other states, and unfortunately, once again, those leads didn't pan out. And for those who are helping, I know they may be your loved ones, but you're not helping the public and you're not helping your family members because they have consequences for the actions they committed. We know in this country you get a lot of freedoms, but with freedoms comes responsibility. And when you commit violent crimes, there are consequences, or you remain in a jail or a prison until your day in court. And they chose not to do that and left the jail.
I guarantee you, I see the look on Reggie's face. The first time I did that, I had the same look on my face. I think I figured this out.
Is he a Kennedy?
That's a dude that grew up in Boston but has lived for 20 years in Louisiana.
I was gonna say,
that's a combo Boston New Orleans accent.
Yeah.
I've never heard of such a thing.
That's terrifying.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, Boston guy with a little Cajun to him.
Yes, it was awesome.
I remember which word he said. One of those words in there, I was like, oh, that's not Boston.
Yeah, the way he said New Orleans,
yes,
that was definitely New Orleans, but everything else was...
I grew up in Boston, but I've been here since 1997.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to have to look up, see where you're from.
That explains things.
So multiple people are on the same wavelength here on the text line from the 346. Yeah. They got to be in Beaumont from the 832. I guarantee they made a beeline to Houston. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, so a couple other things to this story is the Orleans Parish Justice Center said Friday that it has suspended 3 employees after the 10 inmates escaped. And it's unclear what roles the employees played in this escape. However, the sheriff did say it was believed that the escaped inmates received help from someone inside the jail.
Oh.
Had to be, right? 10?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know exactly what would be necessary. I did see, like, they got the toilet and all the whole apparatus off the wall and everything. And I'm like...
And you see how they wrote too easy, LOL, right there?
That's real nasty work. Like, you realize you're doing a jailbreak. Don't antagonize these people.
Yeah, so I'll keep y'all updated on if the other people get caught. Okay. Hopefully they get caught, get them off the streets. Because we'll need, because they got some crazy... they're in there for some crazy stuff, so... We got to get them off the streets. Hopefully, they ain't make it here.
How would you be on the lam? How would you be a fugitive?
I'd be a very bad fugitive.
No, where would you go? How would you hide? You don't go home, as we established.
Well, I mean, if you go home, you got to get in and get out. Like you can't be there.
I think I would. to me, if this was premeditated, clearly it was. I gotta have like a quick plan to hey, get me in the car. We going to Mexico. Like it got to be something like that.
You immediately change your appearance.
I'm not hanging out. I'm shaving my head. I might put a wig on.
Yeah,
I'm changing everything and getting the hell out of that. I'm getting out of the South.
Yeah, you got to have a plan. I'm just I was sitting here curious as you were talking. Like, how would I be a fugitive? What would I do? I have no idea.
Yeah, I have not thought about this, and unfortunately, my brain works as such that I'm gonna start putting it together. So everybody's like, Mexico, Mexico.
I'm shooting to Mexico, man, and never looking back. I might not even tell my family.
Yeah,
I'm not. I probably won't even hit them up.
Yeah,
I would just be.
Yeah, you put them in danger now because they gotta hold this. They gotta hold this lie as opposed to just not knowing.
Yeah. Nah, I'm not calling. Hey, what's up, yo?
Borders and airports and trains, they're all gonna be watched.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. All right, so Joy Taylor was on her podcast called Too Personal, and she was in the headlines this weekend over something she said.
Again,
she thinks prostitution should be legal.
No kidding.
I think that male loneliness is a massive problem.
Okay, so
I think non-getting male lonelies are deteriorating society. Yes, I think it is a massive problem.
What do you think the fix
One,
is?
I think we should legalize prostitution.
Okay.
I have been standing on this for decades, and I think that prostitution should be legalized.
Okay.
I believe that particularly men who have this sort of anger is because they don't get physical intimacy, right? But they have convinced themselves the type of physical intimacy they would like is, their favorite porn star or favorite OnlyFans girl or this unattainable beauty on Instagram who is never, ever, ever, ever going to you or meet you or talk to you ever. They don't look for the physical intimacy that is around them. They don't go outside of their home. They don't go down to the local library. They don't go to their local bar. They don't go join a social group in order to meet people because they feel that this beautiful 10, whatever, is going to walk through their front door, and that's never going to happen. But they sit there scrolling, like, hey, in the DMs, and they believe then that the women are not responding to them because of feminism.
What?
That is very interesting.
She went to way too specific a place.
Well, I mean, I have a feeling that she's been getting some of these DMs.
From what I got from this, she probably getting a whole bunch of them DMs and be like, yo, you got to give me some money if you want to have a good time.
I mean, who knows? But she really doesn't think very, is it, I know that depression and loneliness and all that is obviously a very real and rampant thing, but she put everybody in that bowl. If she put everybody, there are a lot of single guys that just have a good life.
I mean, I feel like that's one of those, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you type things that from her. The funniest thing about this for me, and of course, it's not even fully on the point. She was like, these guys don't go down to the library and find them some baddies. Is that word? Really? I just had not considered that you just need to go down to the library. Go down to your local library, check them out.
But see, the thing is, it is guys that still probably do that. It's still, I think I kind of get wrapped up into it too. Just being on the internet, you think that's what life is.
Yeah.
And when you delete that app, if you're not on the app, it's still people out here that will talk to somebody in the grocery store or somebody down the street and they talk to them or it's not all of this OnlyFans stuff. Yeah. I think a lot of people just look on social media and think that's real life. It's it's guys out here that will, talk to somebody the old school way.
Yeah. But I guess the idea is that in her mind, there's a growing number of folks who won't, and they need to find it. And if they got to pay for it, they got to pay for it from the 832. Wow, this whole time I've been wondering why I'm always irritated. Yep, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I can't say that it is, but let Joy Taylor tell it. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, just stop DMing her, man, because she ain't gonna answer. She ain't walking through the door no time soon.
We should try.
Podcasts, huh? Podcasts.
Yeah.
All right, I want to see what Reggie feel about this one.
Me?
Yeah. I want to see because I feel like you might have some strong feelings about this one. So according to a new report, ChatGPT is now attracting more monthly traffic than Wikipedia.
Lazy, and you know it.
How y'all feel about that?
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Do you think this is towards the death of Wikipedia?
You're asking kind of I've never been a big Wikipedia fan. Like, in a pinch, you can use it, but it's very inaccurate or can be very inaccurate.
It's open source, but I think there's a lot of work done towards at least sourcing various things.
You kind of look at it as to kind of check a couple things.
Yeah.
If it's not
you better
right,
double check.
Yeah, that's not the only source.
Here's the irony. You better double check ChatGPT.
Oh, 100%.
You better double check that.
I think the way people it's not a thing where you just copy and paste and that's it.
What you mean? That's exactly what people are doing. Like, here's the thing. If you've got a person who, and of course I'm generalizing, I understand that, I'm putting that right up front. If you got a person who's like, rather than, search and then go through and find the information within what I'm looking for, I'm just going to leave this to this algorithm. You think that they're going to take that and go, let me go now source this information and double check.
Yeah.
That's not the reason why you use ChatGPT, friend. Like, you start there because you don't want to do all that, except the problem is only God knows where the algorithm got this from. And there's no guaranteed clause on that they're going back like this. Like, you just dependent on this, right?
Yeah.
So yes, again, you're lazy. That's the thing that I'll say.
See, I use it as kind of not. I don't really use it as a source or anything like that, but I kind of use it as an idea starter.
Oh,
like
a lot of people do.
I would type something in, and then it bring up a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, oh, and then that's when my brain get to going. Like, oh, I can do this. Like, I necessarily don't copy and paste.
I think ultimately when it gets better and you talk about the algorithm and it's improved and it's more accurate and all that, I think all of these, choose your favorite app. It's going to replace Google. It's going to replace everything.
Now, I will double back here because you did say that it's attracting more traffic than Wikipedia. And that doesn't mean that people are inherently using this particular AI in order to just search up stuff. Like, maybe they're using it to generate some level of ideas, which, again, I'll call you lazy. But, like, maybe they're doing that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that people are just using it as a search engine in the same way that they would use Wikipedia.
I think they will eventually start using it because it's definitely quicker. And like we said, Wikipedia, sometimes it got its bad moments. But
the problem is Wikipedia is also on the internet, and I bet 10 times out of 10 that Wikipedia is factoring into what ChatGPT is giving you as well.
Sure, that's part of the problem.
And so you're taking whatever inaccuracy you're saying on Wikipedia and adding it to anything else on the internet that this AI is pulling from. Best of luck to you.
Yeah, I think it's just quicker though. Like now, like you could, like you got to actually type and search on Wikipedia. ChatGPT, you could just say what you're looking for, and it'll give you probably about 50 pages of whatever.
I do have confidence that it's going to get rid,
and that cost to that point.
And honestly,
I mean, just the work on the algorithm, the work on the research, refining, because they know this. They know it's inaccurate.
Yeah.
You know.
And honestly, I felt like we said the same thing about Wikipedia back in the day. Like, I remember my teacher saying, don't use it. Don't ever use it, which is, true. But they was also telling us to look at an encyclopedia or look other ways. And so I think eventually it's just going to be the new Wikipedia.
I think so.
I will be the person. You can call me scared or what have you. I'm looking at y'all sideways. I am. I'm judging. I am being judgmental.
You're going to be on board in a minute. Just hold off.
I don't think so.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. Are you guys, I want to ask y'all, are y'all familiar with using a USB drive properly?
Yes.
Of course.
So when you put in a USB drive, and then when it's time to take it out, you have to hit the eject button.
Hit the what?
Well, on the,
Hit the what? No, you just pull it out.
So you don't know how to use it properly.
I do. You stick it in and then you pull it out.
No.
Yo.
All you got to do.
All right. So apparently, so Frito and Katie, the new morning show for 100.3 The Bull, our sister station, they was actually having this discussion, and the proper way to pull out a USB drive is to go to, I want to say, my computer, and you're supposed to right click and hit eject.
Get out of here.
Yeah, there's a sub menu on the bottom that'll give you an opportunity.
And shout out to all my Mac USB. It's gonna make a funky sound, and you're gonna think your computer about to crash.
Oh, see, I've never had a Mac.
Yeah, but the same thing. So PC don't really do that, but the right way to do it, you're supposed to eject it because it could corrupt some files and stuff like that.
I think that's incorrect.
So Frito and Katie was talking about this, and apparently Frito did not know that. He was kind of on your side with it. He had no idea.
Yeah.
and Katie was talking about how she was living on the wild side, just pulling that USB drive out.
And here I was thinking I was living dangerously by just not ejecting my USB before yanking it out of my laptop.
What are you talking about ejecting? What do you like? It's a disc? Do you have some weird button you push to? What are you talking about? Ejecting a USB?
I know I'm.
You're not
very bad at technology.
You're horrible at technology.
There's an
what
eject.
What are you talking about?
There's an eject button. Like before you take something out of your laptop, you're supposed to eject it.
What happens if you don't? Is it bad?
That noise that popped? That's
the little error message.
That's your computer protesting that you essentially severed a connection improperly. You didn't shut it.
Well, where's the button?
Am I crazy?
No one does this. Where's the button?
Where's the button? It's right there in that little menu.
No one knows.
Where it tells you about the updates you don't care about.
Exactly. No one cares about. Right?
I'm with him. It doesn't hurt anything.
I think there is an opportunity that you get files corrupted. I just am in that place from usually if I'm using a USB, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's highly unlikely.
So it really don't. Yeah. But Mac make a big deal out of it. If you pull a USB,
I'll give you that because I don't know.
Yeah, no. So I did know that, but honestly, I be lazy and I just put the USB in, pull it out. That's it.
Yeah. I'm the 713. I don't really know how to properly do that. I got 5 kids. Fair enough.
Yeah,
touche.
It's an extra step, and it's the same thing with the Mac. You just got to right click it and then hit eject. And then probably eject the USB or whatever it is, and then it's safe to take out. So that's how it's supposed to be, but I don't think PC really care.
Right. I'll say that when I use an external drive, I'll eject it. With just a thumb drive, it's cool. Yeah. I rarely have something on there that's gonna go crazy. And from the 832, they're attesting. They have lost files that way.
Yeah.
So
it happens once in a while, but I think it haven't happened to me in a very long time.
Dang, I had no idea.
Yeah, but you be sitting in the car gassing up with it on, so I would expect nothing less of you.
Yeah, it don't surprise me. You don't know nothing about this. You probably just hit the off button on the computer. You probably don't shut it down properly. You just hold the off button.
No, I do. I shut it down.
I don't believe you.
I actually just close the lid most days, but I do when I shut it down. I shut it down.
If you say so. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. At the Figgy Fig on social media. Someone says Cecil Source doesn't know how to do that.
Hey now.
Calm down. Cut it out. But coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. Clint and Ron will do that next.
First impressions of the Texans' 2025 schedule, our guy Seth says it won't be an easy one.
9.5 wins for the Texans by Vegas.
Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you hanging out with us here on a Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Reggie, and Fig hanging out with you. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. And someone said, make sure you ask Clinton Ron about putting it in, pulling it out. I will see what their USB etiquette is here in a few moments. But one of the things that we're looking forward to tomorrow in the NFL is, don't forget, remember, owners' meetings circle back around where something that was tabled from the meetings earlier in the year, or I guess, was that late in last year? No, early in the year.
No, it was early in the year.
It was this year.
That was
West Palm, wasn't it? Or something like that?
Yes, it was. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
Gosh. I don't know. I don't know if that means time is going fast or slow or what have you, but
that was March. Was that March?
Yeah, I think so.
That was only 2 months ago.
It's flying by, baby.
The fellas, in the NFL is getting ready to consider again whether or not to ban the tush push. This is coming back up. And one of the things I definitely saw is that there's some real campaigning that's happening around this vote, where a second round of league meetings is going to happen, as we mentioned. And I saw that the Eagles are actively trying to convince folks to not ban the tush push at this point.
Well, apparently it's almost like split down the middle, according to reports. In terms of the number of teams that believe that it is believed will want it banned, and those that don't. So the vote is coming, I guess, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah,
tomorrow
in
and
Minneapolis. Yeah, there's going to be that opportunity. The fate of it will be voted on. And like I said, the Eagles are trying to keep this in play. And I find it super interesting, though, that it's split down the middle, because either way, there's going to be someone that's kind of uncomfortable with what the result is. And I feel like the result is likely going to be that they don't ban this at this point, just be on the idea that they have not been able to get people to that place. They've had to try and take time in order to lobby and circle back around to this. It feels like that might not be the case, although maybe the NFL, in tabling this, right, has indicated their willingness or their want to ultimately try and get this done and push towards the goal line of this, pun intended.
Yeah.
And so I'm really uncomfortable, though, that we're getting to a place, and I understand sports change all the time, but it does feel like at any time where you're pushed up against something that is some level of controversial, that the league is like, we gotta change what we're doing in order to one who works with leagues on the idea of make your product as good as possible as you need to. This one feels a little bit less like that and more of just being a little scared.
I'm saying like it's a little hate in this too.
Well, there absolutely is.
Yeah.
I'm worried that they're going to compromise and make it worse. And let me explain that, because
interesting. How do you see that?
First of all, on the tush push itself, to Figgy's point, they're only thinking and talking and voting about banning it because one team is really good at it.
Correct.
In what scenario is there a rule and one team happens to not be exploiting the rule, not be cheating, they're just really good at it, so let's ban it? That makes no sense whatsoever. Rather than everyone else trying to be really good at it, imagine there was one NBA team that could shoot 48% night in, night out from three-point range, and everybody else was shooting 32. That's kind of what this is. Well, you know what? Let's just ban that, because the Rockets are really good at it and nobody else is.
I like that you made it the Rockets.
Yeah, or whomever. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
That's at its core. That's what they're doing, because everybody has the same opportunity right now as the Eagles. Everyone.
Yeah, and they ain't even like it's a situation where a team is, let's say everybody else start doing it, and then players start getting hurt, and all of this type of stuff where it's like, man, it's getting out of control. We need to, fix this.
Right.
There's only one team that's doing it. I don't think anybody got hurt from it.
It doesn't make any sense. They're good. Why don't you get good? And then here's the compromise that's kind of worrying me. I'm worried that they're going to compromise and ban all.
According to the Green Bay proposal,
and that's going to be bad for the game.
Green Bay being the team that is in that place, the alternate rule would make it so that it would be no offensive player may pull a runner in any direction at any time, use interlocking interference by grappling a teammate or using his hands or arms to encircle the body of a teammate, push or throw the body of a teammate, immediately at the snap, push or throw his body against a teammate, which that one is really interesting, because then are we getting rid of quarterback sneaks in general?
See, that
in that situation? Because
if they go down that path and compromise and do that, it's going to be legitimately bad for the NFL. Some of the fun most fun plays are like when there's some running back running around right end from the 3-yard line. He gets stopped at the 2, and then some big-ass offensive lineman hits him from behind and pushes him into the end zone, and the lineman starts celebrating like he scored a touchdown. And that to me, is an awesome, awesome play. If they compromise and do that, it's going to stink for the NFL.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that, and I wonder if they'd be willing to like do some level of almost Congress-like things of adjusting the language in order to try and get this over. Like, I wonder how many dissenters are in the place that you are, right? Again, the reporting is that it seems like the league and the voters that will be on this are kind of split. I wonder how many people are dissenting because, hey, this is a little bit too far of a reach. Yeah. I'm willing to get rid of the tush push, but I don't want to get rid of all pushing. So I do wonder, if they can maybe do this where they find a way to rein in the parameters of this, would they then be able to get this over the line? Again, pun intended.
At that point, that's going to seem personal on for the Eagles.
Yeah.
At this point, is it not? Like
it is for it is.
But they don't want to say that. They don't want to say they're going to use all the safety stuff and all that. But if they say ban the tush push, but we can still push people other places, like that's definitely that's the right there at the Eagles.
Think about how many moments, even just for a first down or something, like some lineman grabs his running back or wide receiver by the shoulder pads and starts backpedaling. To me, that's just a cool part of football. And if they do that's come on.
So there's that. Obviously, one of the other things that they're voting on is the potential of reseeding opponents in the playoffs. And I know that you like that.
Yeah.
And I've voiced one of my concerns, and it still maintains for me, is one of the things that makes these games late in the season interesting, or I guess would make it a little bit more interesting, is the idea that, hey, you aren't guaranteed that home court or home field advantage because you won your division. But I think anything that you do to take away the import of winning your division might be a Pyrrhic victory of sorts, right? I keep looking at basketball in the ways in which they watered down and lessened the importance of divisions to the point where people don't even give a damn about divisions now. And that's one of the strengths when we see in the NFL, especially when we look at the way that they build their schedule. There's instances where they're putting divisional games in places because they believe that the strength of playing an enemy, a rival, matters. And I think that this would be a weird thing to do on the other side of it, to undercut that rather.
And this
in some ways,
this is where I disagree with you, because I think the rivalries in the division are still going to be there, whether it matters or not with home field and like the rivalry, no matter what. And
in the immediate future, I think over time you lose that thrust.
I think rivalries get stronger. But here's the other thing, and then the whole, well, what about home field in the play? You're still going to the playoffs. You're going where you need to go, which is to face a team with a better record.
No, I hear you, but I think that the cost of having teams be able to host a home field advantage was making that is clearly an advantage that you get from winning your division, which I understand is maybe not fair, but it was a nice quirk that they built in that I think they gained benefit from division, and we'll see if ultimately they do that, and if they do, how that ultimately affects the NFL at large. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity, as they always do, to talk to the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Not much. As I see here, good afternoon, guys. In Crosstalk, ask Clint and Ron about putting it in and pulling it out.
That's right. Yes. We wanted to understand what your etiquette is on putting it in, pulling it out, especially as it relates to USB drives. Do you guys make sure
Did you know there's an eject?
Eject it before you pull out your USB from the computer.
I'll just stick it in there and pull it out.
Always been a pull and catch guy.
Yeah.
But apparently there's an eject button.
Like, do you use the proper protection for your USB when you are
it's like a tap on the shoulder.
Disentangling it.
There ain't but one eject button, and she has the control of it.
Like a tap.
You don't want to say nothing, Ron? You good?
No, I don't use proper protection. What? I ain't got to use proper protection now.
Oh, good for you.
Clipped it on up.
You're dang right.
I mean, the
Welcome to the team.
USB, that's right, of course. That's obviously what we're talking about
Lift
here.
it up. Go ahead, Clint. Join us.
Go ahead and get that.
I'm still hoping for number 3, man. I'm hoping for number 3, man.
Join us.
More files, always more files. How's your weekend, fellas?
It's good, man. Not bad. Not too bad. A lot of running.
Well, that's good.
Had the pre-K graduation and 2 2 baseball games while we have to travel to Conroe. I don't know, but, 2 baseball games.
Are you in on the pre-K graduation? Like, are you the person that's like, why are we doing this? This really don't matter?
No.
I don't mind it.
Not when it's your own kid.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
If it's other kids, you may feel that way. If it's your own kid, going up there and you're saying all the words of his little part that he has with him silently. Look at him. Yeah.
Hey, wait, did you you had to practice with him before too?
You knew what he was going to do. Make sure get him up there and in a bad spot. Yeah. Hey, let's go over this. He had a little poem part that he had to say. Yeah. They had to do the song, and they had song with parts. They had parts that they had to do it, and we ain't gonna get up there and look silly. We're gonna look up there. We're gonna get up there and look like Devin.
A little work into it.
There's a couple of kids up there. You could tell they didn't put in work at home on the performance. They was off looking around. No, not Nicholas. Nicholas had it.
Mine hadn't graduated anything yet, but I did get to attend one 3-year-old gymnastics, and I managed to get mad at the teacher.
Yeah. Oh wow! Are you no?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the in the middle of class. Owner's kid or somebody, another little one, stumbling through them. They got 4 or 5 little 3 and 4 year olds out there, and the owner's kid, I guess it's owner's kid, out there comes from the other side of the gym over in the middle of this class with toys, in the middle of a 3 and 4.
What is he thinking?
And then other instructors coming up, just chit chatting. We're on the clock. I'm paying for 45 minutes. Other instructors walking up and just chit-chatting with the main instructor.
Trying to get some work done here.
Hey, man, what are we doing?
Yeah, exactly.
You're already 5 or 6 on 1 with the kids. The ratio's a little bit off. You need to be all in.
No focus.
And where's the parent?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got to sit back behind the fence over here. Oh, I don't know about the little kid.
No.
Playing with little shiny toys in the middle of all of them. I'm like,
come on, man.
I mean,
act like you've been there before.
Come on, man. What the hell are we doing?
3.
Maybe you're all going to get a private trainer by 5, huh?
I almost.
I'll tell you what I ain't going to do. Baby daddy ain't going to be paying for them kind of lessons unless they clean that stuff up.
I almost tagged myself in at first base coach.
Oh, wow. Oh, so y'all are them.
You just need to be a little bit more vocal over here. They're 6. They're 5 and 6 here, man.
I know it's
man. They're going to forget every time.
You got to let them know exactly what's happening.
Every time. Hey, man, we're holding. In the air, we're holding. Halfway. Every time. Just got kids running.
Oh, all right. I like what I've learned about you guys. I want to go to y'all's babies games.
That ball gets past the first baseman. They attempt to throw it. Send them. Send them.
Is that my boy Ron?
That's their arm on every throw.
Yes. No, I'm serious. I'll be over there to myself. I got to see these 5 and 6 year olds complete that throw. Catch it. I got to see it.
Gary Pettis windmill going.
That's right.
I'm sending everybody's ass until those referees or those umpires stop me. So they do this. I'm sending them all halfway through. We got some third base coaches on them other teams that did it.
Hold on, Joe.
I love that y'all.
All right, come on back.
Y'all are simultaneously the best and the worst.
No, man, get up out of here. No, get out of here. You get in there and you see no communication as the first base coach. And we got 5 and 6 year olds just running aimlessly.
I didn't realize I was going to touch a nerve.
The hardest part, and you did touch a nerve there. He's joking, show, but he's not.
Oh, he's
dead ass serious, which I love and greatly appreciate.
He's so nice.
But until you are a parent and you realize like all the planning and work that goes into getting one of them somewhere, not to mention a game, you done work for 2-3 weeks at practice. But I'm talking about talking about the day of we're trying to get to this little swim or this little gymnastics or whatever. Until you realize what all goes into it, you'll never understand it. But when I hear my wife talking about boys, rat race, bing, 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 and then I show up and that's going on, no, that ain't it, boss.
We got parents checking in the hotels in Conroe.
Hey,
I had to drive down there. Woo. Yeah, we had a 9 o'clock tip. I told Courtney, no, we ain't checking in no hotels yet. We're going to get our asses up early is what we're going to do. Hell with that.
Tyler, do you think he splurged that hotel room up there?
Doubtful.
Come on, man. Them parents, man, they 6. You crazy. He's 5.
Big tournament, though, man.
You crazy.
All over the La Quinta.
Come on.
All right, fellas, y'all have a fantastic show. You're listening to KLT AMK Sports. Right now, the drive is live.
All right, there it is. The drive is live as we are live here on a Monday. Now, man, I heard that, boy. They say, there's some people thinking about grabbing some hotels, get down there. No, hotels.
Party at the Holiday Inn, man.
Well, we're going to get up. We're going to grab some donuts. We're going to get them iPads charged up, them headphones charged up. Y'all about to sit back here and enjoy this hour 15. What y'all about to do? Well, you imagine being so, because they were one and done up there, too. They were up there one and done. Drive up there. Could you imagine getting that hotel, one and done, and you didn't pay for that night, and then you got to drive back? Oh,
Conroe's away up there.
Hey, man,
it's smoking hot.
If they're old enough to stay in a hotel room by themselves, I may have done it. Just get a night at the bar with the wife.
Hey, man, maybe
get a night in the woodlands with the wife. Hell yeah.
A couple of coaches just hold down some room. Nah. She brought that up. Yeah, some parents talk about they getting hotel rooms. Not the Hughleys. don't even think about that.
Any of y'all want to save that money, you can ride with the Hughleys.
We got to get these floors, man. Talking about
damn, so you still ain't got them damn floors?
I haven't floors.
You've been talking about them floors for 2 months.
Yeah, they coming out, man.
I done got mine in.
You got them in? They coming out, man. They got to drill up that tile, man.
See how that works? I offered Tyler. I offered to hook them up. He never even circled back on him, man.
Well, I mean, I had to get him in. I had to get him in there first to measure out stuff. See how much gonna cost.
No, I ain't put them in yet. They just arrived. I ordered.
I thought you just said I already got money, and I thought that's what you just
now
said.
The key is going over and getting them. Got to get me a flatbed trailer and get them over to the house. They wouldn't deliver them to the house.
There you go. All right. No, a lot to get to today, man. A lot of fun to have. By the way, 3 o'clock. Doing a weigh-in, doing the first weigh-in, and yeah, I let it rip. Had me a good weekend.
Oh,
finished it off with 4 frozen margaritas.
4 of them, huh?
Yeah,
strawberry, right?
Finished it off.
Were they strawberry?
Pear.
Oh, pear.
New flavor.
Hey, you missed me with the pear margarita.
Not sure I've ever had it.
I'm sure I would drink it, but
wasn't bad.
I mean, I had damn
I had never had it. I go in there. I said, let me just go ahead and get the frozen margarita. They said, you just want lime?
We got multiple.
I said, well, what flavors you got? Courtney said, let him hear the flavors. What flavors you got? We got strawberry, we got mango, we got watermelon. I said, watermelon. We got pear. I said, ooh. I'm drunk, I guess. He said, well, let me try that pear.
I'm gonna tell you, it's hard to beat a watermelon margarita.
I'm not sure I've ever had a watermelon.
I wanted to go, but I didn't switch.
Get you a watermelon jalapeno margarita.
See, I'm not a big fan of the jalapeno marks.
Well, not just straight.
I take that back. I saw that.
You get a spicy mar in general?
I don't like them spicy.
It was spicy. It was a spice. I saw that at a restaurant, a drink spot we went to.
I'm in on that.
Which is odd because I like spicy marks.
Yeah. No, so with this first, I think what our friends out in Katy, Shannon and Steve got a running bet on what my weight is going to be today. I believe Steve had me at 350. My goodness.
The bar moved. I mean, the bar went from 305 one of them to 370 with the other. And I'm like, boy, y'all give yourself a big.
Somebody got me 30 pounds.
That may have been alcohol induced. I think it was. I think it was really 30. One of them had 305 to 315, and one of them had 320 to 330. No, 320 to 335.
Yeah, maybe that.
If we listen close enough, we can probably hear Shannon.
You can probably
go back and hear Shannon.
Just put one ear up to the wind.
Tyler for the first two stops. Who is that? God, man, does she know we're doing a radio show?
Is she sitting at the table with you?
Is she right? Does she have a mic?
That's powerful lungs. That
By the way, I brought a weigh-in shirt. I'm gonna throw on every week.
I like it.
See if we see some changes within that bad boy.
Oh, did you bring a tighty?
I got a tighty. You'll love it.
As long as it's not a whitey.
Tyler really loves it.
I can't wait.
Yeah, so 3 o'clock.
Did you bring the scale?
I brought the scale. Got the scale right here.
We're gonna have to check that now beforehand.
Is it accurate?
Do you want? You can step on it.
Well, no, I don't know. Do
you know yours? You get in the break. We can step on it.
Okay.
Do you know yours?
About 8 days ago, I was 250 on the button.
Okay. What do you think you've done in those 8 days?
Maybe the same. Maybe it's right in that neighborhood somewhere. It could be 48. It could be. I've worked out this morning, sweat pretty good. Ate light. So yeah, it could be right around that range.
Yeah, I let it ride.
Oh no, I did not. I'm talking about today, not this weekend. I ate chips and salsa for the first time in a long time, I quickly realized why I needed to put them down.
No queso?
Oh, I had queso too.
Good,
but I'm talking about they couldn't bring them chips out fast enough. I mean, it's 3 or 4 bowls deep, and I'm like, see, I told my wife, this is exactly why I can't do it.
From the text line, observed Ron on Channel 2 Sports Extra last night. Everyone had on jackets except Ron. Another thing to tell him to take his damn hands out of his pockets. No one else had their...
You were doing a little TV, huh?
More in their pockets. Be more professional. None of my jackets...
Yeah, y'all critical, man.
None of my jackets fit. So thanks for fat shaming me a little bit more.
What a jerk.
You said you wanted motivation.
Yeah.
Just bringing you motivation there. None of my jackets fit.
None of my jackets fit. Well, at least none of them fit to be comfortable in there.
We're going to get there.
Well, who else was on there with you?
Aaron Wilson.
That's jacket.
Shout out, yeah, he had a jacket, and then Randy had a jacket.
Randy,
I killed it. I hit. Someone said I'm guessing show is 3:17. All right, we'll do it at 3 o'clock. By the way, I talked to some people over the weekend and last week that said they want to do the challenge with me. So if you're doing it, you can hit us up, Sports Radio 610. Hit me up at Real Ron the Show. Any of us, send us your weight. If you're sitting in Texas saying you're starting weight, and we can have a thing every week, every Monday.
I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get down. I'm gonna try to drop a few.
You're gonna try to roll with it.
Tyler
texted this morning and said he was motivated, and he did. What'd you say? Had
a little back and buys this morning. Got back in the gym.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get 240. If I can get sub 240, man, I'll be real happy with myself, Ron. I ain't been in them 230s in a minute.
You can do that. You can do that. All right, I lied. I just didn't want to wear a jacket. It was hot.
Man, it's getting that way outside.
I went polo, man. It was hot. I just wanted to go.
Hey, I mean, look,
and it's all good. Shoot, I caught DJ Bieniemy in there with almost like a T-shirt in there a couple weeks back. I said, "Oh, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good with this.
I'm good." I saw Sarge in there. He didn't have no jacket on either. I'm good.
Sarge had that cowboy hat on.
Yeah, he did.
There you go.
Yep, yeah, he did. So, no, man, appreciate you watching, though. We had fun. It was a good time. But, yeah, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock will be the weigh-in.
Does that texture do me a favor, though, and hit me with something that Ron said you liked or didn't like, something he said, something they talked about. Instead of watching where he's got his hands and whether he's got a jacket on, did he say anything worth a damn? Can you let us know that? Remember any of that?
I did do a rip move to get to the television screen on Aaron Wilson. I don't know if they left that one in.
Aaron Wilson.
I hit Aaron. I hit him with a rip to get to the TV. I don't know if they left that in.
Yeah, you're scaring him, man.
I did. He looks good. He said I used to do a swim move back in the day. Afterwards, but this weekend the Astros split that 4-game series with the Rangers. So they started tied right there when the series started, and they remained that way, and that's tough. Seattle swept the Padres, so they created a little bit of distance between both those teams. But I guess overall, we'll start here with that. They split with the Rangers. Did you view this weekend as a successful series against Texas? Was it successful to you?
Yeah, if you get a 4-game set against the Rangers, and you can split it with no Yordan Alvarez, with your third and let's call it your 5th starters injured and out, and you can still split that series. Yeah, I call it a success. And speaking of starting pitching, Hunter Brown pitched an absolute gem. Was that Thursday night?
Yeah, that was Thursday. Yeah, 1-0.
McCullers goes out there and struggles a little bit early, but ends up keeping it on the tracks. 4 innings.
He did not give up 7 runs in 1 out.
That's right. Blanco, 6 innings, 3 earned.
Quality start.
Framber Valdez, 7 innings, 3 earned. Like if you look at it up and down the board there, your starters pitched well enough to give you a shot, and so I got to call that one a success, Ron. With Yordan Alvarez not in the middle of that damn lineup, that is just an absolute killer for these goose runs. So yeah, I think I call it a success. I caught the majority of 3 of the games. So yeah, I call it a success. Absolutely.
I don't want to call it a failure, but it is tough for me to go as far as success, Clint, when, damn it, you got that level of pitching, and you couldn't make that work. right? Three of your starters gave you quality starts. You lost a game where your starter went 8 innings and gave up 1 home run.
Yep.
1 run, right? And then Fromber, you got that W. It was looking dicey there before Paredes went and hit his first non-Crawford box home run, which was huge last night. But it was looking dicey there. Blanco goes 6 innings, and really it leaked late. He was, he was pitching well. Then he gives up. Then there are 2 more runs come across there late in the 6th. But he was pitching really well. That's the only thing is, man, you get 3 quality starts. And then your other one is Lance. Really, he didn't give up any earned runs. There's an error in there that clips his 2 runs. I mean, obviously, Ocho is feeling really great about what he says about him. Is just Lance is just throwing a lot of pitches in a short period of time. But still, he doesn't give up any earned runs. Like, you get that starting pitching, damn, it's just like, boy, you feel like you got to come through. You got in here ridden cold-ass bats. They ran into that a few times. And like I said, it's not a failure, right? They split them. That you went on the road, you won 2 out of the 4 games. But when you got this good of pitching, it feels like you left 1 at least.
Oh, I think that's fair. Yeah, when Hunter Brown goes pitches as well as he does and loses 1-0, you got to feel like you missed some opportunities to get that one. And that's several games ago now, so it's hard for people to remember. But that's the game where the Rangers 4- and 5-star catches all over the place, man, and it kept the Astros from pushing anything across the plate. So that was definitely a tough pill to swallow. The Saturday loss was a tough pill to swallow. But yeah, man, I mean, I'm Yordan Alvarez out of the game. You're splitting with a pretty damn good team. Yeah, I got to call that one a success.
Yeah. Well, as we said, how did you feel about this weekend? Did you like it? Was it or did you view this weekend in Arlington a success? It was cool. It was cool. The pitching was just so good. But, I mean, you hope that continues. Now, obviously, we found out the news about Hayden Wesneski that Todd Callis already accidentally told us all.
Yeah.
But we found out that news.
Well, this is not good.
Yeah, that it is official. He's going to have Tommy John and be out. Who knows? I mean, obviously this year, maybe more. We've not seen Luis Garcia yet since he had his Tommy John.
They're predicting well into 26.
We'll see about Christian Javier. We know he's just started throwing the ball again. Obviously we've seen others how long it's taken them to get there, so we'll see about that. So that is a tough luck draw, but the pitching has been fantastic. We'll see if they can continue that in this series coming up on the road, starting up tonight. All right. There is a player that is connected to the Texans and could be of help. And this is a former great player in this league. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Generator, Super Center. Look, man, around these parts, there's
610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See some on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you all for jumping on with us. Tyler's brought out a wooden baseball bat here.
I just noticed it was sitting in there.
All right.
Where'd you find that, Bum?
Right here in front of this old soundboard.
Who was our guy?
Is that Biggio's?
Who was our guy that used when Tyler would go out with us? We used to do shows in front of was Dyken Park, and he was our guy there. He was always. He went a little dark. I remember he brought up his old
his glove,
glove and pictures, and he would take that. You would always bring that wood bat that you had with you.
Yeah,
I remember him taking some swings, and I was a little nervous because he was.
He'd always ask me to play catch with him.
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know why when you pulled that bat out there, that reminded me of Todd. I think that was his name.
Yes,
God.
that was it.
I never got that name. I think you're right there.
Hell of a job right there.
There it is.
Shout out, Todd.
Hold that baseball bat with you. But no, someone texted in and was asking what time's weighing in. Did he already weigh in? What's his weight? Coming up at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Got a weigh-in shirt. Got a scale. Oh, I got to get the scale so Clint can jump on it to make sure he knows it really works. To make sure it's real.
Well, I wasn't, for the record, I wasn't doubting you. I love to know that I got a balance scale. You know what I mean? Because I've been known to weigh on one for several months and think, gosh, dang, what is it? Am I really this heavy right now? And then you get on one of the doctor and it's like, damn, my scale been off 4 pounds the whole damn time.
Yeah. Those, you feel like those are the right ones in there.
Yeah, I need you to get me on one of them light ones.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you test it out. Someone texted in, I'm 190, but I'm down from 208 in 8 weeks. Congratulations, man. I hope I can get some gains like you. Another one texting in. This is nice. I didn't know you got fat again. What happened to soda weight loss? As I said the other day, what didn't happen to soda? It was all your boy. And many people who have struggled with up and down weight loss can attest. You know, sometimes you get comfortable, and I got real comfortable. We're going to see how comfortable I got coming up at 3 o'clock.
The rest of the time moving forward, he's going to be real uncomfortable, he said. He needs a little motivation.
Yeah, thank you so much for those kind.
What a jerk.
Those kind words.
Damn.
Didn't know you got fat again.
I see, put a few of them LBs back on, man. Proud of you for getting back on the wagon. I see you. Golly.
That's somebody upset with something going on in their own life, Ron.
Maybe they just spread out right in the mouth.
Just let that hate out, friend. Let that hate out your heart.
Yeah, let it out. Be yourself. Do your thing. All right.
The drive is here for you.
That's right. Clint, there is a report out about maybe interest in picking up a former All-Pro Pro Bowl football player on the offensive side of the ball, and that is Nick Chubb.
Well, I should probably be clear. I think the report was more of just, in today's world where they're just throwing out graphics and linking them to teams and trying to get clicks and conversation started, which it was successful with me. It's probably been a week since I've seen this, to be honest with you. I've seen Nick Chubb linked to every damn team. I've seen him linked to the Cowboys recently.
Yep.
But it did get me to thinking. We teams that want to run the football consistently, and whether it's regardless of what kind of a attack it is, they usually have got two guys that are contributing in some way. And while we've been really excited about Woody Marks, I'm super excited about Woody Marks. I do want at the same time be real about what is the best route for Woody Marks to be the best player that he can be from Jump Street. Because I do think that when you've got Joe Mixon and you've got Dare Ogunbowale and what's my man's name in the middle? Mine just went blank.
Mixon?
No, the backup that from Florida. Damn, my mind went blank.
Damian Pierce.
Damian Pierce. And But when you got Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce, and Dare Ogunbowale, how did I remember Dare Ogunbowale and not Pierce? But anyway, those are your three guys. There's a clear path for Woody Marks to be a contributor in some capacity. But what is that capacity, and what's best for Woody Marks to be introduced slowly to the league, to be introduced slowly with this offense of, hey, man, the best way for Woody Marks, guys, is where I'm going with this. The best way for Woody Marks is if he is a third down back. In third down, you could also be in 2-minute. You could also be in any kind of up-tempo offense, any kind of passing situation offense. That is what he's done in college, performing, and it's when he's at his best. So the best way to start Woody Marks into the league is to say, hey, here's the playbook, and we're going to go through all camp, and we're just going to cram as much of the playbook as we can to you. But come the season, it's going to be a little bitty playbook, and there's going to be about 10 pages in there that pertain to you. It's going to be third down. It's going to be 2-minute. It's going to be no huddle. It's going to be up-tempo stuff. And if that's the case, then you got to have somebody that you can pair with Joe Mixon so that you then can get the best Joe Mixon for 17 weeks, right? And I just think that there's a reality. Now, I don't know about money-wise, but there's a reality. There's a real need for the Texans to at another running, and I'm talking about another running back that can contribute in a big way. And so when I hear Nick Chubb's name, I like it more and more the more I think about it.
When you hear that, how much usage do you envision when you hear Nick Chubb?
Well, I think with those two, now this is assuming Nick Chubb's back from the injury and everything's fine, and he is whatever the version.
His workouts have looked impressive.
Looks like he's back. Whatever version of Nick Chubb you get in May of 2025, assuming that he's healthy, that I got to believe that he'd be a good 1-2 punch. Is he the bell cow that can go for 2,000 yards? And no, he's not that. But could he be a good 1-2 punch that could get downhill, that you don't have to worry about? Does he know how to protect the damn quarterback? Does he know the NFL protections? Can he get lower and buck some of these linebackers or some of these safeties that are coming? There's no restraint from a mental. Right? Coming off the injury, I would imagine it's going to be a 1 or 2 year deal. I would imagine it's going to be a short-term deal to prove that he's still got a little juice. You got Joe Mixon for 1 more year for sure. Then there's an out between this year and next. And so, yeah, I would envision him being a good 1-2 punch out of the gate so that and barring injury, you're going to get the best version of Joe Mixon down the stretch. From jump, you're going to get a Joe Mixon that you can use in the pass game if need be. And so I think in a capacity of, hey, man, let's split some carries, let's split some of the load, and then let Woody Marks be your third down back. I would absolutely be in for that, man. And the longer play in today's world with running backs. What is longer? 2 years. But the longer play is if you do end up getting a really good Nick Chubb, then you've got options with Joe, depending on what happens with Joe. Right? If you don't get a good Nick Chubb, you've got, again, Joe under contract for 2 more years, including this season. So there's some flexibility there. There's some opportunity there for this offense to get better with somebody. And when I heard the Nick Chubb name, I thought, I could get behind that.
Yeah, man. I just wonder if it's enough carries for him for them to deal.
It doesn't seem like Nick's going to have
obviously would have to be a complete change from last year, because last year it was. I mean, Mixon would there'd be 5 other carries outside of him.
Well, Mixon's got to be. It's got to change. Mixon has. I like Mixon. I'm higher than most people on Mixon. Mixon is. I think we're at a spot where it's more beneficial if he's fresh, if he's healthy, if he's catching the ball in the backfield, if he's doing more things than just being bell cow and Mixon. I just don't think you're getting the best version of him.
We may have to build on that at some point this week on that conversation of the usage rate on Joe Mixon. But, yeah, we'll see. Nick Chubb, listen, hell, there was a point in time where, he was head and shoulders better than Joe Mixon for most of his career. So we'll see what happens and what kind of options he has there. But I wouldn't hate it. I think it would make their football team better if he was added to this team. I just wonder what the carries breakdown would look like. All right, one of the best athletes going right now in the world today we got to have a discussion because he's starting to enter a new stratosphere. We'll do that coming up next.
There's plenty of optimism around the Texans' schedule this season, especially if you ask Figgy.
I got them at 12-5.
All right. Okay.
SportsRadio979.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call 24/7-HOPE-LINE at 1-877-8-HOPE-NEW York or text HOPE New York.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Nick Chubb, 10 to 15 carries a game. Someone else texted in on the text line. I don't want to lose what potentially Woody could be. Also from the text line, I'm with Nick Chubb. The ground game will get the juice we need. YouTube and Twitch. 15 carries a game from Joseph. I won't be mad. Champ Slice. I think 15 is too little, especially if the game gets close. They're talking about those guys. So, yeah, I think just how the carries are distributed is what I think a lot of people are rolling with. And the Woody Marks thing, I think there is a part there because I know he's a third down back. I wonder if you got Chubb and Mixon, who both can catch the ball out of the backfield, if he gets kind of lost in the sauce on that.
Well, yeah. I mean, here's the thing: is I don't nothing would for me would not allow that to happen. He would be my third down back. He's the guy. And look, and if he shows that he is capable immediately of being that number 2 running back, generally speaking, and carrying the whole load, okay, then we'll move and shake. But the key to me is, like, right now, I mean, Woody Marks, one or two things is going to happen. You're going to do more than he's probably capable of as a real rookie, as a true rookie. And I'm not talking about physical. I'm talking about just getting to the league and the load you put on that guy. You're going to ask him to do too much. Is he physically capable? Absolutely. But it's a out of the gate 17-week season, knowing the whole playbook like the back of your hand in a year when your protection has to be right. Like that, there's just a lot of, to me, there's a lot of, hey, rookie, man, you better hurry up and grow up versus, hey, man, you got one really, really good one back, 1A. If you had a 1B and now we bring Woody along accordingly, we have him a month into the season and he's chomping at the bit. He's third down back. He's catching the ball in the backfield, doing some good things for us, but he's chomping at the bit to get more. That's what you want versus, hey, man, right now we don't trust Dameon Pierce to pass protect, much less carry the football. Yeah. And Dare Ogunbowale has no business being in the backfield in the offense unless it's an emergency situation. So we're gonna need you to do all this stuff. And by the way, if Joe Mixon gets hurt, you got to be.
That's where to me really. Yeah, and man, that's the thing you hope doesn't happen is, like, Nick Chubb would make the most sense if you had an injury. Like that's. Yeah. Like, to me, but it did. It's like, who did they have? Who did they trade to the Vikings? Cam Akers. Cam Akers. That almost feels like the level of veteran back.
Yeah, I'm just in a spot, and I've been here for 2 years, second year now, where, like, I'm looking for ways. They're clearly not going to make any significant moves at tight end or wide receiver. And I'm talking about offensive skill. You're clearly not going to do anything there, right? And so you just don't have room. You the guys that you either drafted or you have under contract, you're just not going to let it happen. The space to where this offense can get better and even call it deeper, call it more bulletproof, because Joe is a guy that'll get banged up. Maybe with a little bit less of a workload, he doesn't get as banged up, but. Boy, it just seems like there's some insurance there for both of those guys. You lose one running back, you're still in really good shape. You're not asking your rookie to do too much too early. And, worst case scenario, you've got 2 years with Joe. I don't know what kind of deal Chubb will be wanting, but I imagine it's going to pale in comparison to what he's previously had. Oh, yeah. Probably going to be a prove-it year, so you could cut bait if need be. So, I don't know, man. It seems like, man, It would be a really good place for this offense to get deeper and significantly more talented.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue to see what they do at that position, because that is one position on the offense you wonder if they're done at the running back position. That's And clearly they felt they had a need in it, and they gave up a 3rd round pick in next year's draft to go up in the 4th round to get Woody Marks this year. All right, last night, this makes this conversation even better. If anybody who was on Dolphin, it's Tyler Milner. Tyler Milner played high school.
Make sure Clint hears that, Ron.
He's been running from him for 3 years.
I'm not talking about the competition of the two of you that is never going to happen. I think it's 4 years. But the competition of the two of you that's never going to happen. I'm just talking about the person who is into golf the most. All right, I would say it's Tyler. Played high school golf, still plays now more than any of us, is into it as much. Clint, when we were in here doing show prep, I said, man, John Rahm had that just clear collapse there late. And my man just sat there for a beat or 3. He said, oh, my God, till you said that, man, I totally forgot the Players' Championship was yesterday. I said, the PGA. He said,
guilty.
Yeah. I'm like, hold on. This is a dude that is into majors, coming down it. And Scotty Scheffler, by the way, Tyler didn't know, but Scotty Scheffler won his 3rd major, his first PGA for the first time. And I think, Clint, there's an argument that this is the best and most dominant golf we've seen from a particular player since Tiger in his run. Right? I think even Rory early was really good. Jordan Spieth early was really good. But this dude is winning all the tournaments, not just majors. He's winning like Tiger was week after week after week. He's winning all kinds of events. But and when I hear Tyler say that, and I've been thinking that this weekend, does Scotty Scheffler draw you to the TV? Does Scotty Scheffler, when he's playing, it's Sunday, you saw he had the lead, is he drawing you to the tube? I'm not even going to use Tiger. That's unfair. He's unprecedented. But you know what I mean? Any of those guys, Phil would get people there sometimes. Does he draw you there?
No.
And it's so weird because I love greatness, Clint, in any sport. But it is like Scotty Scheffler is amazing.
But Scotty's boring. I mean, everything about Scotty's boring. I mean, look, and I love Scotty Scheffler. I love watching him play. I watch a lot of golf because of my father-in-law, and when he's rolling, he is fun to watch. But it's a boring. I was listening to some guys this morning on a podcast, Ron, and it was on and on about how good Scotty Scheffler is because he can execute the plan of navigating the golf course better than everybody.
He's like analytics. He's like the Spurs.
It's just like he was in a greenside bunker in 2 on this par 5. Like it's a perfect spot to be. He knows he can flop one out of there and birdie all day. They were talking about where he was leaving his approach shots and knocking down a 10-foot putt and all this kind of stuff. It's just I think, and then you look at the way his personality is it's not a big deal. I just play golf. I work really hard, but it's not he just kind of, he's boring. He's a boring superstar. And I don't mean that to minimize or disrespect at all. It's just a reality of how I view the guy. And he's great at what he does, but it's boring.
Yeah, it is. I guess so it is. But, I mean, there are a lot of golfers that aren't like, oh, man, I got to get in because of their personality to see it. I love greatness. I will tune in. Hell, I'll tune in to watch Rafael Nadal on clay because he's that good in the French. I'll tune in to watch stuff. Rory gets me. Rory in that Masters, and I know there was a story around it, the choking, but he gets me in.
Oh no, Rory!
Phil got me in. I don't know, man.
To me, the attraction to Rory was, hey man, I felt sorry. He emotionally had me wrapped up because I felt sorry for how long it had been and how often he had choked, and the fact that the golf world expects him to choke, and he had done it recently. So that whole storyline brought me in. It wasn't like Rory's must see. It was the storyline behind it, and Scotty just ain't got it. I mean, Scotty got arrested, and that was one of the must see.
Yes,
must see
it was
TV.
most rest. The best thing about him was the Nike shot they did, where they said best player in the world guilty.
Yeah,
and in his back. But I know for a fact if that was Rory or Tiger, Jordan Spieth, who's doesn't have an amazing personality. I think if Jordan Spieth was coming down on the wire, I'd been more apt to go and catch Jordan Spieth. But there's no way Tyler would have thought it was the damn Players Championship, let alone not known if any of those golfers I named, Bryson DeChambeau, someone texted in, there's something about him too, with the hat switch. Like, there's no way that Tyler would have been like, nah. Brooks Koepka, another one. No chance. Like,
you make a good point.
But all of those guys you're mentioning either have some kind of drama around them, something's happened to make them more in the spotlight, or they've got a personality that is polarizing to some degree. Like Bryson DeChambeau and Brooks Koepka, both, like, whether you're talking about those two kind of going at each other or you're talking about their personalities, and like they have something that draws you. And Scotty is self-admittedly boring.
Yeah, they even called him, somebody on text line and called Scotty Derek Stingley. Just nonchalant, man. Just, all right.
I mean, it's ain't wrong.
Yeah. Tough, man. Tough. All right, coming up, the first one. As I said, I'm bringing to the people, putting that motivational pressure on me, and I'm going to weigh in every Monday at 3:00, and put myself on the line here to try to drop this weight. I have no idea what this scale is going to say. You tested the scale.
Yeah, I hope it's a little heavy, but we'll ride with it, man. It's good on the weigh-in day, on the initial weigh-in day. It's good for it to be heavy.
It's good. So we'll test it. Maybe you go home and test the scale. You got to see how close it is to what it is. But I'll do my weigh-in coming up next, right here live on the Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know what the hell Academy Sports and Outdoors is all about, man. Whether you're looking for workout gear, whether you're looking for golf gear, you're looking for outdoor gear, you're looking for Nike workout gear, sporting gear for you, your kids, your husband, your wife, whoever it may be, Academy Sports and Outdoors.
The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Having a good time today. 3 o'clock already. Man, boy, that got here
3:03, man.
Man, that got here quick. Maybe that's what 3:03. Think is that the wait?
3:03. Oh no, I'm talking about the clock.
And we decided last week. I got to get a handle on this thing. I had gotten down. And this, like, I'm gonna put it all out there, man. Because people have dealt with it. I got down to 197. Ooh-wee. Was the lowest I got down. I started at 325, 323. But I started at 323 before I started sodas, and again
you're down 126.
And again, sodas was. It works. It does work. I talk to people all the time. It was me that kind of got comfortable, let it roll, let it go, and continued to let it go. And as I said, I'm going to weigh in every Monday, starting to get a handle on it. For me, I feel like, putting it out here, having this as a motivation, having this as something to be accountable with, and I'm going to do it every week, every Monday to start here. And I know several people said they were going to do it with me. I talked to some people at Star Sports Bar and Grill out in Katy. About 3 of them said they were going to do it. Some people have texted me and all that. You're going to do it. So if you are doing it, weigh in. Send your weigh in. Send your start weigh in. I did, Tyler, by the way. I'm going to wear this shirt every week, Tyler. Those of you on YouTube.
As a visual.
As a visual right there.
I like that.
You like that one?
Oh, yeah.
It's snug, isn't it?
It's snugged up.
It's snug.
It's snugged up,
yeah. This sucker looks like here in a couple of months. This thing is still snug. Get the side one. Yeah, get it all, baby. Get it all. Yeah. Yeah, let it all out. Yeah, let it
He's
out.
going to work it off, ladies and gentlemen.
Work it off. All right. Any thoughts? Where you at? Where you landed? You ain't going to upset me. Give me your honest thought. What do you think this scale's going to say?
I'm going to go 296.
Ooh, you keeping me under, huh?
I'm going to go 305.
305. All right, here we go.
Moment of truth, people.
Earbuds out.
Walking with a scale.
Earbuds out. He's coming around the studio, folks, so I can see it. So we can, I got the video out. We'll be posting the video.
It's like Scotty strolling up to 18. He approaches the scale. The crowd holds their breath.
And it is 310.8 is what I believe is blinking down there. I got it on video, a little to the side. 310.8, is that right? Well, come on back around here. Bring me that damn thing. I'm gonna stand my big ass on it too and see what I can. I need to get down a little bit too, man. I just ran to the bathroom and tried to squeeze one out and lose a couple pounds. By the way, Boss Man was in there again, boy. It's about the second or third time he's been in there.
Ooh.
He's been in there letting it rip, ain't he? What is that? 310.8?
You just put him right on out there. 310.8.
310.8. All right.
Yep. Dean is joining us. He shot in at 323 or at 223. Shout out 310.8. Good Lord, Ron.
You got this. Starting point.
Where you at, Clint? Clint at 261.6.
261.6.
261.6.
I think we can.
You gonna do this every Monday?
I'll do it every Monday. I'll do it every Monday.
And you said you're trying to get in the 230s, right?
I'm trying to get below 240. Try to get below 240.
I believe in both of you.
I think we can combine drop 20 by Friday.
Ooh, okay. That's a new.
The first 20 goes easy. The first 20 goes.
That's a new little twist to it. All right. So expectations for the week. So we come in, and let's be honest, it's going to be next Tuesday. Because it's
Memorial Day weekend. We'll wait Friday. We'll wait Friday. Just because Memorial Day weekend's in.
You want to wait Friday?
You see if we can drop 20 by Friday.
Friday we're going to be out.
Combined. Where are we at? We're on the road.
We're on the road.
We'll take the show on the road.
Take the show on the road.
Bring the scale.
All right. Friday and then next Monday. Okay. All right. So by Friday. So that we're agreeing by Friday. Okay. People are texting in, Tyler, what's yours? Now, Tyler doesn't have to
I will.
He said, I will.
Tyler said, I will.
Tyler's trying to gain weight. I'm going to get some protein, a little testosterone.
Yeah.
In that weight room he's in there rocking nowadays.
Got a bit of a narrow ass, friend.
Text line.
Hatchet ass.
If you worked your ass off to get down to 199, 197, and you're back to 300, you're just a dumbass. It's a good way to throw it in there. Or just some people struggle with their weight.
I mean,
and maybe you haven't lived it. That's okay. Hey, Tyler coming jumping on here.
Wait till that thing resets right there, T.
What do you think you are?
There you
Tyler?
go, bub. Big boy. 190.
Tyler got up to 190.
15. Hey, you better.
Damn, that scale, boy. Look at Tyler. Tyler's a slow walk. It's all right, baby. It's all right.
I bet you Tyler. That's after a good weekend too, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, a lot of dirty water, a lot of good eats.
Yeah, fun. Yep. Someone text in 304. Let's do it. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. 310. So combined by Friday.
Combined by Friday, let's see if we can drop 20.
20 pounds.
20 combined. I can give you a good 8.
You can give me a good 8 by Friday? Okay. All right. Then don't just let it ride through. See, I almost want to wait till Tuesday to really give ourselves.
Tuesday. Easy. There ain't no
to give ourselves
20 pounds.
Well, maybe a little bit more. Maybe the
8 days. Oh, it's easy.
But we got, but there are some. I don't know about your family, but there are going to be some wrenches in there with the Memorial Day.
I eat chicken. chicken and lettuce. I'm good. Chicken and salad. I'm good. Green beans. I just get back on my natural kick. I murdered. I went enchilada, fajitas, and chips and salsa yesterday.
Yeah. Did you? I let it rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, let it rip. All right, here we go. So 261. You're trying to get into the under 240, and I'm just trying to get. Let's just work it. Let's get a working margin. I got by Tuesday. That's my goal.
Okay, we'll do Tuesday.
I'm trying to get out of the 3s.
You got this, bruh.
I'm trying to have a 2 be the first number.
If you don't, I'll be mad at you.
Yeah. Okay.
Then first 20 pounds before you're gonna fall off.
All right.
Fall off.
All right, there we go. 310.8. Don't leave that 0.8 off. That 0.8. That's a shake.
I got it on video,
baby.
baby.
That's a shake to 311 right there. That's a shake to 311. Nope. But as I said, I feel like this is something that helps and motivates the hell out of me. So we'll do this every single Monday. Tyler, I didn't mean for you to get on that scale. I hope that didn't put you in a bad
I was curious.
place.
No. I rarely get on a scale, so I never know.
That was
somewhere in the neighborhood of 175 to 190, hopefully at the top.
This is my favorite. I apologize. I should not have called you a dumbass. I said it out of concern for your health. You're a good dude, and I would hate to see you have a heart attack.
I mean, I appreciate that message right here for coming from over here. I appreciate that.
I don't know that I do. It's
just looking out for you, man.
It's just looking out for me. There you go. Does that normally work for you? Looking out for me?
People you looking out for you.
Cleaned it up. Why? I just out of concern that you don't have a heart attack. All right. Good call.
It's harder to accept the delivery of that message when it's an anonymous number on a page.
Well, appreciate the effort, Bob.
Someone text in, Ron, I'm 298 with diabetes. Let's race to 250. Come on, join it. Show it. It's fun. All right. I do want to get to this before we get out of this break. Coming up a little bit later, weekend's worst, weekend's best. We'll get to that. Bleacher Report. Tell me, this prediction they have for the AFC South. Are they nuts? Or is this fair? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Texans projection. They say, Clint, the Texans' offensive line will cost them some games, but their defense should balance out some of those losses with stifling performances and victories. Houston struggles early while first-time play caller Nick Caley finds the right buttons to push. And I promise you, Clint did not write this. This is from Bleacher Report. But the club still finishes above 500. 2025 projection, 9-8. Then they move on to the Jags. The Jacksonville Jaguars will be the NFL's biggest surprise team in 2025. Tyler, just give it a second before you unload.
Yeah, I'm out on this fool. Who is this guy?
Cohen leads Jacksonville to an AFC South title with the resurgent offense. 2025 projection for Jacksonville that they are 10-7 in the AFC South division winner. Honest thoughts. Is this nuts or is
Well, I think it's fair on the Texans' part. I would not have Jacksonville as an NFL surprise this year, going ahead and getting in 10 wins and winning the division. If anybody other than the Texans wins this division, I personally think it's the Colts. Yeah, I don't like
four wins, by the way.
Yeah, no, I don't like that part of it. For me, I can get there with the Texans. I think not only, I mean, I had 9 wins. It's where I'm at. It may move up or down, to be honest with you, over the next
9-8 is what you've had, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And I know everybody. I'm straddling the fence. I'm middle of the road. That's fair. That's safe. But I think all the points, and I could add several to it. I think there is a lot of, hey man, early schedule is got some real challenges. This team, the offensive line, Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, young rookie receivers that you're going to be depending on. Those guys. There's a lot riding on those guys, man. And to think it's going to happen right away, it's not going to cost you a couple of games early, possibly, and you're just going because you've had some past success, you're going to roll to 10, 11, 12 wins this year. I think it's a mistake. So I understand from a Texans perspective, I can get down with that. Jags, not so much.
You can't squint your eyes to see that Jacksonville.
No, I can't, man.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair. I will go in 10-7 and winning the division, but I can see it is, despite what Travis Hunter has looked like in his rookie camp receiving routes that have been posted. But I can see that, Trevor Lawrence, what Liam Cohen did with what he's done with past quarterbacks, what he did with Baker last year, and we've seen Trevor be the best quarterback in this division. We've seen Trevor have years where people, Pro Bowl level years, just a couple of years ago when they're in the playoffs and they won this division and won a playoff game before CJ and D'Amico arrived. So we have seen it. He's not, 35 and skills washed. So you could see if he can bring that part out of him again and make life easier for him. Brian Thomas, Travis Hunter, those backs, like there are some pieces there. Defensively, I wonder in the back end if they can hold up. But I think this is a fair projection. I don't think I would put money on it. I would have it reversed. I have the Texans at 10-7 and winning this division by a game or two. But I don't think it's crazy to look at. Now, I do think they've got more things they could have listed here with their defense and other things like that. But I think it's a really good point, Clint, of it's different from even when, because you look at it, year one of CJ, you're like, yo, they came, to be honest, it took them a bit, right? Mm-hmm. It took them, it took not only CJ a little bit of time to get used to NFL football, but it took Bobby Slowick time. He even admitted it, saying like, hey, man, it took me a little bit of time to understand what's going on in the NFL, and I had to make some adjustments. And remember, it took them, to the second half of the Colt game, week 3, before they kind of got a good feel of what kind of offense they were going to be. Now you have veterans, right, with a young OC that they're going to have to get used to, and coming out of the gate with some kind of tough competition. So you could see them kind of slowly making their way. Now the defense can carry them, which I think many people will hope and depend on. But you could see it being we're still kind of learning each other and learning what should be the best way of doing things early.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you, Joe Mixon Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, and I'll throw Dalton Schultz in there just for the veteran's sake. And boys got their hands full.
Yeah.
And boys got their hands full. And boys got their hands full, and they got a bunch of they brought in a bunch of journeyman offensive linemen. I think he's put it nicely. 1-2 year offensive lineman. Again, I'll say it when offensive linemen anybody signs a 1 or 2 year deals because they don't have any other options. that's what
they
that's
have
what
their
getting.
hand full. And I know we got to get to break, but they have their hands full. You mean by that? They have it just.
Well, that's just. I mean, that's the only known commodities you have. It's the only. Hey man, we know what we're getting from these dudes right here. You don't know what you're getting from any of those offensive linemen. Hell, we don't even know. Titus Howard playing guard. We don't really know what we're getting. I mean, Dalton Schultz. I mean, unfortunately, right now the expectations have to be really low. But veteran that's on the same page with the quarterback that that we've seen make plays before. So I mean, it's just like there's just not, right now, offensively, and I'm talking top to bottom, coaching staff too. Yeah. You're asking those guys to do a whole lot with very little. And by very little, I don't mean the guys can't play. I just mean with guys that we don't know anything about what we're going to get from them, including coaches.
All right, early reports coming out of what was the biggest story in the National Football League in the last month. We'll let you know what that is and what's been said coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, a lot of Houstonians are out there right
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The first weigh-in, the drive's first weigh-in, 310.8 for your boy. So who wins the shot and the money between? I guess Shannon wins it. If she was at 305.
She said 305 to 315. He was a little higher than that.
Yeah. She told me he had me at 350.
Well, when she started the conversation, it was 350, and then she got a little riled up. It was
Shannon.
Hey, it got a little riled up. Less than 2 minutes later, she got riled up, and it was 370.
Yeah, 370.
I said,
Damn, Shannon.
I mean, why? I mean, you really?
It's Aaron Gibson.
Why? You, that's a large.
Maybe she was actually guessing her own decibel level.
Yeah. But no, 310. Clint jumped on the scale at 261.
261.2. That sounds good. 261 point something. 0.2. I'll go with 0.2.
What was your playing weight?
Mine? 220.
220?
Yep.
Just curious.
Yep.
Tyler jumped on a little higher than you thought it was going to be. A
little bit.
Surprises us. But Tyler is still bringing up the rear when it comes to weight. There you go.
Bringing up the rear with no rear.
He did. It's
a huge advantage in this competition,
it is,
Tyler.
because I've got a rear. Long one. But my man.
Tyler's a $190 and a $170 is above the waist.
My man Clint said.
Maybe $165. I'll give you £5. Just to be
Thanks, man.
My man said, as soon as he jumped on, I said, what do you think it's going to be? It's been a while, but probably the 170. And then Clint goes, no.
190.
190.
I don't weigh in very often.
It's all right. You feel yourself, though.
All the time.
Okay. Thank you. Text line coming in. Goddamn Ron, 300. Yeah. Guess what? Hell, I'm living in it. So I think I just said that.
Yeah, I think you did.
I got it there.
I don't know if you said hot damn or if you I don't know what you said.
Well, I pushed the dump button. I think I got it in there before 8 seconds. So I got to reading it. Yeah, I'm living in it. Shoot. I went across. Thank you for your support, though. We'll get in here next Tuesday, Memorial Day. On Monday, we'll get in next Tuesday at 3 o'clock and see what kind of action we've done. We both, like you got to be under the 260s.
Oh, I'll be under 260 easy.
Right, and I'm shooting to be in the twos.
All right. I plan on losing 10 by the time we talk about it next.
Ooh, you think you got 10 in you?
Oh, yeah.
You think you're touching
no
you're close to the 250s. All right. I don't believe you're near 250. There you go. Okay. All right. From the text line, I think Show will gain 20 pounds. Thank you for your but again,
that's just a dumb guess. I mean, you're clearly putting yourself out there to do this thing every week at 3 p.m. and we've seen you drop it before. It's just a dumbass guess.
I mean, it's a guess.
Keep trying out there, though.
Well, thanks for your support again. You as well. That's why we love you.
So much love.
You do. Got to feel great when you type that in. You got to feel electric about yourself. All right. What did you just say in my ear? Shedeur Sanders and the Browns, they agreed to a contract, the 5th-round pick?
Yes. So Prime's son is under contract now with the Cleveland Browns.
There's no chance he's making more than Dylan Gabriel, is there? Is there any?
No.
I don't think it's even allowed, is it?
No. I wouldn't think so. I don't know what it is written.
Yeah, I feel like Deion may have tried to. Deion and Shedeur may have tried.
He is going to do more for their ratings.
No, he damn sure is.
That is for sure.
He's going to bring more interest. By the way, this makes me wonder. Like I've said it when we first started to talk about this after the draft. I don't think he has a shot in hell, Shedeur, to start week 1. Like I don't think the Russell Wilson thing will happen. If you remember Russell Wilson, like that was one of the biggest, craziest upsets. They had just signed Matt Flynn to an offseason contract after his time in Green Bay to Seattle, and Russell beat him out. And now I'm going to go with the young dude. And it was obviously a great decision as he eventually got him to the playoffs and won a Super Bowl, helped them win a Super Bowl. But I didn't think there was no shot with this. When you look at this, I think he's the fourth quarterback. Hell, I don't even think, as I see in this report, Shedeur Sanders currently is not even listed on the Browns depth chart. But reports are Shedeur Sanders reportedly had Browns coaches, quote, shocked at his precision and accuracy with the short time they had him at rookie minicamp. Sanders reportedly was throwing the ball with touch of a 10-year NFL veteran. Someone reported, or coaches reported. Sanders reportedly has goals of winning the QB1 position for the Browns and competing for Offensive Rookie of the Year this season. Again, as I said, he's currently not listed on the Browns depth chart. I don't know that I'm surprised to hear that he is accurate based off what we saw and his precision. I'm surprised. It shocked them. That's a little, if you've watched tape. But I still don't think he has a shot. But hearing that right off the bat makes me feel, all right, maybe there is a chance that this thing could fall perfectly for him.
Well, I think there's some real pressure on the organization and the coaching staff to get this thing right. I think Myles Garrett made it very clear, even though that when the money came around, he wasn't going to leave Cleveland, but he made it very clear. I think how disgusted he was with what's going on the offense. It's a real pressure to execute this thing the right way. It's hard for me to believe that Shedeur Sanders or any rookie that's not a top 10 pick like a C.J. Stroud, it's hard for me to believe that in a training camp setting that those guys are going to convince a coaching staff that they're better than a Super Bowl caliber or Super Bowl winning quarterback in Joe Flacco. Now, look, I understand Joe Flacco throws picks. I understand Joe Flacco also made a pretty solid run for them a couple of years ago when the Texans they beat the Texans in the regular season and the Texans beat them, knocked them out of the playoffs. It's hard for me to believe that he is not going to be him and really Kenny Pickett and the other one that's there.
Kenny Pickett, who they brought over from Philly.
Hard for me to think that that's not going to be more of the competition than the young quarterbacks. To me, what Shedeur has to do is position himself to make it really, really difficult on the organization and the staff. If he throws the football well enough, if he takes over the locker room the way that a lot of folks believe that he can. And I believe that he throws the report you're talking about throwing the ball. I believe that is real. I think when
That's what we saw that on. Yeah.
When you get out of the combine setting and the workout setting, and you get behind the damn center, and he starts throwing slants and swings and his quick game stuff, and he's smart, he's on time, it's accurate. The stroke is efficient. Coaches are going to fall in love with him. What coaches can't handle is the Will Levises of the world that look good, but then they're missing all these easy layups. You just can't win with it. And so is liked by coaches now that he's in-house. Do they like him enough, and can they afford to play him immediately over veterans, given the kind of what they've – unfortunately, the dynamic they've created there on the offensive side of the ball, I don't know.
Again, I think, Clint, this is more than just – I don't care what they say. This is probably more potentially just than what they do on the field. I think there's going to be a lot of things there. Obviously, there's no major investments in all of these guys, but I think it's more than potentially on the field. Do you get the sense that he could put together day in, day performances in practice, OTAs, everything, training camp, and these preseason games to make it even interesting? Like, do you get the sense that Shedeur has that level of game?
I don't think they can have a 4-man competition and one of those guys fairly make a difference. Like I think even if he's making decisions like a veteran, hell, you're next to one that makes pretty good decisions and has won a Super Bowl. Right, so I don't know that he's going to with that many quarterbacks in a competition, because I do believe it's a wide open competition. But with that many quarterbacks in a competition, I don't know how a rookie's going to end up being the best guy. I don't see.
Man, every day, man,
it's going to be a tough sell too, man. Ryan, you got to think about it, man. These guys messed around and started a guy that they let slide in the draft to the 5th round, and they're going to start him and try to sell that defense win games.
I don't think it's right off the bat. I do think at some point they get a chance. They're going to get to a place where the Browns look and see what they have.
Yeah. Well, and that's what Shadour's got to prepare himself.
Build himself to get to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
To make sure he's the one that they're looking to see what they have and not Dylan Gabriel.
Yep.
Or maybe even Kenny Pickett. All right. As we continue right here on The Drive, we do it every Monday. Weekends best, weekends worst. You can text in 713-572-4610. Also on YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in as well. Who is the weekend's best for you or the weekend's worst? We'll discuss that next.
All right, for many of y'all out there, I know what's happening, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. There's some kind of hair loss issue that's got you feeling like you've lost your identity altogether, man. I got good news for you. All you got to do is be coachable, right? I'm telling you, this is incredible, man. It's an incredible yet simple.
highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Moke, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here on The Drive. And someone texted in and said, as Clint said, he's looking to drop 10 more pounds by the time we next see him. Someone said Clint's going to cheat, going to use NFL tricks.
Hell, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Just good old grind, good old hard work. I do have me a sauna at the crib, and I am one to carry a little extra weight, especially if I'm eating like a cow, like I did this weekend, eating and drinking, by the way. So yeah. I mean, that's my trick is.
If you got NFL tricks, you better be sharing them.
I'm just telling you, I'm putting them out there right now. I tell everybody all the time, man. To
that texter, real quick, as Clint is finishing up, what do you think the NFL tricks are? Like if you had to guess, texter, what would be the NFL tricks that you're thinking that he might have that others don't right now? He's got some kind of a trick.
Hey, man.
And why he hadn't used it yet.
Yeah, believe me, I'd be closer. I'd be in them 240s by now. Damn sure. Yeah, man, the heat's up. That heat is right now. I can hit that sauna in the evenings when I get home to keep that water weight that I gain every day as I'm retaining water. And once I get that system rolling right, it's easy peasy, baby.
Yeah.
I clogged my system up this weekend. That's all.
Usually, once I get into it, give me a good month. Get to the routine. It works there. Someone texted in, I believe in your show. You can do whatever you put your mind to. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Also, Ron, I think you qualify for gastric bypass surgery. Also from a texter, and Ron is huge from the text line. There it is. All right.
He is. He's usually.
Yeah, huge. Just don't turn to crystal meth. Someone texted in. Now, listen, we're trying to do it right. Maybe that's the NFL trick. Is the crystal meth. All right, text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Weekends best, weekends worst. What are your weekends best and your weekends worst? Let's start with you, Tyler. Let's hear your best. What's the weekend's best for you as the weekend as we left Katie and started the weekend off Friday? What's the weekend's best for you?
Man, I'm going with a fella who I myself had his fair share of laughs at, especially whenever he was first introduced as the head coach of the Eagles, Nick Sirianni. Extension with the Eagles, he seemingly has done nothing but win for the most part since getting there in Philadelphia. And like I said, myself and a bunch of you, we were all laughing at this guy thinking it was going to be a complete dumpster fire whenever it was starting out. And now he's got a Super Bowl ring, done a lot of winning, and he's got himself a new contract. So I think I go with Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, that's big. I wonder what kind of money he got. Isn't it crazy? Like if we sit back and look at it, right? Nick Sirianni made 2 Super Bowl appearances, won a Super Bowl. Has never missed the playoffs, I don't think. He's been in the playoffs every single year.
I believe that's right.
I believe his first year they won. I think you brought it up last week. They had that game where they were the 7th seed and Tom Brady blitzed them, but they made the playoffs his first year.
What's up, Bird Gang?
After he had that weird intro press conference. And then the very next year they go to the Super Bowl and had the Chiefs on the ropes. And then Patrick Mahomes happened. And then they had that weird year where they started off, 10-1, and then had just beaten the Chiefs on the road on Monday night, and then it just absolutely fell apart.
Season before last, right?
Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. And then they win the Super Bowl. That person, 4 playoff appearances, 2 Super Bowl appearances, and a championship, that guy was on the hot seat. that crazy? We said
it's a crazy world.
That dude was on the hot seat, and he's had to replace the fourth offensive coordinator because Brian Johnson, the fourth offensive coordinator, and he's had 3 defensive coordinators in 4 years. Most of that being because they were so successful. That's just crazy. So,
Sirianni doing a lot of winning.
Yeah, Nick, but still, I don't think is going to get the credit yet of being what his resume says. But it's just crazy that dude was on the hot seat. What's your weekend's best, Clint?
Best? I'm going to go. I was wanting to go with Hunter Brown, but that happened Thursday. That ain't even weekend. I'm going to go with Isak Paredes, man. I mean, look, you're talking about a guy that is kind of flying under the radar. We all ought to be stroking him, given how he's producing for this team. But this weekend, had 5 RBIs in the 2 games where the offense showed up. It was in large part due to Isak Paredes Friday night and Sunday. He's been swinging it well. He's you look at his he's hitting 259. The OPS is 806, and he was my favorite, man. He's been rocking and rolling all year long, for being honest. Kind of flying under the radar, but I got to go with Isak Paredes, man. Had a solid weekend. When the bats did show up, he was a part of it both nights.
Hey, man, he's holding up that damn Kyle Tucker trade right now. Cam Smith, who is now it feels like more of a utility outfielder, not playing every single day. He had gone multiple games without playing. The news of Wesneski going down for the year in that trade, and Paredes, hell, that's the how many times this week has he had go ahead? I know the Royals, he walked the Royals off. I know he hit another home run the next day that we were at, Tyler, and then he won that game that they had to have yesterday as they were on the verge.
Right before Christian Walker hit the 3-run bomb. I mean, he had a 2-run double.
Yeah.
When they had the big inning late in the game on was that Saturday?
Yep.
Fridays when they had it was McCullers when they came back from McCullers. But yeah, I mean it just seems like, man, of late, man, when they do put up runs, he is somehow squarely in the middle of it.
All right, I'm gonna go my weekend's best, and that is the WNBA. Started this week off. They got Caitlin and Angel Reese in the Sky and the Fever played each other. And one Caitlin Clark, who looks like she has taken another step. She comes out and opens up, Clint, 20, 10, and 10. I think she's like 3rd all-time in triple-doubles at this point now in 41 games that she's played in the WNBA. She looks like she's ready to maybe potentially take another step and be one of the big stars, along with Asia Wilson and also Angel and others in this league. And then they got drama. And just creates interest every time between these two. It has Kate hard foul that got taken up to a flagrant after they looked at it, and then the reaction from Angel was she went after Caitlin, and you could see them going back, and then this thing just adds more intrigue, and now they're talked about across all of the sports shows and it's one of the bigger stories in the sports world across all platforms.
Yeah.
And that is nothing but a win for the WNBA. Nothing but a win for the ratings for that was up Saturday. They had Asia Wilson in Vegas versus Breanna Stewart in the Liberty. That was up, and then this is just they're picking up right where they left off.
Yeah, man, it is. I missed it. I missed that game, and it was one of those where I realized because it started earlier. It was a noon game or 1 o'clock game or whatever.
2:30 or so.
Yeah,
Saturday.
whenever I got in, it was like, damn, the game's already over. So I missed it. But yeah, that is something that I definitely would have sat down and watched. And I mean, any way you slice it, man, when Caitlin and Reese are on the floor together, make of it what you want. But man, it seems to move the radar big time.
And they both did their thing. And like Caitlin, had a triple-double. Angel had 17 rebounds like she always does. And then it's just like every time those two teams play, there's friction.
Yeah.
And many times it's between those two, which ain't a bad thing for the league and creates big time interest. All right, Tyler, what's your weekend work?
Simple, it's Wesneski, right-handed pitcher for the Astros, 27-year-old. Had a lot of promise as this baseball season was getting rolling for the Stros. If you have not heard, hate to tell you, he is having Tommy John, and he is lost for the remainder of this baseball season. Wesneski, it's got to be the worst news coming out of the weekend for me.
Shout out to Todd Callis for keeping it real on the air on accident. For unloading that on us. Now I feel bad for him, man. He said, he said he don't really know what to think yet when he spoke about it. Said it's just I don't know what to think right now. He said I still haven't. It still hasn't sunk in for him at the moment. I'll go with mine before you finish off, Clinton, and take us to the 4. Mine is Nikola Jokic, the Joker. He shot the ball 9 times in a Game 7. 9 times in a Game 7. 5 for 9. And let Texas A&M zone Mr. Caruso just shut him down. He is 7 feet, 200-plus pounds.
The bald mamba.
250, 260. And then Caruso, what's Caruso, 6'4"?
Maybe.
I mean, just went in there and shut him down. They put him on him, and then they didn't know what. It's like he didn't know what to do. Shot it 9 times, and they got blown away. Best player in the world. I think that's up for discussion. Again, at this point,
the bald mamba can get anybody, man.
You got to be kidding me! 9 shots.
Yeah, it was. You look at his line where you're talking about a guy that in big moments like this puts up monster lines. 20 points with 9 totals. Which
it is impressive. He got to 20 on 9 shots. But he's out of gas. He is just straight out of gas. And I'm going to be along the same lines with you real quick, Ron. Mine's not just Jokic. Mine's the Nuggets. Yeah. I am. Maybe this happens. You'd be wanting to tell me if I'm like these series, man, where games gets lopsided so quick and just stay 20-point losses or wins for somebody. Yeah.
It blows my mind. And for it to be in Game 7, the only game on Sunday, the only series still rolling, and you're down. They're down 20 at half and just get the door.
But it was close with 3 minutes left in the second quarter. They just got away from them at the end. They closed out the half and just got away from it, and then it felt like they just let go of the rope.
Yeah, man, that is just the Nuggets overall. Man, you come that far, and then in a Game 7, you get beat. You get beat by 32. Lee, man, that is that's
9 shots.
That's a tough pill to swallow right there, Ron.
That is green territory.
That's what pissed me off about Harden. Not to bring Harden back into this thing. That's what pissed me off.
Which is not good enough.
What you got coming up at the 4th?
All right, the NFL is going to vote on some rule changes that we all need to know about. It's right around the corner, y'all. And we've got a couple things we got to discuss Texans wise. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, man. I've been playing Underdog Fantasy. My wife has been playing Underdog Fantasy, and I guess if I've been playing it, it is legal in the great state of Texas, and I'm telling you, it takes the viewing pleasure, if you will, to a whole nother level, man. The WNBA season is tipping off, as we just talked about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. The NBA playoffs are rocking and rolling. The most important games are still here. In Major League Baseball, there's action damn near every night, and you can even put entries in on Underdog. All your favorite teams, favorite leagues. You can go baseball, basketball. You can have all kind of crazy entries. And here's the deal. One, with Underdog Fantasy, it's very, very easy to play. All you got to do is download the app. You choose whether a player goes higher or lower on one of their stats. If it's basketball, it's obviously points, assists, rebounds. You get the drift, right? If it's baseball, it's strikeouts or hits or total bases, or the list goes on and on. You're just picking high and low on stats, right? If you get your picks correct, you could win up to
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
That's right, baby. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Everybody out there, appreciate y'all listening. However you're listening or watching, we greatly appreciate it. But I do want to encourage everybody out there to make sure you download the Odyssey app. AUDACY. The Odyssey app is big time. Take us any and everywhere you go. You can keep us right there on your hip. Obviously, live, the shows are on there live. You don't have the static of radio. We don't go out of range like you know. If you take us any and everywhere that you go, there's also some really cool features on there to hit rewind and go listen when Nick Casario is on with Payne and Pendergast. You can listen to that at any point in time. There's also every segment is podcasted. When we were out at Stars Sports Bar and Grill last week, we had a listener asked about how quickly Tyler gets the segments podcasted. And, of course, as Tyler always does, we literally had just sat down maybe 3 minutes after going off the air, and we flipped open the Odyssey app, and every single segment was already individually podcasted right there, labeled, easy for you to find. And all the podcasts, all the Odyssey podcasts are on that on the Odyssey app as well, which I always like to let y'all know that our guy T. Mill and Patrick Creighton, they do the Big Orange Wagon. All things Astros, everything's Astros. I encourage y'all to check that out. Yeah, as you can with all of them. Also, today, the official show weigh-in has happened, y'all. We're going to hold his ass accountable now, which I know on the text line helped him. The likes of what Ron's over there reading. They're damn sure going to, I don't know if you call it hold him accountable or not.
Text line coming through, show needs to have open ass surgery. Someone texted.
Well, I don't know. He's got a large crack, and
I texted in twice just in case I missed it.
In case you missed it, hit send twice, huh? The weigh-in happened. We're going to hold him accountable. He's going to get this. He's going to get his weight down a little bit, and
hopefully,
maybe a lot.
We'll take steps. We'll take our time with it.
We'll see. So, what was it? 310 point what?
310.8.
310.8, and I'm gonna get on board with him. I love a challenge. I like fighting Father Time. I like to try to keep my weight down, although it's at 260. What was it? 261.2.
Yeah.
261.2. So
you were 250 on the button 8 days ago.
I was 250 on the button about 8 days ago, man. I don't know. It's been apparently I let myself go a little bit this week. I fluctuate quite a bit, so
it's crazy how fast they can just go.
Hey, nothing like getting caught on a heavy day on weigh-in day before you start a little challenge. I'm here for it, man. So we're gonna if you're out there and maybe you just feel inclined to be healthier, maybe you've got a little bit of a weight issue. Hey, get in the game. Maybe you just like to work out. Get in the game.
We got a lot of people saying they're in it.
Yeah, keep us posted, man. Sports Radio 610, the Twitter account, man. Shoot some pictures in, shoot some thoughts in. We'll keep this thing rolling. I'm all in on a health challenge, man. So we're gonna get that rolling. This weekend was a big weekend. Little reaction Monday. Here's a big weekend. The Astros split with the Rangers. Look, I look at it like this. Starting pitching was solid. I know we can pick apart a couple of the outings, but solid pitching across the board, starting pitching across the board. The bats fell asleep 2 of the 4 games. The 2 games the bats showed up and gave us a chance, we did work. And so the Astros right now, no Yordan Alvarez and no Wesneski. You look up no Spencer Getty's, and you still were able to go to DFW. You were able to go to the Rangers and split right there. Yeah, man, I think that's a plus. And by the way, I know Framber had a rough, 4th inning. But boy, those 2 performances against the Rangers from Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez got to be encouraging if you were
not just against those 2. They've been all. I think both. Well, Hunter's separate. He's done it. Damn near every single start. I think his worst start was a win where he gave up 3 runs. But Framber has started to roll the last, I'd say, 3 or 4 starts.
Yeah.
Right. The previous one against the Royals, he went 8 innings, I believe 1 run in that one. And this one, he held afloat and is getting you innings. 7 innings again on that one. So, yeah, both of those guys are anchoring this thing.
That 1-2 punch, Josh Hader again. I didn't see if he got in early action, but I think he punched him out last night. He had or yesterday. I think he had a good outing. Anyway, the bullpen has been good enough, and we'll see if we can turn this thing around. But not turn it around, but if we can get this thing on track with Yordan Alvarez. But solid weekend from the fellas. And the Texans, guys, the Texans have announced their offseason workout dates, which, look, I'm always excited about. But I think any and every fan, given that you got Nick Caley's never called plays offensively, you got a bunch of offensive linemen that are new and in here, and the sell, it's going to work out, y'all. The selling point is the competition's through the roof. They're going to be accountable to each other. The chemistry is going to completely change. The mindset in that room is going to change. Well, if you make all these changes, you get Laramie Tunsil out of here, and these offseason, these OTA workouts, which aren't mandatory, if they aren't involved and if they aren't productive, then boy, you really miss the boat. You take a dip in talent, you better trend upwards in accountability and showing up and competing and that kind of thing. The OTAs.
You got the dates?
I do. The Texans OTA offseason workouts, May 28th through 30, which is right around the corner. And they also got one June 2nd and 3rd, and they skipped the 4th for some reason, and then they come back on the 5th. The mandatory minicamp is June 10th and 11th. I don't know what all of this action that I'm talking about they're going to allow us to be a part of, but you better believe whichever it is, we will be. Sports Radio 610 will damn sure be out there, boots on the ground. But I'll speak for myself. I'll be out as many as I possibly can.
That's interesting, Clint. As you said, that those dates there that are ahead of, I think, the 10th and 11th, is that when it starts?
Mandatory minicamp.
Mandatory. Those dates before, how many dates are that are OTAs leading into that? About 5 or 6 dates?
There's 6. 28 through 30, June 2nd, 3rd, and then 5th. So there's 6 there. And then.
Do you think any of the major contributors won't be there? I wonder how many major contributors, because last year we know Laramie Tunsil, well, not last year, every year, didn't get there until mandatory minicamp. Maybe there were some others. I feel like, Clint, there is a chance. When they talked about, Nick was on with Payne and Pendergast and talked about the attendance they had during the offseason stuff. I bet you they got a chance to have almost all of these dudes in here. I'd be surprised any major contributors not there.
Yeah, I would be surprised as well, man. I think we talk about this all the time, and I think there are a handful of guys, most of them on defense, but there are a handful of guys that you look up and you go, man, it's. I don't necessarily need to see them out there, the risk that comes with. But when you look on the offensive side of the football and you got a new offensive coordinator, I mean, you look at Joe Mixon. Like Joe Mixon's one that comes to mind. Like the lower leg issues, the getting up there in age a little bit, the wear and tear last year. That he's a straight up dog. He's not going to go out there and earn more respect than he already has. But you look up and you go, hey, it's a new system. And this is a guy that needs to be catching the ball out of the backfield. Needs to be lining up all over the field. There needs to be some creativity with Joe Mixon used. And so if it's just in a sense of let's get Joe Mixon involved in different ways and play fast and work on explosives and have fun, then do those things with him versus just wear and tearing on the legs like you would a normal running back. To me, that would be cool if they're going to get into those things. But yeah, I mean, I would think all hands on deck are going to be there. That's why you made the changes that you made offensively with the Texans. So I would think that all those guys offensively, I think it's just how they're wired, to be honest with you.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, CJ going to be here.
Yep.
Stingley, I'm watching. He's just been here the whole time. We'll see. Like maybe a Joe Mixon, something that probably people you don't worry about. Maybe they're working out, but I'd imagine they're probably there too. Will's going to be here. It'll be this. I think Clint will have the new feel that D'Amico wants.
Yeah. I think that's why you make the moves. But hey, the NFL this week is due to vote on some rule changes. I know earlier this year They went ahead and voted on a couple of things. Both teams will now have possessions in overtime. So they changed the overtime rule, regular season overtime rule. Remember before, if a team that got the ball first scored a touchdown, then the game was over.
Yep.
If they kicked a field goal, the other team got a possession. Now, my understanding is both teams are going to get a possession. What was it? They said they amended the overtime period to 10 minutes. What was it? Was it 15 or 12? Or
it used to be 15, but it's been 10 for a while.
Well, that may be the point they were making was that they OT was amended a while ago. They also expanded replay assist to some degree. But what's being voted on this week, I think what would interest the fans the most, I think there's two things. The tush push, which is very self-explanatory. We've talked about it multiple times here. Do you want to allow multiple players to line up behind the quarterback and push the pile forward? Do you want to allow players to ultimately assist, particularly since the tush push, which has been damn near unstoppable with the Eagles and has been a tough stop with the Buffalo Bills? We'll see what they do with that. I don't want them to mess with it. I think it's an identity of those two teams, and it's two teams. It's not like half the league's using it.
What's your gut feeling on this?
Oh, I don't think they outlaw it. I don't think they change the rules. I think they let it ride.
Tweak it? Or do you think they just keep it?
No, I don't think they mess with it at all. I mean, to me, if the only way you do mess with it is just to outlaw it completely. The alignment, the assisting. I don't know how you start tweaking it, but we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. The other one I think that brings more eyeballs is I did not realize this was on the table, boys. I did not realize that playoff reseeding was on the table. The thought is here. They're considering seeding the playoffs strictly by record.
Like they do in basketball, the East and the Western Conference.
Yeah. And which unfortunately would not be good typically, I mean, at least historically speaking, for us here in Houston, because you get the division and you get a home game. That could end up being a negative. But me, as the football guy in me, is I'm good with that. The others, I guess, reseeding topic is reseeding after the first round of the playoffs as well. Now, I don't know if that means
really.
Yeah, I don't know if that means like. Yeah, but I guess it
still after the first round of the playoffs, whoever the top seed is plays the lowest seed possible.
Well, yeah, no, but you would reseed, like put those teams back together and reseed them. Like one of those teams may bump up.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how that would work, but reseeding after the first round of the playoffs. So we'll see. I like the thought of seeding differently. A lot like college football playoffs, Ron. I like the thought of let's seed this thing with the best football teams in the playoffs. Let's seed them 1 through however many teams you got in the playoffs in the NFL, however many teams you're whatever you're at in college football, and let's roll that way. I mean, other than the fact that it's a big time benefit to us because we play in a crappy division. Yeah. I don't like the thought of rewarding someone for playing in a crappy division.
Yeah, it always feels weird. Like we've seen it a couple of times. I think Carolina and Seattle both hosted playoff games
sub 500
and sub 500, right? Like that feels weird. Like I think maybe the Vikings and also to understand, Clint, college football falls into this. I think college basketball falls into this a bit in certain places. Like home court advantage or home field advantage is huge in football.
Mm-hmm.
And to think that the Minnesota Vikings were a game away from being the number 1 overall seed and then had to travel in at home. And Tyler, you've been to U.S. Bank Stadium and seen how that's a real home crowd.
Oh, yeah. That skull thing was for real.
That's a big difference from playing in L.A. And they won 14 games.
14 games played on the road in the first round.
Because they had Green Bay, Detroit in their division who they both had to play. And, they were sitting over there with, the Cardinals and the Niners who took a step back and the Seahawks. Like, I agree.
Yeah, that's a good pull right there, Ron. I mean, that would have took the Rams to Minnesota versus flip-flopping that the way that ended up, which they ended up playing in Arizona because of the wildfires in California. But, I'm here for it, man. It's hard for me to say that as a Texans fan, again, because we are a team that benefits from the sorry division. But, man, I like seeding things straight up, bro. One through just eliminating the division winners and just one through however many you're letting in.
All right, coming up, how much are the Texans affected by, the Texans.
That was rewind.
How much are the Astros affected by the news that hit them over the weekend? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, it's time to tell y'all about these cold Coors Lights. Y'all know I got to do it every day now.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Colton Gordon gets the ball tonight. He's going to make his second start. ERA. Yep. Okay, CG in the building. His ERA. I'm not feeling either one of those yet, man. Let's
go, Big C.
You think? I got it. Here we go, Gordo. Let's go, Gordo.
Went Lizzie McGuire with it, huh?
Yeah. Gordo.
I need Tyler to sell me that Big C one more time.
Let's just do it one more time.
Let's go, Big C.
I don't know. I don't even think you're feeling it.
I like Gordo.
Gordo?
Maybe trying to force this Big C thing at this point.
Big C! I like how he comes down. If you see him on YouTube and Twitch, you can see him. He's coming down from a crouch position. Big C! Big C! Gordo out there. But no, he gets the ball, and Clint, he's probably going to get the ball maybe every 5-6 days at this point, the way we're looking at it. And we kind of suspected this. We've joked around, but yes, Todd Callis to the forefront on the podcast or on the broadcast, excuse me, the other day, where he said looks like he's going to have season-ending injury or season-ending surgery, and he is going to have Tommy John surgery. Hayden Wesneski said he is going to get that as soon as possible, so he is ruled out for not just this season, but imagine into next season. We'll just see how long that is, but now that means he is up out of this rotation. And Clint, right now, Framber and Hunter Brown, as you just mentioned, have been a great 1-2 punch about the last 4 starts or so. Obviously, Hunter Brown's been doing it all year. Ronel Blanco has seemed to turn things around a bit, and you're starting to get an understanding of what you get from Ronel. It's going to be probably 5-6 innings of something that should give you a chance to get it. Like, he had some moments, but he's not getting blown off the mat very often. Lance McCullers, he's still trying to kind of find it. He's involved in this. Whenever Spencer Arrighetti's timetable, I would imagine he's going to come back at some point this season. I'd imagine he's going to come back at some point before the All-Star break. Now, Tyler's crossing his fingers back there. I'd imagine so. I would imagine in the next month, I would hope that he's back. Colton Gordon, who we just talked about, Ryan Gusto's been involved. Then there's some maybes, maybe Luis Garcia. We know he had a setback. Probably wouldn't bet on that. Any words on JP France? I'm not certain. Tyler to be a part of the taxi squad. Let me look it up. I know they just brought Brandon Walter. They just brought up the left-hander. Brandon Walter is going to be on the staff, and he may get him a start coming up soon.
I knew it was a very white name. I just couldn't remember.
BW, he'll be up to be a part of this team. So that looks like some of the options, and I just throw this one out because right now this has become a serious thing, right? For sure, no more is he luxury Lance. This is a Lance that you got to have. Hell, Spencer Arrighetti, you need to get your ass back and hurry up. Ronel Blanco, they got to have him. Fellas, do you think that the Astros are in a point right now where they need to make a starting pitching move soon? Like they need to go outside of the organization? We know they waited right to the deadline last year to add Mr. Kikuchi. But do you think they may need to do that sooner or later with where their pitching staff is right now?
Yeah, look, I think I'm betting that when that time comes that they absolutely do. But
you think they can hold off a little bit? You don't think they?
Well, yeah, you get Spencer Arrighetti back in the fold here, and what is this year? What do we make of Spencer Arrighetti's year? What do you make of whatever action he does see before the deadline comes and goes? And I think that'll tell you a lot, because if you compare Spencer Arrighetti with what you've already got in Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, you got to feel really good about your chances in a series. You'd like to have, like you said, you Ronel Blanco as your full. You'd like to have other options there. You'd like to have some more insurance policies there. But the reality is you don't necessarily have to have it, right? If there's somebody else somewhere else that you need at the deadline, you can go get that. So I need to see what Spencer Getty's made of. But if I were betting on it, I'd bet that they get to a place where they need to.
Yeah, when you put it there, if they get Spencer, whenever that comes back, because I think Clint has made a very key point whenever he brings this up and he finally gets over the incident, that this is something where you'd imagine he's not been able to throw. And he's going to have to get his arm, they're going to have to get his arm up to speed to starting, right? And so that's going to probably take a little longer with him. But you got to see what Spencer Getty you're going to get back. Because if Spencer is pitching the way he was towards the end of the season, then, yeah, you can roll with, Ronell and maybe Lance being your fourth and fifth starters. Or if Lance takes a step. But to me, outside of that, boy, it does. You seem to be working with potential injury players, and Lance McCullers, and then just young guys that I think you may want to avoid getting a lot of run, and Gordon and Gusto in the rotation. So, boy, I don't know if we'll see over the next couple of weeks, Clint. But I wonder if Dana Brown's going to have to get maybe a little aggressive earlier to add potentially to his pitching staff.
Like if it's a ripple effect of Wesneski, that injury, and it's a ripple effect of Lance McCullers, maybe looking like he's going to take a little longer. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying if that's the way the organization feels.
Yeah.
Then you're looking at a mid to lower level starter. You're not looking at a top, you're not looking at some of the moves they've made, the Verlander move they made, back several years ago. You're not looking at that. It'd be nice, but you're not looking at that. You're looking at it's more defined of what exactly you need. I guess is where I was going with that.
Yeah. By the way, the lineup is out, Clint, and we've got a bit of a shift here. From the last time we've talked on the air. Pena is continuing to lead off with Paredes hitting second now, and Altuve hitting third, playing second base. I wonder if Jose said, you know what, Skip? I think Paredes would be great hitting in the two spot.
Probably.
Drop me down to three. With him hitting third, and then Christian Walker hitting fourth. Diaz is the DH tonight with Caratini catching. They are 5 and 6 in the order. And then Jake Myers in center field. And then Cam Smith gets a start in right field, and Chaz McCormick in left field. That is the lineup today. Altuve now in the 3 spot.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, we talked about it before. I like Altuve's free swinging ass lower in the lineup, and especially the way Pena hits it with his speed, and Paredes. He's going to be good wherever you put him. And he's bringing a little. So yeah, I'm good with it, man.
Just a note: the last time Altuve batted third for the Astros, 2020.
Hell, I don't even remember that.
I didn't either.
COVID year
Shout
right
out
there.
Will Kunkel for that.
Hell, he'd get to the 3 spot. That must have had some injuries or something. That is.
Yeah, that was that weird COVID year, huh?
I was gonna say Springer's on the team, Correa's on the team. That's third right there. So that's it behind Colton Gordon as they play the Tampa Bay Rays tonight. So they need to get back on track here and keep this thing rolling after splitting a 4-game set with the Rangers. Coming up as we continue, a report on Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb, who has been an all-pro running back, had that devastating injury 2 seasons ago for the Browns. There may be a connection with the Texans. We'll discuss what that looks like coming up next.
All right, y'all. Mo Karam in.
Neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As I see this coming around on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, Kick Rocks on YouTube and Twitch, Christian Walker should be in the 8th spot. Someone on the text line, they need to get Walker's ass out of the cleanup spot. As we look at the lineup, he stays in there. And I'm going to watch tonight. If this continues, this 207 that he's rolling out there, he's got the lowest, outside of Chaz McCormick, which isn't even unfair, in the lineup. He's got by far the lowest average. If this thing continues, we might have to have a conversation tomorrow about Christian Walker. What's going on there, man?
The interesting thing is, and like at first you go, look, I just don't. Christian Walker's untouchable in this lineup. Not necessarily in the 4-hole, but just I'm talking about in the lineup, right? But if you look at this thing, you've also got Cam Smith, who is really, for all intents and purposes, been limited big time because Zach DeCinzo's swinging it well and contributing. But don't forget, Zach can also play first base. So you've got a older veteran that you brought in here to produce that's not produced, and you got DeCinzo that can play first base, and you've got a rookie in Cam Smith that was on the opening day roster that needs to be on the field. How does that dynamic play out if Christian Walker continues to struggle at first base and Zach DeCinzo continues to swing the ball well? At what point do you say, hey, man, that young guy that we kept on the roster opening day that's not getting run in Sugar Land right now, he needs to be on the field at all costs, and that cost could be Christian Walker. Now, look, I'm not saying you should do it. I'm just saying at some point the conversation is going to turn there if Christian Walker doesn't pick it up.
No,
especially with the PTSD that we have here in Houston with first baseman.
There it is. Now you're into the conversation here. Hey, dude, this is looking eerily similar. Like, I am scared to do it. I want to see what Abreu's numbers were up to this point the last 2 seasons.
He ain't that bad. I don't even think he's close.
I would just like to. I would like to see.
I'm pretty sure Abreu was sub 100, wasn't he? Hell, I can look.
We don't have to do that right now. I just want to. He was hitting in the 160s, wasn't he? One of them. I know it was bad. But I don't know. Is that
last year?
Last year too. I don't know. It was. It was rough to start. 2 years ago, remember it was a rough go of it to start as well. Before Jeff Bagwell kept telling us he's gonna hit. Now he eventually kind of did, but kept doing it. I'm just saying it's gonna be a conversation out there.
All I will tell you at this moment, and we can circle back if we need to. Might be bad for my mentals, but we can circle back. All I'm gonna tell you right now is this time last season is whenever Abreu had been shipped off to a different league.
It happened this early?
Yeah.
Really? Was it this early?
Yeah.
I guess it is May 19th. Damn, he didn't get through May on that? God, dog, he was in that Florida Complex League by then? Dog, hide it.
When he was sent to said Complex League, I lied. I'm going to go ahead and give you this information. He was hitting an astounding 99.
Just under 100.
His batting average was 99.
We ain't quite there yet with Christian Walker. I understand the frustration, but we ain't quite there.
Got to be maybe year one of Abreu. Got to be year one of Abreu approaching that early year. Year one of Abreu. Year one. Yeah, that was awful.
He made his return on May 27th.
Good Lord.
Got a hit.
He did get a hit opposite field. I'm certain of it. And then trick Clint into saying, I do like that part about his swing. And he will go oppo. All right, Clint. There's been some links of all right. Nick Chubb, he's still out there. I saw him when I say his knee looks better. I saw him doing some sort of one-legged hops over hurdles like on that one leg.
Yep.
Hopping. I think he did it backwards too. I may have made that portion up. I might have gotten Bo Jackson in me, but it looked like, if I remember, he was doing hops over hurdles.
Yeah.
On just one leg on that surgically repaired knee. And there have been links with him with several teams, including the Houston Texans, Clint. Now, the Texans obviously have Joe Mixon, who was a Pro Bowler in the AFC last year. They've got Dameon Pierce. And they've got Dare Ogunbowale, special teams ace. And they've moved up in this year's draft, giving a third-round pick in next year's draft to go up in the fourth round to get Woody Marks. So they have some guys back there, Clint, and guys in that backfield. But your thoughts when you hear potential links of Nick Chubb could be an option?
Yeah, for me, to be clear, I mean, when I saw that say that these are teams that could be interested in free agent running backs, and the Texans were one of them with Chubb. I don't know how realistic it is or it isn't, but it definitely created some thought for me personally. I just think, again, I know they went out and got Woody Marks, and I really like Woody Marks, but you're still in a position where your running back room is missing a piece. There is. I think it's a lot to ask of Woody Marks to come in and retain and be able to apply at an NFL level an NFL playbook from jump this year. I think that is a big load. I think it's unfair to ask a rookie running back to do that, and especially when you have a rookie offensive coordinator, you have a quarterback that's taking over the reins and carrying more responsibility for the first time, and you have an offensive line that's full of I'd say journeymen and 1 and 2 year deals that have a major issue to fix in pass protection. I think it'd be borderline reckless to ask Woody Marks, who spent 2 years in some of the most prolific air raid minds in the college game in Mike Leach and Lincoln Riley. I think it'd be borderline reckless to ask Woody Marks to do more than just kind of ease into being a pro. And let's ease in with you be the third down back, and you understand these are the 10 pages of the playbook you got to know like the back of your hand, and you got to be able to help us big time in 2-minute situations, in third down situations, in obvious passing situations. Like, I think it's probably unfair to ask him to do more. If he can, cool, but I think it's unfair to ask him. I still believe where this team can get better, Ron, is if their number 2 running back is better than Dameon Pierce, who they've already shown us they don't believe in. They don't believe in. Yeah. They don't believe in him from a pass protection standpoint. They don't believe in him catching the ball in the backfield. They don't believe in him just being a running back and turn around and handing the ball to him 7-8 times a game to make sure that Joe Mixon stays healthy throughout. I believe that if they have the money, I don't know what the contract's going to look like, but if they have the money, getting a veteran running back like a Nick Chubb would be a huge get for this offense. You get a guy that is very, very similar to Joe Mixon in a sense of they're going to know the whole playbook. They're going to be able to play as many snaps as you'd like them to play. They're going to be able to pass protect their ass off. There's just a veteran understanding and a talent level that I think is very similar to Joe Mixon. I'm not saying they're stylistically the same. I'm just saying it is for sure when you bring them in. You give me Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, and Woody Marks as your third down back. I like the depth. I like the insurance policy. I like the future potential there, and I like the slow play of Woody Marks into the offense. I would love it.
Well, I think there are two things for me that I would need to wrap my mind around. One, I believe Woody Marks can eventually at some point be a difference maker in his role.
Agreed.
And to be diminished. I think there's a chance there that he could, you remember Jerick McKinnon?
Mm-hmm.
That's who that can run it tough,
yep.
But can catch
Number
the ball.
One out there in Kansas City with y'all.
Them at Minnesota, San Francisco was really good out of the backfield. Those spots too. That's the, and he was a huge part of the Chiefs offense, the Minnesota offense, Niners offense out of the backfield. I can see potentially Woody getting to that level.
The two cats that they've had in Philly recently.
Yeah, Gainwell.
Gainwell was one of them. There was another one.
And then there was Scott. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so I don't want that to get touched up. And then the other part for me is I think I just have to wrap my mind around the fact that, like, in my mind, it feels like Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb get in there and don't believe themselves to be 10 to 15 carry backs or a 10 carry back or an 8 to 12 carry back. And maybe Nick Chubb is in a spot where he is ready to play the Kareem Hunt role. Right? Kareem Hunt got there and was like, all right, I'm Nick Chubb's backup in Cleveland, and I'm willing to pay. Now, obviously, Kareem was just hoping to get a gig after his issues, but he was accepting of, yes, I was a starter and led the league in rushing, and now I'm prepared to get 8 to 12 carries a game. It's just maybe I just need to wrap my mind around that Mixon is going to be all right with giving up that.
Well, Joe's a smart dude. Joe knows that last year, what we watched last year can't happen. When the offensive coordinator late in the season is legitimately saying, well, damn, y'all want us to throw him the ball, and he's already playing too many snaps. We can't even get him involved the way we want him to get him involved. Which I don't know exactly what that means, but that is what the offensive coordinator was alluding to. I think it's about the Texans for me. And if you're the Houston Texans, you cannot be a Joe Mixon sprained ankle away from having an all-out rookie have to carry the load, or you're playing a guy that you've already shown everybody you don't trust, or you're playing a subpar talent in Dare Ogunbowale because you trust him and it's safe back there. Like, this offense cannot be one rolled ankle away for a month to being in that situation again. Just can't happen. That's where this team can get better. Joe Mixon is not going to be able to play and stay healthy for 18 weeks and carry the football as physically and as violently as he did last year.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire as we continue to roll through. We'll get you ready for the Astros. There's a lineup change. A major player in the order has been moved. We'll let you know the latest on that and the rest of everything happening in the sports world. We'll get you ready. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there who, hey, you all have heard me talk about ED, struggles with ED. And many make the decision to get the help you need.
Odyssey Sports Station.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest, and the latest is today. You missed it, 3 o'clock. We did our weigh-in, and our first weigh-in, and I weighed in at 310.8. Clint weighed in at 261.2. Tyler weighed in at a buck 90. I think all of us were a little bit heavier than we thought.
Yeah, I think it's safe.
Yeah.
I mean, for me it is. I want to speak for you guys.
I had no idea, but I mean that was.
I too had no idea. But
a little bit more, But no, we all gonna jump on this thing, and we'll weigh in next Tuesday again. It will be every Monday at 3 o'clock on the drive, but next Tuesday because my mom won't be here, and Clint said he believes he's got 10 pounds in him.
I got 10 pounds in 8 days.
What do you think's the real for me? Because I want to get I want to get out of the threes. I want to have a 2.
I think that's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the first you change your diet today. I think the first 10 pounds falls off in 5-6 days.
Yeah.
I think you're below 3 by the weekend. Now, what you do between weekend and Tuesday, we'll see.
Memorial Day.
That's right.
That Monday can get me on that Traeger.
Yeah, them first weight, man. That for me. And I know you have a similar problem as well. The simple water retention. The way that I retain water, man. And most people do that. When you don't eat healthy and you drink, you usually retain too much water, and it'll fall off you fast.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm hoping to be 2 something. Text in, coming in. Damn, y'all are fat asses. Thanks for your support again. We appreciate you and
appreciate that.
Everything that you're doing in your life. And I hope you're fit as can be.
I mean, just from that remark, I'll challenge anything athletic you'd like. Right now, 262. Anything you'd like.
Just for that remark, I'll challenge you anything athletic.
Anything athletic you want.
Anything you want. Tyler, stop.
Tyler's doing these double birds.
Well, what?
Yeah, he's got the poles out.
I don't appreciate it.
So, go ahead, man. No, man, it'll be a good time. We'll do our weigh-in. All right, the Astros, they're going to go to play in, which will be the first of 2 different ballparks that they're going to play in that are minor league ballparks. They're going to play at George Steinbrenner Stadium, which the Tampa Bay Rays are using in Tampa as their home stadium. As obviously, if you remember during that hurricane, their roof was blown the hell off. And so they're going to be playing there right now, and I think they can hold up about $9,000 in that piece.
All right.
So we'll see about 9-10. So normal game against the Rays who don't really feel.
I mean, look, I think there's a lot of teams. To be honest with you, on a nightly basis, could probably remove about half their seats, and their crowd would look a little better.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. They said they're really having a blast in in Sacramento with the A's. Finally got to that city.
Isn't the Rams stadium in LA? Isn't it smaller? Isn't it significantly smaller than normal stadium?
SoFi?
Yeah.
I don't know. But
or was that the one they were playing in that was smaller? They
were playing in the Coliseum before they got that.
No, that was not it. I think it's smaller than normal.
It might be, but a lot of stadiums are doing that now. They're putting more boxes in. How about that?
Yeah,
and taking out.
SoFi is 70,000.
No, it's bigger than I thought.
Yeah.
Why did I think there was a time when they were playing in a small venue? Was it the Chargers?
Yo, the Chargers. The Chargers were playing in that
transition from San Diego to LA.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, they wouldn't allow them to play on the Coliseum too. They're playing in that soccer stadium. Yeah. But no, they'll play in Tampa tonight, and here is the starting lineup, and it's Jeremy Pena, Paredes, and Altuve. That's right. That is flipped now. Paredes is in the 2 spot. Altuve's in the 3 spot. Tyler, with crack information, the last time he's hit third is in 2020 during the COVID season. That's the last time Altuve's hit, I'm guessing, outside of the 1 or 2 hole since 2020. Christian Walker, who is looking to get back on track, and hell, the Astros have highlighted his ass in this thing.
Put him on the graphic, baby.
Put him on the graphic and highlighted him. Yainer Diaz is the DH hitting behind him. You ain't lying, boy. I could see Yainer getting pushed up into that 4 spot soon if this thing continues. Victor Caratini is catching tonight behind the dish. Jake Myers in center field. Cam Smith is back in the lineup. Chaz McCormick will round it off.
There.
Hitting ninth.
DeZenzo getting a rest day.
Yeah, DeZenzo getting a rest day. Yeah,
resting these nuts, Tyler.
There he is. Yep.
These nuts.
Long weekend in Arlington. Got to rest him.
When you're dealing with all that, you got to rest him.
Zach looks like a guy that'd tear up Dallas.
Yeah. Got him. Text line rolling through. Altuve won the MVP in the 3 hole. So your thoughts on that? Him hitting in the 3 spot right now. It feels like he can hit anywhere, but your thoughts on that?
I understand why he was the leadoff. I get it. The untouchable leadoff has always been kind of silly to me. That when we'd have conversations about where Altuve should hit, I have no problem with him sliding down the lineup. I think I love Jeremy Pena. It's easy to love right now, swinging the bat as well as he has. Coming off a rest day, I believe, or did he rest yesterday? Or did he rest Saturday? He got a rest day at some point in this series, but his speed at the top of the lineup. Paredes is, Joe Espada keeps talking about the quality at bats, the number of pitches that he's seeing. He's swinging it really well. So those guys moving up, and Altuve moving more into the third or 4th hole in the lineup. I would have zero problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah, the one thing
the
is
aggressive, come out of your shoes. I mean, that's a tough watch for me in the top of the lineup. So it makes more sense down there when with runners on.
Yeah, the interesting thing with Pena got the day off yesterday. Paredes hitting the leadoff spot yesterday. But the thing that's interesting is, like, now this seems like more of a move. Like yesterday seems like, all right, we want to get Pena a day off, and we're going to swing some things around.
Yeah.
Today it seems like this may be something that they go to. Like this may, while Alvarez is out, this may be something they go to, which is interesting because Paredes has been swinging the bat pretty well in that 3 spot. You wonder what's the reason for a change there. In it, he's got multiple home runs. Obviously, it worked out great yesterday as he came up and got the big 3 run. It is interesting how often they wake up and they're, you know what, man? Let's have some fun here, man. Let's shake this thing up a bit here. Let's leave, as someone texted earlier, let's keep Christian Walker right there in 4th spot.
Exactly right.
but let's swing Altuve up and down this piece, man. Yeah. Let's have some fun with it.
We're going to make this thing dance all around that 4 hole.
That's right,
but don't you touch Christian Walker now.
Colton Gordon's getting a start tonight. This is his 2nd start. He was able to get himself out of dicey situations in his first start against the Royals last week, but we'll see what he's able to do against Tampa, and hopefully he gets going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because they're going to need him in the lineup. So they get going here a little bit after we get done. So big East Coast time zone, a little earlier start. So see if they can get this thing going as they sit 24-22, 2 games above 500 right now.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, yesterday a lot happened in the sports world, including Scottie Scheffler. The world's #1 continues as he wins the PGA Championship, and this is his first PGA Championship, and he wins that bad boy going away by 5 strokes. And it was funny. They started off a little funky. He was the one that was able to hold it together from round 1, where they had a weird inning. Him, Rory, they double bogeyed at 16, but he held through. And then by Saturday, of tournament into Sunday. And we're right now in the middle of witnessing a really amazing run. He's got 15 wins on the PGA Tour right now 3 majors, and the 2 that he held. We just saw Rory get the career Grand Slam. He's got 2 to go, and it's the next 2 majors, the U.S. Open and the British Open. So Scottie Scheffler is showing why he is in maybe the most dominant run we've seen since Tiger.
Yeah, he's dominant, man. He's fun to watch. I think as we were talking a little earlier just about Scottie Scheffler and who he is and how does he move you and does he draw you and all that. There's something about Scottie for me. Now I did not plug into this tournament. I had hands full, but the part of Scottie that always draws me to the TV is what you mentioned. When he's in contention but not in the lead, and he's hunting people down. He's so consistent, he's so precise. He just very rarely makes major mistakes, and damn sure doesn't compound them back to back. That when he's hunting down lesser golfers, it's fun to watch them crumble and him just stay steady. That to me, that's the appeal of Scottie Scheffler. It's not the Tiger Woods greatness or the you talk about Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau. The personalities are totally different. Like it's the hunt. It's the guy that's just so damn consistent. Oh, you can't compete with him.
Yeah, he's not the. I think for him to draw interest, he is going to really need a foil, like somebody, and hopefully Rory. Like they both won the first 2 majors. If we can get a situation where Rory gets rolling at the U.S. Open, the next major, and because he's not somebody that draws you alone, right? Yeah. Like he feels, I said it earlier under my breath, but he feels very Pete Sampras-like. And Pete Sampras didn't get you rolling by himself, but if you throw Andre Agassi's crazy ass across the way from him, then you're like, oh, yeah. I'm into it. Like he's just like, as you said, his personality is very Jokic, Tim Duncan, like, hey man, I'm gonna be great, and I'm gonna be consistent. I'm not gonna wow you. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm just gonna come out there and bam, and I'm always there, and I'm always there, and I'm always there, and I win tournaments.
Well, his personality on top of it too is exactly what you just said. He self-admittedly is boring. You know what I mean? It's just like he doesn't make a big deal about what he does, and so that part of it is just kind of like, I mean, you appreciate good golf. You can turn it on any time that Scottie's out there, and you're going to see it. And I mean, because he's going to be in the mix. I think as he gets closer, as you said, the career Grand Slam, I think the appeal turns up a little though.
Yeah, he's not like Wyndham Clark, who's firing his driver damn near into the crowd. Wyndham had to apologize today for that.
Did he?
Yeah, he apologized for letting it dangerously flinging his driver after a poor tee shot during the final round of the PGA Championship. Maybe if Scottie tossed him a good one.
Well, I think Scottie really let the arrest last year die on the vine. I mean, that could have got really drawn out and really. I mean, Scottie could have shown up in
he could have shown up in an orange jumpsuit,
orange or stripes or whatever you want to. Man, he should have done it. He should have done it this year because it wasn't this the 1 year anniversry.
Yeah. If he did Tiger's got his Sunday red and he just had his Sunday orange.
Showed up like in all orange. Like all he had to do was borrow it from old buddy. What's Ricky Fowler? Ricky Fowler wears that Puma stuff all the time. He'll go Oklahoma State all orange.
I wanted a 1-piece, like a zip up. Like,
romper?
Yeah, like a zip up.
Yeah. Now, see if he'd have done something like that.
Inmate Scheffler on the back. Yeah, they probably would have.
Yeah,
and Nike.
That would have been that, and that kind of thing would really, now it'd be outside the bounds of golf, but it would really push.
Let his ass on that course.
It would really push, the gotta see TV.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, in the NFL, his resume says he's one of the best coaches, but I do not think people believe that is the case. But the reigning Super Bowl head coach, Nick Sirianni, has agreed to a multi-year extension to remain as the Philadelphia Eagles head coach. In your mind, just off the top of your head, and you can participate in this as well, YouTube and Twitch, those of you on the text before you get to Nick Sirianni, when you start thinking of the best coaches in the league. I mean, in the top of your mind, like how many of you? His resume His resume is, I've been a coach for like 4 years. I've gone to the playoffs every year, and I've gone to the Super Bowl twice and won one.
It's a strong resume.
But how many names do you?
Andy Reid.
I feel like it's like 7 or 8 at least.
Mike Tomlin.
Yes, although I wonder if he's actually a better coach than Mike Tomlin right now. But I think I think many people will grab Tomlin.
Reid, Tomlin, Harbaugh.
Both Harbaughs, yeah.
D'Amico.
Yeah, I bet you many people think D'Amico's far ahead of him.
Sean Payton.
I was going to say Denver, Sean Payton.
Pete Carroll,
yep.
Oh, yeah.
Bunch of these old heads are back in the fold, man.
Yeah.
My man in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, Kyle Shanahan. Do you think I bet probably Green Bay? Sean McVay, we hadn't gotten to him.
Sean McVay, yes.
It's highly thought of.
I bet you can damn near get to 10.
The cat in Green Bay, LaFleur. Yeah. I wonder if people think.
I think that's 7. You may hit the nail on the head, Ron.
I think we got past 7. I'll be honest with you. I think he said Pete Carroll. He said D'Amico. I think we got to double digits there. To be honest with you, is that right?
No.
The resume says hell.
Is that like? It's not like. I think he also needs to get some credit. And I like it. Listen, he's not my cup of tea. Feels like volatile action going on around that team often, and they somehow pull it out.
Well, I said this after he did it. I just commend the coach. That I don't agree with some of the whys that I heard, but I commend the coach that says he doesn't need to see 3 years of bad football or poor leadership or whatever. He just, hey man, this season wasn't it. We got a clean house, and he gets the OC and the defense coordinator up out of there and brings in the guys that he wants, and it works, right? I mean, the sense of urgency behind making change, man, I greatly appreciate that.
Yeah,
and he did it to a damn T now.
Text in. Don't forget about Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell.
Yeah, boy, there's pretty good ones.
But they're not even coming close to his resume. All right, coming up as we continue, wait till you hear the projection that Bleacher Report has for the AFC South. Spoiler alert, they don't have your Texans winning the division. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, rightfully so. The focus in America today is on your health, man, and more people are looking beyond the pills, the steroids, and surgery.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we see what kind of mood has backed up on him. Shout out to
That's how to do a Monday.
Yeah, that is. Why not? Come on out with it. Pick that ass up. Why not? Do it in there. Yeah. Do that thing. All right. As we continue, Bleacher Report, fellas. Let's tell me, like, is this, when you look at this, do you completely roll your eyes at this, or do you listen to this as this is something that isn't that far-fetched? All right, you can give us your thoughts. Text in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you know the deal. Jump in as well. Bleacher Report has done their projections for all the teams in the league. They did the AFC South. They said in the AFC South, they felt like the Tennessee Titans and the Indianapolis Colts would bring up the rear and have more rebuilding seasons, and then that the Texans and the Jags would be fighting it out at the top. And here is what they had to say about the Houston Texans. It's coming from Bleacher Report. Texans projection. The Texans' offensive line will cost them some games, but their defense should balance out some of those losses with stifling performances in victories. Houston struggles early while first-time play caller Nick Caley finds the right buttons to push, but the club still projection win-loss record 9-8. 9-8. Similar to your win-loss record, Clint.
Yep.
Jags projection. The Jacksonville Jaguars will be the NFL's biggest surprise team in 2025. Got Tyler's answer.
Duval.
Speaking of that fella, Liam Cole leads Jacksonville to an AFC South title with a resurgent offense. 2025 projection 10-7, and they take back the AFC South from the Texans. Your thoughts? Is this something that is far-fetched, or is this something that you could hear? You could listen to the argument on this.
Oh, I can listen to the argument. I mean, I agree with. In fact, I would double down on the Texans' take of 9 wins. Although I will agree, I could get to 10 or 11, or I could get to 7 or 8. To be honest with you, this offense has got some prove it to do on several fronts that could be crippling.
Both of them do, but you're talking about the Texans.
Yeah, well, that's where I will disagree. I think I agree with the Texans win total. I agree with the Texans issues. I think it's going to be really tough to overcome those issues and still get 9 or 10. To be honest with you, but I have the Colts being the team that is neck and neck with the Texans. Jacksonville Jaguars.
The Colts they had at 4-13 is where they see the Colts at 4-13, with Jacksonville going up, making the move to 10-7 in the division. Good
luck with that 4-13. Shane Steicher's ass be on the streets.
Hell yeah! So
you need OC, D'Amico.
There you go. And another one, third in 4 years. Yeah, they may if that is the case, that may happen. No, I think it's a fair one to me, because I think the Texans, I've got them at 10-7, and I have them winning the division, but I in no means think that this thing isn't going to be tight with someone, right? I think when you combine the difference in what the other teams in the division, and when you say the other teams, I just don't think Tennessee's ready to even make a surprise jump. They have them at 4-13. But to me, Indy and Jacksonville, their schedules are significantly different than what the Texans are and what they had to deal with. in that schedule, just like it was last year, and the Texans still were able to move through, winning the division by 2 games. But I am not one that would be surprised at all that this thing kind of comes down to late December. I would not be surprised at that. And for me, when I look at Jacksonville, I wouldn't be surprised if they were a team that would fit that. When you look at bringing in already Bryant, rookie year, to go along with Hunter, however they use him, I would assume he's going to get some offensive run as well. And Liam Cohen, like as weird as he is, as much as we like to play the Duval thing, he's had some great success with quarterbacks. He's had some great success with offenses, including Baker Mayfield and what Tampa did. I am not at all picking this, and I would not put my money down on it, but I think it's a fair conversation to see, hey, maybe the Texans kind of stay maybe in the same range that they have been the last couple of years, and that maybe either the Colts or the Jags take a step forward. I still think there are too many questions for the Texans to just automatically, even in this division, to automatically say they're gonna run. They're gonna run through this easy.
Yeah, look, I think offensively the Texans got their work cut out, man. I mean, again, you don't have an identity. We'll see if they can create one. We have no idea what Nick Caley's going to do. You look across the board, and okay, now C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud's going to get more control and at the line of scrimmage and more control over what's going on. Gerard Johnson is going to get a bigger voice. We've never seen it, y'all. He's never done it, y'all. So I mean, there's a lot of we've never done it that are going to have to just be absolutely lights out to go get double-figure wins in the season, right? I mean, I understand the Texans have done it in the past 2 years, and it was great. Whatever, man. Like you've got to be really offensively, really across the board, but you got to be really good offensively in the 2025 NFL that we know today. You got to be really good offensively to go get 10, 11 wins in a year. And to do that consistently. And there's a lot of guys that are getting control for the first time or more control for the first time that we have no idea what the hell that's going to look like. So they got their work cut out for them, man. I don't think it's going to be as easy a cakewalk, especially early on. Because if you want to talk about early on, these guys need time. Well, early on, you got a solid schedule.
Yeah, to me, I think they've got the best coach.
Who?
The Texans in the division.
Yeah, agree.
I think they've got the best quarterback in the division.
Agreed.
And I think they know culture-wise where they're going better than the other teams in the division. So for me, that's the reason why I think that they get the advantage. But it doesn't mean to me it's not going to be tight, right?
The arrow's pointed up. As
you said, man, we watched it. It took them about 3, maybe 4 games when Bobby Slowick first started to get a handle on what they wanted to do, right? Like Bobby Slowick, then they were still trying to run the football like they were, mimicking the 49ers. And then finally in the second half of the Colts game, week 3, they were like, here, all right, let's turn this puppy on over to CJ. Let's be a more passing team. And as you said, there's probably going to be some feel that Nick Caley, CJ Stroud getting control of things. There's probably going to be some feel period with that offense and what they're going to do that blow the pressure.
And we'll talk about Nick Caley till we're blue in the face, but DeMeco Ryans, every time we talk about Nick, before we get off the air, DeMeco Ryans has to make sure that the offensive football 101 things are nipped in the bud. The quarterback having control to protect himself. The quarterback knowing where the hell the pressure's coming from and where it's not. The ability to play guys that are the better players, and Shaq Mason not playing over Juice Scruggs because he's healthy in a damn playoff game, right? Like DeMeco Ryans has to right the ship with those football 101 things, and that's going to go a long way.
Yeah, yep, and I think they do have a clear advantage in that. And usually, I look it up, man. You got advantage in coach, quarterback, and culture. That should give you a big leg up. All right, coming up as we continue, Tyler gonna win a little money. He was in the green last week, 64%. Try to get off to a good start this week. We'll win you some money coming up here in just a bit. And do the Astros need to address what appears to be an ongoing issue that eventually they're going to need to address, but do they need to address it soon? We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we do that, I know there is an ongoing issue.
leasing a car at DN Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from DNM.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Still don't know how I feel about, although I know I need to let this stuff go, although I haven't had one in a long time. Still don't know how I feel about Wendy's making these changes to these Frosties.
What'd they do now?
Oh, they look like blizzards. They've mixed in.
Really?
Oh, yeah, they look like sundaes. They've mixed in. They've changed the whole game.
But the classic is so great.
I mean, I feel like they couldn't just hang in and stand around anymore. But I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about it. It's just the Wendy's, the Frosty, that was just unique, hold tight. Now they got one with chocolate.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Chocolate icing and strawberry ice. Looked like there was some cookies in it or something.
Don't do too much, Wendy.
Yeah. Just hang with them Frosties, man.
Huh?
Solid, man. Maybe I remember they went vanilla. That was cool. Now they really shot past it. Coming up behind us, as we do each and every single night, hand this thing off to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Texans All Access coming up behind us. Tougher Texans opponents. Is it the Cardinals? Is it the Raiders? I don't know. We'll see. Geno Smith, Kyler Murray should be an interesting conversation. Both of those late games in the season. And then behind that, Area 45 live and local. Talk to our guys back there. Sean Bijani's back there. His guy is back there with our guy Chris. He'll be there as well, and Mr. Santiago. So those guys have it right after us. The best late night sports show in Houston. So stay tuned for that. They'll pick it up after the fellas get done at 6 o'clock with Texans All Access. Also, a little bit later on here in a bit, we will get T-Mill's best bets. We'll get the best bets. We'll get his best bets. See if we can start this thing off. 64% to end last week. We'll see if we can go even bigger from the text line. Show Wendy's service lettuce wraps, burgers. Any burger they have, you can get a lettuce wrap option. Yeah, seen that.
We're gonna have a few of these moving forward. Maybe not Wendy's.
Saw them, and they made the shift on the Frosties. They really spun that around. They're looking like Sundays now. I thought the old regular old Frosty was just gonna hold tight, but
didn't make it, huh?
No, they said in there had one of them focus groups that I used to be a part of. One of them focus groups and said, "Let's do it, man." I'm telling you, man. They used to pay me $150. I remember Taco Bell. I got called to do a focus group. They were doing they were trying to do new chicken dishes. New chicken dishes at Taco Bell. Paid me $150 to go in there and try it out. I thought it was a lie.
You thought you done hit the lotto?
Oh man, I didn't think for sure. I was like, I'm about to get in here. Maybe I'll just eat me some tacos. Got in there and they handed me an envelope on the way out. Said, doggone it. Then I started doing that big time. Did one for Pizza Hut.
You had your client list, huh?
I did. They were calling me up, baby. I said, yeah, man, I knock it out.
What'd you help Taco Bell decide?
They were doing like this was way before they'd done like the cantina chicken or whatever.
Right,
there was some chicken. They were doing like a line of chicken stuff. So we were doing a lot of chicken quesadillas, chicken tacos.
What kind of feedback did you give them?
It's pretty good. I don't like this green sauce. I remember I didn't like this green sauce. This was 7-8 years ago. I didn't like this green sauce, but I was just sitting there saying, man.
He's selling the story like it was when he was 19. It's all 7-8 years ago.
I'm just saying it was before I was here, man.
Was your path?
I've known you for 5 now.
I'm telling you, 7-8 years ago, baby. Roll it in there. Yeah, man. Get in there. Go in there about 11 o'clock. Get out there at 12.
Did you tell Courtney where you were going?
Yeah. Said I'll try to get her to get in there with it.
Get an extra 150.
That's 300 right there, baby. Where are we going tonight?
That'd be a good night out, wouldn't it?
What you talking about, man? Get in there, it's easy, boy. Shout out to Miss Anderson, used to hook me up. I remember the one I didn't like. I had to do one for Hallmark cards. They had like and we had to go. I had to walk through the halls and pick like the aisles and pick like the 3 best birthday cards for your mother. I'm like, man, I would lie on them bad boys on there to make sure I met the qualifications.
They need to do more groups because the cards, that may be the worst thing ever.
Now, it was good. I mean, it was $100, $150, just handing it to me afterwards. But, boy, I was like, this is silly right here, man. Come on, man, give me the food. I remember I did a Budweiser one, and they made us stay. We had to stay an additional,
like a lock-in.
We had to stay an additional hour or two.
Oh, okay.
after we did the tasting.
Yeah, let that alcohol.
And I remember what it was. It was all of the it was the lemon, like the new. Now they do it now. Lime Bud Light.
Yeah,
they had an orange Bud Light. Have you had that one? The orange Bud Light. There were all these flavors. They had them all. Grape, cherry.
Which was your favorite?
The orange and the lime. And they're the ones that made it.
They both made
it.
Why didn't they just have like a breathalyzer and like, hey, before you leave, need to make sure you're under 0.08?
I don't know. They probably wouldn't live in that. No, I'll just sit here 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, even if you sit there, I don't think alcohol. It's going to take the alcohol a while to get into your system.
And now we did get paid a little bit more for that one. I was a little annoyed because I mean it wasn't nothing to get you drunk. I mean it was literally like little bitty.
Yeah,
like a little mouthwash,
and we're just
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of folks out there that need to thank you for that Bud Light Lime. I know a lot of I got an aunt. Boy, she swears by old Bud Light Lime.
This could go right here.
Thank you for your service, Ron.
This orange, not bad.
Appreciate you bringing that to life, man.
Yeah, that Pizza Hut one, they were talking about this new family size box that included like breadsticks and like it was a huge. I think they probably do sell it. It was a huge ass box. Like, what do you think about the box? Like, that was the part that was pissing me off. Like, man, why we got? Like, I had to
Depends on what you put in it.
Well, I had to talk about the box, the
presentation,
the design art. And I'm like, man, when we gonna eat these damn cheese breadsticks?
When you gonna roll the buffet out here?
No, they sitting right there. We couldn't eat them yet. We gotta look at it. They sitting right there.
You gotta look at them.
Yeah, the operator kept trying to attack these wings here. Yeah, the box looks great. Hell with it.
They're over here teasing you, huh?
Teasing me, no, man. It was a good time, though. All right, real quick. With the Hayden Wesneski news, he's going to be out for the year. What did I call him?
I love when you call him Wesneski.
That was an offensive lineman. Hayden Wesneski. Wesneski, I think, played for Penn State and the Raiders.
I thought you get a little sideways with it.
For Penn State and the Raiders.
You've been doing one of them testings now?
I tried to, yeah. That's why they made me stay 2 hours. But Wesneski, he is out for the year, Tommy John surgery. Does this make you look Ryan Gusto getting starts? They just called up some lefty. Do you think this is causing you to think that Dana Brown may need to go out and get aggressive and make a move soon? Not just wait until the deadline here in July, but soon.
I don't know if aggressive is the way I'd put it. I think it's probably likely that eventually we'll have to. But I mean, no Wesneski. Don't know what the hell is going on with Spencer Arrighetti. Even though I mean, pretty confident when he does come back and he gets ramped up, he's at least going to be a top 5. The problem is you just don't have – you have zero insurance for if Lance McCullers doesn't pan out. You have zero insurance if there's any more injuries. And I'm talking about when Spencer Arrighetti's back, by the way. If there is an injury, you have zero insurance to get through 162. I think once you get to the playoffs, I think you'll more than likely, knock on wood, barring injury, you will be in a pretty good spot with Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Spencer Arrighetti, Ronel Blanco, and then the wild card in the bunch being Lance McCullers. I mean, I think you can win playoff games with that. Now we'll see if we can get that deep into this thing. And problem is, you got to chew a lot of innings up between now and then.
Yeah. No, I just look at it last year. What they had some issues, but Spencer Arrighetti was starting to come on, and they still feel like, man, we got to go get Kikuchi. Like that, they ended up feeling like we had to go. We knew Verlander was coming back. They felt like move. And
that's a good point.
I just wonder, like, you just got, like, Framber and Hunter, right? And I even think you probably have some kind of a feeling of confidence of what Blanco's going to do. But the rest, Spencer Arrighetti, we'll see what he does